Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at one of the most dangerous gangs to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A gang that became so infamous that a TV show was recently made using the name of their gang and was incredibly successful. The Peaky Blinders were a street gang that were based in Birmingham, England, and one that operated from the end of the 19th century to the early 1900s. The group, which grew out of the harsh economic deprivations of working class Britain, was composed largely of young men that were lower to middle classes. They used their many unlawful activities, mainly robbery, violence, racketeering, illicit bookmaking, and the management of gaming, to gain social influence. Members of the Peaky Blinders gang wore a signature outfit that stood out that included tailored jackets, lapel overcoats, button waistcoats, silk scarves, bell-bottom trousers, leather boots and peaked flat caps. The Peaky Blinders' dominance came about from brutally beating rival gangs, such as the Sloggers, a gang with whom they fought regularly for territory within the city of Birmingham and its surrounding districts. The gang held control of the streets of Birmingham for nearly 20 years and held a firm grip in the criminal underworld of Birmingham until sometime around 1910, when a larger gang called the Birmingham Boys, which was led by the well-known gangster Mr. Billy Kimber, had overtook them. However, even though the Peaky Blinders gang had disappeared by the early 1920s, the name of Peaky Blinders became a popular synonymous slang for any street gang wanting to gain a notorious reputation within the criminal underground of Birmingham. In 2013, the name of the gang was reused for a BBC television series which was entitled Peaky Blinders. The series, which stars Cillian Murphy, Paul Anderson and Joe Cole, is a crime story about a fictional crime family that was operating in Birmingham City, and the setting was just after World War I. The origins of the gang's name, Peaky Blinders, is said to be derived from the gang members' practice of stitching disposable razor blades into the peaks of their flat caps. These razor blades could then be used as weapons if trouble arose. However, as the Gillette company only introduced the first replaceable safety razor system in 1903, and this was in America, it was not until 1908 that the first factory manufacturing the replaceable safety razor system was actually opened in Great Britain. And so this version of the name is considered to be apocryphal, to say the least. The British author Mr. John Douglas, who is also from Birmingham, claimed that the hats that the gang used were used as weapons in his novel A Walk Down Summer Lane, in which he described members of the Peaky Blinder gang with razor blades sewn into their caps that would headbutt enemy rival gang members to potentially blind them, or the caps would be used to slash rivals' foreheads, causing blood to pour from the cut down into the eyes of their enemies and thus temporarily blinding them. The Birmingham historian Carl Shin believes that the name Peaky Blinders is actually a reference to the gang's sartorial elegance. He says the popular usage of peaky at the time referred to any flat cap with a peak. Mr. Chin also explains that the term blinder was a familiar Birmingham slang term, still used in some parts of the city today. This term would be used to describe something or someone of dapper appearance. A further explanation of the gang's name might actually be from the gang's own criminal behaviour. Members of the Peaky Blinders gang were known to sneak up from behind and then pull the hat peak down over a victim's face they planned to attack, so that they could not describe who had fully robbed them. Thomas Gilbert, a powerful member of the gang, had economic hardship and poverty at the time in England and had led to a very violent youth subculture, especially in the streets of Birmingham. Poor youths who were hungry and looking for some way to make a living frequently robbed and pickpocketed men who dared or had no choice but to walk on the streets and slums of Birmingham. These robberies were often executed through brutal assaults, savage beatings, fatal stabbings, and sometimes even manual strangulation. The origins of this very violent criminal subculture can be traced right back to the 1850s. This was a time where Birmingham city streets were filled with dangerous gambling dens and kids outside playing rough sports. When the police started to crack down on these activities taking place in the slums of Birmingham, due to the growing pressure that was coming from the higher classes of society at the time, the youth of Birmingham's slums fought back. They did this by banding together in groups of what would later become known as slogging gangs. These slogging gangs frequently fought with the police in the city and assaulted innocent members of the public who happened to be walking in the streets. At some point during the 1890s, the organisation of different slogger gangs had built these men into a soft hierarchy. The most violent and well known of these brutal youth street gangs had decided it was time they organised themselves as a singular group, and this group became known as the Peaky Blinders. It's reported that the Peaky Blinders gang was likely founded in Small Heath, an area within the city of Birmingham, and possibly by a man named Thomas Mucklow. In the March 24th, 1890 edition of the Birmingham Mail newspaper, you can find a small nondescript headline, "Murderous outrage at Small Heath, a man's skull fractured." The reporter recounts the story of an attack the previous Saturday night on a young man called George Eastwood. Mr. Eastwood had stopped into a pub for a ginger beer. Unfortunately, shortly afterwards, the article reads several men known as the Peaky Blinders gang came in. Mr. Eastwood, aware of the violent reputation of the gang, left the pub. However, the gang followed and beat him with buckled belts, leaving him bleeding profusely, severely wounded. After some ruthless gangsters attacked a man in 1890, they sent a letter to various national newspapers declaring themselves as members of this specific group. The Peaky Blinders' first activities primarily revolved around occupying favourable land, most notably the communities of Small Heath and Cheapside, which were both in Birmingham. The gang's criminal expansion was first noted by their gang rival, the Cheapside Sluggers, who had battled against them many times in an effort to control territories. The Cheapside Sluggers had originated in the 1870s and were very well known for street fights in the Bordsley and Small Heath areas. These were both extremely poor slums of Birmingham at the time. The Peaky Blinders, after defeating their enemies and having now established control in their territory in the late 19th century, the gang now began expanding their criminal enterprise across the city. Their criminal activities they used to infiltrate the criminal slums of each area included protection rackets, fraud, land grabs, smuggling, hijacking, robbery, and illegal bookmaking. The historian Heather Shore, who is a professor at the University of Leeds, claims the Peaky Blinders and members of the gang were more focused on street fighting, robbery, and racketeering as opposed to much more serious and organised crime. The gang was known for its brutal violence, but not only on innocent civilians walking the streets of Birmingham, also on rival gang members and police constables. Gang wars between rival gangs frequently erupted in Birmingham City, which often led to fights and death brawls and fatal shootouts. The Peaky Blinders were also well known for deliberately attacking police officers in a practice which has become known as constable baiting. Constable George Snipe, who was on duty in Birmingham, was killed by the gang in 1897, and Charles Philip Gunter, who was also killed by the gang in 1901. Hundreds more officers were injured, and some had even left the police force because of the unprovoked violence which was being inflicted on officers on a daily basis. As the violent attacks rose around the city, the term or name Peaky Blinder became a generic term being used for any young street criminal that resided in the city of Birmingham. In 1899, an Irish police chief named Mr. Charles Houghton Rafter was contracted in to try and enforce local law in and around the city of Birmingham. However, as the police chief soon found out, police corruption and bribery within the police force at Birmingham was at an all-time high, and this only diminished the effectiveness of his attempts to try and enforce the law. For quite some time, this was at least until Mr. Rafter had sorted out the problem of corruption within the police. The most powerful and also considered to be the most dangerous member of the Peaky Blinders gang was a man who was known as Kevin Mooney. However, his real name was Thomas Gilbert, but he routinely changed his last name to avoid being detected by rival gangs or the authorities. Mr. Mooney had initiated many of the land grabs and taking of rival gang territories that had been undertaken by the gang. Other prominent members of the Peaky Blinders were David Taylor, Ernest Haynes, Harry Foles, and Stephen McNichol. Mr. Harry Foles, who was also known by his criminal associates as Babyfaced Harry, was arrested when he was 19 for stealing a bicycle in October 1904. Mr. McNichol and Mr. Haynes were also arrested at the same time as Mr. Foles. They were arrested for stealing a bicycle and home invasion respectively. Mr. Taylor was arrested at 13, and this was for carrying a loaded firearm. Each gang member was held for 1 month in prison for the crimes they had committed. The West Midlands police records described the 3 gang members who were arrested as foul-mouthed young men who stalked the streets in drunken groups, insulting and mugging passers-by. Many of the Peaky Blinders gang members later fought in the First World War. despite their history. Henry Lightfoot, the first person to be named as a Peaky Blinder, joined the British Army 3 times in his life and had participated in the Battle of Somme in 1916. One of the youngest gang members when he joined, Henry Fowler, was years later during his service buried alive in the trenches, and after being extracted could not speak or see for some time following his return from the war. In addition to guns being used by the Peaky Blinders, they also like to use an assortment of melee weapons. These would range from belt buckles, metal tipped boots, fire irons, canes and knives. Percy Langridge, another notorious gang member, had used a knife to stab Police Constable Barker in the June of 1900s. The gang liked to keep firearms and were known for carrying Webley revolvers, and they were not afraid to use them. The gang had used a Webley in the shooting and killing of a Summerhill gang member. The shooting had been committed by a Peaky Blinder gang member, William Lacey, and this took place in September of 1905. The Peaky Blinder gang members frequently wore tailored clothing. This was something which was uncommon for contemporary gangs to wear at the time. Almost all gang members wore a flat cap and an overcoat, but the Peaky Blinders wore tailored suits, usually with bell-bottom trousers and button jackets. The wealthier members of the gang were known to wear silk scarves and starched collars with metal tie buttons. Their distinctive, very smart dress code was easily recognisable by city inhabitants who were mostly struggling to make ends meet. The wives, girlfriends and mistresses of the gang members were known for wearing lavish clothing. Seeing members of the Peaky Blinders' wives and girlfriends wearing pearls, silks and colourful scarves were commonplace during the gang's active years. But after nearly a decade of criminal and political control over Birmingham, their growing influence and hatred of others had brought the attention of a larger gang that had now emerged, the Birmingham Boys. The Peaky Blinders gang's ruthless expansion into the racecourses around the city led to very violent backlash coming directly from the Birmingham Boys gang. Peaky Blinder families physically distanced themselves from Birmingham city centre and began to start a new life in the countryside. With the Peaky Blinders making a withdrawal from the criminal underworld, the Sabini gang moved in on the Birmingham Boys and solidified political control over central England during the majority of the 1930s. Other elements that played a significant factor, such as education of the gang members, discipline of the gang, and the now harsher policing and sentencing that was now being given for anyone involved in any criminal activities, also contributed to the decrease of the Peaky Blinders' influence and members of its gang, and by the 1920s they had mostly all disappeared. As the specific gang that was known as the Peaky Blinders diminished, their name came to be used as a generic term to describe violent street use by police and those who lived in and around the slums of Birmingham. The gang's criminal activities had lasted from the 1880s until the 1910s. The popular BBC television drama series Peaky Blinders, that were premiered in September 2013, presents a fictional story in which the Peaky Blinders contend in the underworld with the Birmingham Boys and the Sabini gang, and also follows the story of a single fictional gang that was based in post-World War I Birmingham's Small Heath area. The Peaky Blinders gang had many houses located in and around the city of Birmingham, ranging from Longbridge to Sutton Coldfield. Many of the show's exteriors have been filmed on location at the Black Country Living Museum, and the song Cheapside Sloggers by the Danish hard rock band Volbeat was written about the rivalry between the two gangs. The legend left by the Peaky Blinders gang and all of its members will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we're going to take a very detailed look at the history of an incredibly interesting place in the UK, Graham Park. The Graham Park estate is named in honour of Claude Graham White, the pioneer of aviation who established the original aerodrome and aviation school on the site. The building of the estate was a joint project between the Greater London Council and Barnet Council. The plan was approved by the Ministry of Housing and Local Government in 1964, and the first family moved in on 23rd of October 1971. Sir Roger Walters was the chief architect and Gordon Wigglesworth was the housing architect. A typical characteristic of the estate was the plain, square, brick terraced houses and long, winding, low-rise flats, with flat roofs, also known as brick brutalist style. Most building names, walkways and roads on the estates have names linked to the aviation history of the site. Not all of the old aerodrome was sold off for development. The Royal Air Force Museum is situated immediately to the southeast of the estate with free entrance. A secondary road called Graham Park Way, a typical 1970s style collector road, runs along the eastern margin of the estate, paralleling the Midland Main Line or Thames Link Railway, and beyond that the M1 motorway. The estate became the sole site of St James Catholic High School in 1996. Transport-wise, the London Underground Colindale station on the Northern Line Edgware branch is within comfortable walking distance of at least the southeast corner of the estate. The next tube station north, Burnt Oak, is also accessible. Mill Hill Broadway Thameslink station lies to the north, a bus ride away. Several bus routes run into or near the estate. In 2003, residents voted in favour of a full regeneration of the estate. The Housing Corporation earmarked £15 million for the redevelopment. The redevelopment is managed by Choices for Graham Park, a subsidiary of Genesis Housing Association, with new houses being built by Countryside Properties. In 2007, a website was launched by Countryside Properties renaming part of the redevelopment as New Hendon Village. Colindale, including Graham Park, has been designated by the Mayor of London in his London Plan as a proposed area of intensification. As a result, Barnet Council designated a Colindale Area Action Plan and carried out public consultation events. The council has finalised its preferred plan in mid-2009 and it will be examined at a public hearing in the Planning Inspectorate for anticipated approval by the council in 2010. In the 1990s, certain well-known figureheads from the Kingsbury and Neasden area used to associate and hang around the Graham Park estate, cementing their dominance over the local residents. Prominent figureheads were Fat J and Dada Mills from the Kingsbury area, both who also had affiliations with the notorious Press Road crew. The dominance of Graham Park had occurred from the late 1990s till the early 2000s. Graham Park was very well known for many years as being a breeding ground for drug dealers, due to its size and the amount of addicts that the area had at the time. A lot of the local gangs would be in small groups hanging around freely, being instructed by senior PRC and Kingsbury members. Looking at 2001 now, Mr. Osborne had been involved in an altercation where he was accused of stealing his former best friend Christian Andrew Mayer's sister's jewellery, a couple of years prior. Mr. Mayer was a well-known figure in the Finchley area, who it has been reported has many overseas gang affiliations. Mr. Osborne had been stabbed by Mr. Mayer in the Graham Park estate as he was walking with his girlfriend. Prior to Mr. Osborne's death, Mr. Mayer had caught up with one of Mr. Osborne's cousins and threatened to kill Mr. Osborne if he were to see him. After this threat, Mr. Mayer had spotted Mr. Osborne in the estate, and Mr. Osborne was armed with a pair of scissors, due to being made aware of threats being made on his life. After this threat, Mr. Mayer had spotted Mr. Osborne in the estate. Mr. Osborne was armed with a pair of scissors, due to being made aware that threats against his life had been made. Mr. Osborne had stabbed Mr. Mayer during the confrontation in order to defend himself, but it was unsuccessful. Mr. Mayer was later arrested and charged for the murder of Mr. Osborne. The reason police were able to identify the killer so quickly is because of Mr. Mayer, who was apparently boasting about the murder to family members and friends. Some people who didn't like Mr. Mayer's boasting reported the problem to the police. After this information was passed over to the police, Mr. Mayer would be charged later on. Prior to the altercation with Mr. Osborne, Mr. Mayer had not long been released from prison in St. Lucia. This was for partaking in a crack cocaine smuggling plot worth $1.2 million. Now, a 24-year-old Hendon man was stabbed to death in broad daylight following a 2-year feud. Gary Osborne was stabbed repeatedly with a 6-inch double-edged knife by 24-year-old Christian Mayer on the Graham Park estate. Mr. Osborne was found lying injured in Corner Mead at around 2:45 p.m. on April the 9th. He was taken by air ambulance to the Royal London Hospital, but died an hour later from his injuries. John Bevan QC prosecuting told the jury that Mayer had murdered Mr. Osborne after accusing him of stealing his sister's jewellery. Mr. Bevan told the court that a few days before the incident, Mr. Mayer told Osborne's cousin that if you see him, tell him I'm going to kill him. Mr. Bevan said that having spotted Mr. Osborne, the defendant sought him out and launched a violent attack on him with a knife he was carrying, stabbing him a number of times. One of these stab wounds entered his heart and he died shortly after. The court was told that Mr. Mayer's girlfriend's sister, Nicola Rich, yelled for Mr. Mayer to stop, but he just swore at her. When Mr. Mayer was arrested, he told detectives that Mr. Osborne attacked him first. Mr. Mayer from the Grange estate, East Finchley, denies murder, and the trial continued. Eventually, the 24-year-old cocaine smuggler from East Finchley was jailed for life at the Old Bailey after killing his childhood friend. As the jury unanimously found Mr. Mayer guilty, there was cheering and shouts of "Yes, and I hope you rot" from the public gallery. Sentencing Mr. Mayer, Judge Paul Folk said, "You have today been convicted on overwhelming evidence of the murder of Gary Osborne. You, on that occasion, acted in revenge, and you told many people of your intention to kill. When an opportunity presented itself, you brutally implemented this by stabbing him into death, and you did so in broad daylight with onlookers nearby. The only sentence I can pass upon you is life imprisonment." Now, we're going to look at the death of James Peregrino. In 2002, James Peregrino was a well-known drug dealer in the estate and playing football in the park with his friends. Mr. Peregrino was approached by two local individuals known as Delroy Joseph and Michael Morris, who had wanted to buy drugs off him. After striking a deal with Mr. Peregrino, the two individuals had tried to escape from the deal without paying. This provoked Mr. Peregrino into fighting with one of them. During the altercation, Mr. Joseph ended up stabbing Mr. Peregrino and took off, fleeing from the scene. Unfortunately, due to his injuries, Mr. Peregrino later died in hospital. Not too long after Mr. Joseph and Mr. Morris had been caught by the police and both had tried to pinpoint the murder on each other, but the jury did not believe either of them and were both given life sentences for murder. Delroy Joseph and Michael Morris, both 18, were found guilty of manslaughter on May 14th by a jury on a majority verdict after almost 14 hours of deliberation, but were cleared of murder. The Old Bailey heard last month that Joseph grinned as he plunged a 4-inch combat knife into James' stomach on October 13th that year. James from Potter's Bar was approached by the pair, who asked him for cannabis. When James handed them some, they ran off without paying. James chased them into an alleyway known as the Red Path, near Bodmin and Blackburn houses, off Lanarker Avenue, and started brawling with Joseph. During the fight, Mr. Joseph said to Mr. Morris, "Give me the borer," slang for the knife. Mr. Morris handed him the knife and Mr. Joseph stabbed James, the court heard. The pair then fled on their push bikes as James stumbled across the estate screaming, "Call an ambulance." Joseph had claimed that Mr. Morris stabbed Mr. James, but Mr. Morris accused Joseph. Judge David Paget accepted that Joseph of No Fixed Abode and Mr. Morris of Cambridge Gardens, Kilburn, did not mean to kill Mr. Peregrino, but added, "It seems to me that you are both equally responsible both legally and morally for the death of James Peregrino. Although the sentence I impose will have to be lengthy, you'll still be a young man upon your release, and you may start a life afresh. I have to reflect on the fact that a 17-year-old young man was killed quite unnecessarily with a knife which you shouldn't have had." Detective Sergeant Rex Jones, who was in charge of the case, said that these sentences reflect the severity of this crime. These findings of guilt will not bring back a much-loved son with a bright future ahead of him. Our thoughts are with his family. The prominent members of Thug family were General Pesci, who was the leader, Gully, Yambo, Ish, Blim, and many more. Most members are from Greenwich, the southeast London area, and some were from the Graham Park estate. Mr. Pesci, whose real name was Muzakkar Shah, was very well known in the Graham Park estate for being extremely crazy whenever he was around. From a young age, Mr. Shah would purposely run around the estate looking for innocent people to threaten at gunpoint. Mr. Shah would casually walk up to innocent bystanders, even if they had their kids with them, and aim his gun at their heads, just simply for the thrill of it. Mr. Shah did this to gain a notorious reputation in the area. Many people believe the reason for Mr. Shah's behaviour was because he wanted to imitate the actor Joe Pesci, who played the character Tommy DeVito in the 1990 American classic gangster film The Goodfellas. Mr. Shah would continue with his ruthless actions and would rob people multiple times, and it was reported that he would stand outside the corner shops with other gang members. Due to Mr. Shah's continued violence and feared reputation, the word had now spread, and this had gained him a lot of followers. Mr. Shah's two main accomplices were the Jama brothers, Yusuf and Mustafa, who were also known as Yambo and Mergambo. Mr. Shah had been involved in a lot of crimes from the mid-1990s, and it was reported that Mr. Shah was once stabbed by rival gang members. When this stabbing happened, it made Mr. Shah become even more unpredictable and violent. And this was the turning point where Mr. Shah, who has always had access to borrowing guns, now decided to get himself his own firearm, because he couldn't defend himself against the rival gang which were forming against him. In the vast schemes of organised crime that happened in London, Mr. Shah was a petty robber who did petty crimes to build up a notorious reputation. However, this did help Mr. Shah to create the Thug Family Gang. Mr. Shah built the TF gang alongside other notorious individuals who were from the estate. The Thug Family Gang itself was very well known for robbing local corner shops at gunpoint, and at times the gang would go into the outskirts of London to commit various other crimes. The gang had even reached places such as Bradford in Yorkshire, and this is where the gang go on to commit more armed robberies as well as implementing more brutal assaults on innocent bystanders. The death of a police officer, Sharon Beshenivsky. In 2005, arguably one of the most shocking deaths in recent history happened within the United Kingdom. Thug family members Mr. Pesci and the Jama brothers were in Bradford robbing a local shop using both guns and knives in the process. The customers and employees were tied up and pistol whipped multiple times as the members of the gang had demanded money. One of the employees was able to alert the authorities by activating a panic alarm. As the gang made their way out of the shop, they were approached by two female police officers. Officer Teresa Milburn had survived, but her colleague Sharon Beshenivsky unfortunately didn't. Mr. Pesci immediately opened fire at both of the officers, and all three Thug family members fled from the scene. Days later, all three were the most wanted men in Britain at the time. Mergambo had fled to Somalia, and Mr. Pesci was hiding in Newport, Wales, along with the other Thug family members, including Yambo. However, Yambo had been soon caught because he had been involved in a gang rape consisting of 10 other individuals. Mr. Yambo was also seen on CCTV purchasing resources from a shop, which police were then able to identify him. Weeks later, Mr. Pesci was arrested in a flat. The vehicle Yambo had been in, when dusted for prints, matched Mr. Pesci's DNA, and also a laptop that had been left on the crime scene also had his DNA on, along with the pistol and MAC-10 that had been used. One of the members, whose whereabouts is still unknown to this day, had offered to testify on the gang members by informing the police officers on everything that had happened. After one of the Thug family members had given evidence against the gang, the other Thug family members were also arrested and had been given lengthy sentences. Mergambo had been in Somalia around this time. He had been caught by British police, and the Somali authorities had agreed to help track him down. He would be later caught and brought back to the UK to serve his jail sentence for the murder of P.S. Sharon along with his accomplices. Hassan Razak, 26, of Forest Gate, East London, was found guilty of manslaughter, robbery and gun offences after an 11-week trial. He was cleared of murdering the 38-year-old who was shot dead after a bungled armed raid at a travel agency in Bradford in November 2005. Sentencing him, Mr. Justice Andrew Smith said, "It's the implication of the jury's verdict that you knew that loaded guns, both the highly dangerous machine gun and the fatal pistol, would not only be carried by the raiders, but used to threaten those who got in the way. You were involved in planning the robberies several days before. This was not impulsive behaviour, but measured and determined offending." Outside court, Detective Superintendent Andy Brennan said that Mr. Razak had played a pivotal role in the planning and organisation of the robbery. Mr. Shah, 25, of no fixed address, and Mr. Yusuf Abdillah Jamar, 20, of Small Heath, Birmingham, have both been found guilty of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum term of 35 years. Mr. Razak's younger brother, Faisal, 25, also of Forest Gate, East London, was cleared of the officer's murder, but convicted of her manslaughter, robbery and firearm offences. He was given a life sentence and told that he must serve at least 11 years before being considered for parole. The 300 Blocks Plus gang also referred to themselves as Brown Block City and G Block. The well-known and prominent members of the gang were, young and older, Slooky, the leader at the time, Kingy, Vitz, Persia Dan, Sedge, Spooky, Mad Money, Nizzy Numbers, Larry B, BF, TT, Sav, Troops, Biggie, Capo, AJ, Dagger, Blacker, Ars, Major, Shanklin, Minnie, Coco, Slicer, Wheezy, Bow, Goonie and many more. The gang consisted of many individuals from both neighbouring boroughs of NW7 and NW9, Edgware, Mill Hill and Graham Park. The G Block gang also had blood gang affiliations with other well-known gangs in areas throughout London. Later, the members of the gang would also become a part of the SUK blood set in 2006. The death of Azalea Rodney. Azalea Rodney, locally known as Slooky, and was the main figurehead in the area at the time for the gang. Mr. Rodney was in a car with two other 3PB members. They had been under surveillance by police and were chased by armed police, Operation Trident. Trident officers opened fire and killed him, and he was shot up to 8 times and at point blank range. The police heard a few firearms stored inside of the car afterward. The reasoning for the shooting was that one of the officers thought that Rodney had a gun in his hand, which is what had led to the police officer's reaction. The police officer, known as E7, has had a history of killing people already, as prior to this incident he had killed 2 other people. However, Officer E7 was later acquitted of murder. It was later found out that police had no lawful justification for shooting dead Mr. Rodney. Mr. Rodney's mother, Susan Alexander, has demanded an apology from the Met for his execution. The former High Court Judge, Sir Christopher Holland, has released his findings following the public inquiry into the death. He said that Officer E7 could not rationally have believed that Mr. Rodney had picked up a firearm. Miss Alexander said that she believed none of the 8 shots fired at her son were lawfully discharged by the officer concerned. When I gave evidence to the inquiry on September the 4th, 2012, I said that it seemed to me that Azael was executed, said Miss Alexander. The chairman's report after detailed study of the evidence is that he is sure and satisfied that he shares my view. The fact that he was strongly suspected of being involved in crime does not justify him or anyone else being summarily killed. The police owe me an apology for the unlawful killing of my son. I await an apology from the Commissioner himself. Met Police Commissioner Sir Bernard Hogan Howe said the Independent Police Complaints Commission (IPCC) had referred the case against Mr. E7 to the Crown Prosecution Service. I have read the findings carefully and want to express my personal sympathy to Mr. Rodney's family, Mr. Hogan Howe said. The Met Police Service deeply regrets his death, and I recognise how distressing the inquiry must have been for them. Mr. Rodney, who was described in the report as a mid-level career criminal, was killed when the VW Golf he was in was stopped by police, who had it under surveillance for hours. E7 told the inquiry that he opened fire after fearing the gang had a submachine gun in the car. 3 guns were found in the Golf: a Colt .45 caliber pistol, a Baikal pistol and a smaller gun described as looking like a key fob. Miss Alexander's lawyer, Daniel Machover, criticised the IPC for its initial findings about the shooting. Not only is it shocking that the IPC's investigation found nothing to criticise as regards for the shooting itself, but it found the whole operation virtually faultless, whereas this inquiry has found the whole operation deeply flawed, he said. Deborah Glass, IPCC Deputy Chair, said, "We welcome the fact that Azael Rodney's family have finally seen and heard the evidence in this case as a result of this public inquiry. We understand their anger and frustration about how long this has all taken. The inquiry was held instead of an inquest because of sensitive intelligence information that would have had to been withheld from a coroner. The other 2 people in the vehicle, Frank Graham and Wesley Lovell, were jailed for possession of firearms." The death of Kian Prince. In 2006, the murder of Kian Prince gained a lot of attention, especially considering that the victim was the son of a boxer, Dr. Mark Prince OBE, who at the time was still fighting. He retired in 2015 and made his debut in 1993. Mr. Prince, who had been attending London Academy, was fatally stabbed by Thug family member Hanad Hassan. It was said that the reason for this fatal attack is that Mr. Hassan was envious of Mr. Prince's success as a rising footballer, and Mr. Hassan couldn't stand the fact that someone around him had become more successful than himself. Mr. Hassan had taken his anger and frustration out on Mr. Prince by attacking him. Mr. Prince's friend had intervened and started fighting with the individual. As Mr. Prince was beating up the TF gang members, Mr. Hassan stabbed him outside the school gate and bystanders looked on in horror. Mr. Hassan had recently moved from Somalia into the UK, and this was something that was idolised by the Thug family members, especially Mr. Pesci. Due to their ruthless reputation, Mr. Hassan would often be instructed by older Thug family members to carry out crimes in order to be considered as somebody in the area. Prior to Mr. Prince's death, the school he had been attending had been terrorised by members of the Thug family for weeks. This included both pupils and teachers. Mr. Prince's death led to major frictions between both Graham Park gangs. There were a few altercations involving tit-for-tat stabbings, shootings and assaults from both gangs. No one died from this turmoil, however, this did divide the area even more. Because both gangs prior didn't get along due to other circumstances, so Mr. Prince's death had only increased tensions. Not long after the internal Graham Park beef would later be resolved, despite both gangs not getting along, they had kept themselves to themselves, supposedly to make money and stop police presence in the area. On the 2nd of July 2007, following a trial at the Old Bailey, during which Mr. Hassan denied murdering Mr. Prince, but admitted manslaughter, he was eventually convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 13 years to be served. Mr. Hassan claimed that he had carried the penknife used in the attack like a toy. It was not revealed to the jury that just a few days prior to Mr. Prince's stabbing, Mr. Hassan had used the knife to threaten a schoolgirl on a bus during an argument. The then Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, in response to the killing, said that he would encourage the Home Secretary and the Lord Chancellor to impose maximum imprisonment sentences for those who carry knives. In addition to this, the Violent Crime Reduction Act of 2006 was enacted, and that increased the age at which a person can purchase a knife from 16 to 18. Mr. Prince, the aspiring footballer who signed for Queen's Park Rangers youth team in 2004, has been described as a prodigious talent, and he was due to collect a Players' Award shortly after his death. QPR's first team coach at the time, Gary Waddock, paid tribute to Mr. Prince, saying that the whole club is mourning the loss of one of our own. We're all devastated. Keane was certainly one for the future, a very talented lad who wanted to forge a career in football. The club later revealed that they had planned to sign him as a professional. In memory of Mr. Prince, QPR established an annual award called the Keane Prince Goal of the Season, which is awarded to the player who scores QPR's best goal of each season. Since June 2019, following a fan vote, QPR's ground on Loftus Road was renamed the Keane Prince Foundation Stadium in memory of Mr. Prince and the anti-knife crime charity that was established by his father. On the 25th of November 2020, the date that would have marked Mr. Prince's 30th birthday, the club encouraged all supporters to wear something blue and something white in memory of Mr. Prince. On the 18th of May 2021, on the 15th anniversary of his death, EA Sports added him to FIFA 21 as a tribute. QPR also stated he would be included in their squad list for the 2021 and 2022 season. Spurred by this personal tragedy, Mr. Prince's father, a former boxer and ex-international IBF and WBO champion, Mark Prince, founded the Keane Prince Foundation, or KPF, in early 2007. The not-for-profit organisation is committed to using Keane's legacy to combat knife crime and other forms of youth violence. The Keane Prince Foundation's mission is to work with young people to increase awareness and address the consequences of gun and knife crime through education. It aims to empower young people by promoting a sense of belonging, self-worth and purpose that can be found outside of gang culture, and offending behaviour through providing access to diversionary and preventative activities. Mark Prince was made an OBE in 2019 New Year's Honours for services to tackling knife and gang crime in London. The rise and fall of Mad Money. In 2007, the most prominent 3PB member was Mad Money, and he was always a known rapper in the local estate. Mad Money was arrested and charged with both firearms and drug offences. A year later, in 2008, his mixtape entitled Money Talks was released. He was then released from prison in 2010, and years later he would go to America and collaborate with other USA rappers under the music group OMF, or One Major Family. They were known for booking rappers for shows such as French Montana and Lil Durk. Due to Mad Money's Chicago connection, he was able to do a feature with Lil Durk. Lil Durk would be impressed with the money that was being paid, and because of the fact that Mad Money was able to implement the American sound with his own. Whilst Mad Money was in jail, he had also managed to build a connection with individuals from Peckham, which is what led to the Gunna D being featured on the track. Later on, Mad Money was set up by an undercover police officer, and he was recorded supplying him with drugs. Mad Money would later be arrested and charged. Nowadays, it's reported that Mad Money doesn't take music too seriously. Well, not as much as he used to anyway. Ian Page was out with a group of friends, and a few 3PB members were present at the time. Both groups had tensions with one another due to a misunderstanding that had taken place. This led to a heated confrontation. Both Mr. Page and 3PB members had barged into one another, which then led to 3PB gang members assaulting Mr. Page brutally by kicking and punching him. Mr. Page died moments later after a severe head injury from the assault. The gang members later came back and robbed Mr. Page by stealing his gold bracelet. CCTV managed to pick up some 3PB gang members involved, and they would later go on to be nicked by the police. Both 3PB members Andrew Campbell and Jermaine Yateman would be later jailed for murder. Lloyd Henry, the older brother of Spooky, was jailed for manslaughter. Some other gang members weren't caught or charged. Mikel Amin, the brother of famous British actor Amel Amin, who grew up temporarily in the Graham Park estate, started releasing music dedicated to positivity and his surroundings. Mr. Amin had started rapping when he was 14 and grew up with most of the gang members on the estate. Years later, he would release his first EP in 2012 called World Changers. The EP got a lot of attention from different platforms such as Radio 1 Extra and other underground stations.
Caught up from good boy to bad man, from player to track to hangman. Young age, good place to gangland. It's that NW9, 3BP, GP. Yeah, I rep my family. I don't rep ends, I rep family, rep me. I ain't got friends, I rep men who fret me. Like Tetley, it's up to the T. Walking around gun on you cause you're hot for the B. Hotter than hoodlums are hot for the P. Leave a brain to lund, this hot scotch on your cheek. Some guys are weak, but they're
Paran Ditta Khan, who was in his 70s at the time, was arrested in Pakistan over the killing of PC Sharon Beshnivsky and had set himself up as a property developer living a multi-millionaire lifestyle in Mayfair of Islamabad. The former bouncer Paran Ditta Khan, 71, had fled to his homeland from the UK after the bungled robbery which led to the death of PC Beshnivsky in 2005. Sources in Pakistan claim that Mr. Khan had faked his own death by registering a false grave. 6 men were jailed on murder, manslaughter, robbery and firearms charges after PC Beshnivsky's death. Mr. Khan had fled to Pakistan and told his family that he had nothing to do with the killing. His younger brother Liaquat said that he came to visit us when he came back to Pakistan. He told us about the incident and he said that he didn't do it. After that he went to Islamabad and we haven't had very much contact with him at all. All these years he has had a property business. Mr. Khan had only returned to his village, which is a notoriously crime-ridden area, once since that time, and that was for another brother's funeral. Mr. Liaquat said that he came and stayed for 4 days. One day, Mr. Khan was heading by motorbike to view a property with an associate near his home in Baraya town, when 2 cars sped up and he was arrested by officers from the British National Crime Agency and Pakistan's Federal Investigation Agency. Once arrested, he was told that he now faces extradition. Police said that Mr. Khan had used several aliases to evade capture, and it is claimed that his death was faked by registering online a grave in his name in his village. Intelligence sources allege that nobody named Paran Ditta Khan had died or been buried there. A source claimed that Pakistani intelligence say a grave under this man's name had been registered in the area, but the man was not dead. This is a very difficult and dangerous part of Pakistan, so it was too difficult to enter his village and make inquiries. Mr. Khan is now behind bars in Adalia jail. He fled the UK after PC Beshnivsky, 38, was shot dead on her daughter Lydia's 4th birthday, after answering a call to a robbery in Bradford, West Yorks in November 2005. She was shot in the chest with a submachine gun. Her partner, PC Teresa Milburn, was seriously injured but survived being shot in the shoulder. Mr. Khan was caught in a joint British-Pakistani operation after wanted posters appeared near his home village offering a £20,000 reward. Police had him under surveillance after a tip-off that he was in a Bahariya town, an exclusive suburb where some of Pakistan's multi-millionaires live. The source said that it is believed he moved to Islamabad because he felt that he was able to disappear there. But this proved increasingly difficult as his property business was doing reasonably well. He had bought a nice home in the area and bought several cars. This is where the very rich live, so he had an exclusive lifestyle. SRE was a music group which was created in the early 2000s and consisted of a variety of different artists who were from the northwest of London. Areas such as Harlesden, Kilburn, Graham Park and more. The prominent members of the group were Scatter, Smizzy, Dirty Daps, Dostar, Larry B, Flirta D, Dice and many more. The music group took a hiatus around the mid-2000s but would later make a comeback in 2010 until 2012. Some of the members of the group still do music, but not as often as before. The death of Spooky. In 2010, a prominent gang member, Marvin Henry, locally known as Spooky, had been shot by rival gang members. It was said that this had happened because a rival gang member had been humiliated. This was by being beaten up and thrown in a dustbin in Finchley as he was rolled down a hill. This angered rival gang members and they came to the Mill Hill area looking for trouble and had engaged in a brawl with 3 PB members. The gangsters began to fire into the crowd and one of the bullets which were fired hit Spooky in his chest. A few rival members were arrested and some were charged for the murder. Others tried to flee out of the country, but they were caught just in time. The 2 men were jailed for life for shooting a teenager in a former RAF barracks after he humiliated a rival by putting him in a dustbin. Shervin Irvani, who was 20, and Ithai McPhee, who was 21, were ordered to serve minimum terms of 30 years each for murder. Judge David Paget said that you and others went armed with loaded guns to seek out Marvin Henry, who was only 17. Several shots were fired. It is impossible to say who the gunman who fired the fatal shot actually was. Mr. Henry's brother Lloyd, who was 20, and half-brother Andre Campbell, who was 24, were jailed in 2007 for the killing of Ian Page, who was 19. Mr. Page was kicked to death in a chilling attack by 3 men after a row in the street. Lloyd Henry was convicted of manslaughter and jailed for 8 years, whilst Mr. Campbell was jailed for life with a minimum term of 15 years for murder. 3PB's music. Some of the first 3PB street anthems that made a lot of noise and gained a lot of interest in the streets were songs like Wake Up Early, Rep My Block, We Going In, Brown Block City, and In the Hood. Different members of Graham Park would pursue their solo ventures within the music industry, such as Larry B, who would later change his name to Els and Vitz. However, they would reunite with other members and feature freestyles and songs on YouTube.
Wait for a sec, you see the ice on the chain will make her open her legs. Money's all I get, money's all I see.
Pharrell Benjamin, locally known as Kingy, who was an older prominent figure in the estate, had been kidnapped by rival gang members from Harrow. The cousin of Kingy's wife had visited the house he was staying in and proceeded to let in the rival gang members inside. He had been beaten and tortured to death for weeks in a toilet hostel. He had been drowned, punched, kicked, and also had boiling water thrown over him. All of this was carried out because the gangsters wanted his stash of both drugs and money. All members who took part in the kidnap had been later arrested and charged for the brutal murder. The jurors at the Old Bailey were left in tears after a gangster whom they had just convicted of torturing a father to death with boiling water yelled at them in court. Craig Smith, who was 23, and Tex Crawford, who was 20, were both facing life sentences after they were found guilty of killing 28-year-old Pharrell Benjamin and dumping his body in a hostel toilet. But the solemn atmosphere of the court had turned to drama when a juror tried to storm out of the courtroom as fellow jury members announced they had reached a majority verdict. The male juror, who cannot be identified, was ordered back into his seat by Judge Stephen Kramer QC. But by then the damage was done. After the judge ordered the public gallery, dock and jury box be cleared, uproar broke out and another juror refused to return to court following the interruption. Others were left in tears after Mr. Smith shouted across the courtroom, "You haven't been listening to the evidence. 10 weeks you've been listening to it and you still come back with guilty verdict. It doesn't make sense." Mr. Smith was found guilty by a unanimous verdict while a majority verdict was recorded against Mr. Crawford. The pair had abducted Mr. Benjamin after tricking their way into his home in Edgware, North London. The victim was bundled into the boot of his own car and taken to accommodation run by Brent Social Services in Kilburn, North West London. Mr. Benjamin was then beaten and scalded with boiling water until he handed over information about where his stash of money and drugs were hidden. Mr. Benjamin was then left to die on the floor of the communal toilet, and residents did not alert police until the following day. Mr. Smith was unanimously convicted of murder, kidnap, false imprisonment and conspiracy to rob, whilst Mr. Crawford was found guilty of identical charges by a majority verdict of 10-1. Tashika Campbell, the 22-year-old cousin of Mr. Benjamin's partner, also faced years behind bars after being convicted of conspiracy to rob. She was, however, cleared of kidnap. Hostel resident Samuel Prime Fearon, 25, walked free from court after he was unanimously cleared of murder, manslaughter and false imprisonment. He claimed that he had been in his room listening to loud music when the killing took place and insisted someone else must have let Mr. Smith and Mr. Crawford into the building. Mr. Smith, Mr. Crawford and Miss Campbell were due to be sentenced that Monday. Miss Campbell let the gang into the home of Mr. Benjamin and his girlfriend Carleen Wellington after making a surprise visit on the afternoon of November 14, 2010. The gang then bundled Mr. Benjamin in the boot of his car outside the house in Overbrook Walk, Edgware, North London and drove off. Mr. Benjamin was driven to the hostel in Burton Road and ordered to hand over his mobile phone and the keys to a flat in Aquaton Drive on the Graham Park estate in Colindale, North London. His body was discovered at the hostel at lunchtime on November the 15th. His body had in fact been seen there by one of the other residents in the early hours of the morning, but she hadn't looked closely at him and thought that he was just sleeping. If she had been looking closely, she would have seen that he had been stripped naked apart from his boxer shorts, and his back had been severely scalded by burning liquid, probably boiling water. Blood spattered on the walls around where he lay, and pools of blood on the floor beneath him showed that he had been beaten and killed in that area. He died from head injuries. The police investigation revealed that Mr. Benjamin was leading a secret life as a Class A drug dealer who went by the street name of Kingy or Blacks. Detectives believe that Miss Campbell was recruited by her boyfriend Mustafa Ali, a rival drug dealer, to help stage a robbery. Mr. Ali also took part in the attack on Mr. Benjamin but has since fled the country. Another suspected kidnapper has never been identified. Mr. Smith and Mr. Crawford both denied conspiracy to rob, kidnap, false imprisonment and murder and were convicted. Mr. Prime Fearon of Kilburn denied false imprisonment and murder and was cleared. Miss Campbell denied conspiracy to rob and kidnap and was convicted. A lot of music for 3PB had been put into YouTube, and some members from outside of the Graham Park areas such as Edgware and Mill Hill would also do some solo music tracks. Other splinter groups had formed such as SUK and Mullen Machines, but they weren't consistent with the music. Over the next couple of years, many members were nicked for both guns and drug possessions. Some left the street life and others got deported. Vitz would still continue to make music after taking a short hiatus with his Pound Cake remix.
Them young bucks, cause them young bucks when they got their guns up.
In 2015, Persia Dan was attacked and stabbed by rival gang members who were from Finchley. It was reported that he had been stabbed brutally multiple times. Local residents began to look out their windows at what was going on, and when they did, they witnessed Persia Dan on the floor. The police were then called and rushed to the scene, and luckily just in time, as they were able to get medical services in time to save his life. After recovering from hospital, Persia Dan was arrested and charged with drug offences. He ended up doing a few months in prison. After his release, Persia vowed that retribution was going to come to those who stabbed him, so he began asking for any information on where any of the rival gang members lived. Persia Dan managed to get an address of the gang members who lived in East Finchley. He then later showed up outside the house armed with a firearm. He then managed to sneak inside the house, and as he opened one of the bedrooms, he saw an innocent man, Mr. Ekofo, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Unbeknownst to Persia Dan, the man on the mattress was a university student and was only staying in the house for just one night. Prisha aimed the firearm at the back of his head and shot his victim in his sleep. He then made his way down the stairs and opened fire on the auntie, Annie Basala Ekofo, who had only woken up and wanted to go upstairs to know what had taken place. The auntie subsequently died from her injuries moments later. Prisha was later arrested due to the vehicle he was in having his DNA and gun residue on it. Despite no witnesses and no CCTV footage, the sources were enough to convict and charge him for the double murders. His trial took years to complete due to a plethora of factors. The COVID virus, the judge being sick. After the conviction, people mock him by nicknaming him 70+. Sentencing Mr. Ezoke, Miss Justice Cutt said that the killing had been rightly compared to an execution. Whatever the motive was, you murder two entirely innocent people. Your cold, callous and brutal murders of two people has not only cut short their lives, but has ruined the lives of many others. After an unprecedented 5 trials over 4 years, Mr. Ezoke was convicted of the double murder in September. The first trial in 2017 collapsed after the then trial judge suffered a bad back midway through, and 2 subsequent juries had failed to reach verdicts in 2018 and 2019, despite a majority direction. The 4th trial was abandoned due to the coronavirus lockdown just as the jury was deliberating in March. The 5th jury to try the case deliberated for 41 hours over 8 days to find Mr. Ezoke of Cambridge Heath, East London, guilty of 2 counts of murder. Miss Justice Cutt added that he was not your intended target, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have an entrenched criminal lifestyle. Although you are not an unintelligent person, you seem to have shunned living a law-abiding life. Your precise motive for doing so is unclear, and although I have no doubt that its roots lay in your previous criminal behaviour and desire for revenge. Miss Justice Cutt continued, you must now face the consequences of your actions, whatever those are. Both Burville and Annie Ekofo cannot be brought back, and their family must always live with this loss. Chantal Mamie, Mr. Ekofo's mother, said, I don't think any words can describe how traumatic it is for a mother to have their child killed. We grow to accept that death is a part of life, and we should embrace it. However, no one really prepares you for burying your child whose life was taken from them by another. I have no more words as my heart is heavy. I just hope that justice continues to be served. In a statement, Osman Genefi, the husband of Miss Ekofo, said, I think about Annie every day. I can't believe she's gone. Sometimes I feel I'll go mad, and the image of her dying on the floor is always in my head. I hope that our lives will be better, and God will give me the strength to stop crying soon. There is so much sadness in our house now. Mr. Ezoke had denied any involvement in the murders and told successive juries that he had an alibi for the time of the shootings. He had already served 1,472 days in prison, equivalent to 4 years and 11 days, which will be taken into account. After the 40-year minimum term, the parole board will decide if or when to release him on licence. The rise of Troops AFTV. The 3PB affiliate Troops would leave the street life and pursue his enjoyment as a football fan, mainly supporting Arsenal Football Club. Over the years of being on AFT, Arsenal Fan TV, he would gain a mass following for his witty remarks towards management and players on the team, implementing curse words. This caught the eyes of not just the Arsenal fans, but also team players alongside accomplice DT. So far he's doing well in the eyes of social media, along with his accomplices. The Graham Park Civil War. Shortly after, Vit and a few members would quit making music and leave the street life due to unforeseen circumstances. It was around this point in time members within this gang would also start to crumble, due to various reasons. One of the biggest reasons being prominent members within the gang, after being arrested, were becoming police informants to have other members sent to prison, so they could reduce their own sentences. This was the beginning of many dangerous hostilities which were emerging within the gang. 300 Block Plus had now been moved to the Hendon area. They are now known by various names such as 3PB, 4BK, CRK and 9 Block, whereas the rest of the other members remained in the Graham Park estate and formed a new gang. This led to the birth of 9th Street. Prominent members of 9th Street included both young and older Banks, GU, Els, Blacker, Craze, YB, Pumps, YS, Munna, N90, Shady and many others. This is the new generation of Graham Park. Some of them are into music, whereas others aren't. They are very discreet and operate behind closed doors. Over the years, new alliances and feuds have been initiated due to many different circumstances. A few Graham Park members were now affiliated with Stonebridge, Turnpike Lane and other areas. But they currently have ongoing beefs with other areas such as Rayners Lane, Hendon and others. The death of Hussein Ahmed. Hussein Ahmed, who was locally known as Sparks and from Rayners Lane, had been stabbed by 9th Street members. Both gang members who had arrived in the area had clear intentions of causing bodily harm to rival gang members. Mr. Ahmed came to where the scene had taken place. He had a confrontation with the two, then one of the members stabbed him to death. The members got back into the cab they had just gotten out of and went back into the Graham Park estate. They would be later arrested and charged for the murder. Two 15-year-old gang members who murdered an innocent teenager with a Rambo-style knife in a revenge attack have now been handed life sentences. The boys were both aged just 14 when they had taken a minicab to look for youths in the Harrow area of West London. They had taken the cab to seek retribution against rival gang members for an attack on one of their own. Hussein Ahmed, who was 19 and described as a peaceful university student, had suffered massive blood loss and died in hospital 3 days after he was stabbed once in the back outside of South Harrow Tube Station on November 18th. A 17-year-old was stabbed in the arm and stomach while another boy, also aged 17, narrowly avoided injury as a knifeman slashed the sleeve of his jacket. After the 8-minute rampage, which took place during rush hour, the attackers returned to the waiting minicab, telling the unwitting driver, "Drive, boss." The driver described the teenagers as happy as they left the scene, shouting and gesturing at their dying victim. Both 15-year-olds cried and wailed in the dock at the Old Bailey last month as they were convicted of murder, as well as the wounding and attempted wounding of the two 17-year-olds. The way you behaved that night showed a total disregard for human life, Judge Anthony Leonard QC told them as he sentenced them to detention for life. The boy, found to be the stabber, was told that he must serve 16 years, while the other must serve at least 14 years before he is considered for parole. The judge said that the use of disposable surgical gloves by those carrying the knives was chilling evidence of the planning involved in the attack. You have been convicted of murder, arising from a revenge attack on what you believe to be members of a rival gang, the judge told them. The use of knives in the hands of young people who injure and kill without regard for the sanctity of human life is all too prevalent in London. A 16-year-old youth was cleared of involvement, while a fourth suspect was said to have fled abroad. None of the youths can be named because of their age. The court heard that both 15-year-olds had previous convictions, one for kicking a young girl in the back and another for following another schoolboy on a bus to steal his mobile phone. They were known on the Graham Park estate as gang members who acted in retribution for an attack carried out 2 days previously. One had visited the victim in hospital both before and after the attack and sent him a letter which said, "I had to do it, we did it, it wasn't your fault." It is clear that these four youths set out in that taxi that Friday afternoon from Hendon to seek out a youth or youths in the Harrow area with the sole purpose of attacking and stabbing them. This wasn't a plan to rob, it was a plan to stab. It wasn't a shopping trip. There was no other purpose to their 14-mile round trip, and each of them must have been fully aware that this was the case. Mr. Ahmed's father described seeing his son fighting for his life in hospital after he had only recently started a business management degree at university. He said that we never expected to see something like this. We never thought it could happen. Hussein was only 19 years old, a young age to have your life taken from you. We hope no family has to go through what we went through. Nothing we can do or say will bring him back. We hope justice will be served for this mindless, violent action. Sharmark Ahmed said that his brother loved football. He enrolled in university to please his parents and was described by close friends as a peaceful person who would never hurt anyone. In 2017, the music group or gang, 9th Street, would begin to release a plethora of music consistently massing millions of views on YouTube. The botched phone robbery. In 2018, YB, whose real name is Hugo da Silva, and another accomplice, Adam Jalen, made an attempt to rob a group of bystanders by demanding one of them to hand over his phone. After refusing, YB stabbed him and fled the scene. Hours later, the two 9th Street members were later arrested and charged. Hugo da Silva, who was aged 17 and of Marlborough Road, Watford, appeared before Wood Green Crown Court after being found guilty of Section 18 grievous bodily harm. His Honour Judge Dodd QC praised a first-class police investigation before lifting the automatic court reporting restrictions that would have otherwise prevented the media from naming child defendants, attributing his decision to the seriousness of the offence and the current climate around knife crime in the UK. Adam Jailani, who was 20 of Orange Hill Road, Edgware, was found guilty of Section 20 GBH in relation to the same incident and also appeared before Wood Green Crown Court on the same day. He was sentenced to 16 months in prison. The court heard how on November 7th the victim, a 20-year-old man from Watford, had gone into town with two friends. While they were near the Paddy Power betting shop, they were approached by a number of other young men, including Mr. Jailani and Mr. Da Silva. This was just after 5:30 PM. The group had demanded the victim's phone, and when he refused to hand it over, Mr. Jailani began to physically assault him. During the scuffle, Mr. Da Silva stabbed the victim a number of times. He suffered a perforated lung and bowel, as well as wounds to his arms and shoulders. Despite his injuries, the victim managed to break away from the group and run up the road to Tops Pizza, where he collapsed. He was taken to Watford General Hospital, where his injuries were initially thought to be life-threatening. However, after a stay in intensive care, he thankfully later recovered. With the help of CCTV operators, Mr. Da Silva was identified via still images of the incident. As a result, he was arrested at his address in Watford less than 2 hours after the stabbing. Mr. Jailani was arrested in the following morning. They were both forensically linked to the crime after the victim's blood was found on both their clothes. The weapon used, a flick knife with a 9cm blade, was found discarded in a nearby Iceland car park after officers conducted a search of the area. Watford Chief Inspector Matt Phillips said Mr. Da Silva and Mr. Jailani subjected the victim to a vicious attack simply for not handing over his mobile phone. He very nearly lost his life, but thankfully he made a full recovery after some time spent in the intensive care unit. However, it could have easily been so different. My team and I are pleased with the sentence handed down by the judge, and this wouldn't have been possible without the dedication of Detective Constable Andy Metzler, who spent many hours building a strong case against both defendants. 7 years is the maximum sentence that can be given to a minor for this offence, and the judge was able to achieve this after receiving letters from both the Mayor and the Business Improvement District in Watford detailing the impact the incident had on the town. We hope this result gives the victim some comfort and the ability to move forward from his ordeal. We believe the sentence serves as a robust message to those who choose to carry and use knives. You will be arrested, charged and brought to justice if you engage in mindless and unacceptable acts of violence. Around this time, a prominent 3PB member, Nizzy Numbers, came back to the music scene and released a track onto YouTube called I Just. There had at this point been multiple tit-for-tat stabbings going back and forth between both rival areas of GP and Hendon. The Asante Campbell murder. In 2019, an innocent man, Asante Campbell, who had been waiting for a friend by his car, had been stabbed multiple times by a few of the 9th Street gang members in the Hendon area. YS, whose real name Havel Hall, and two other 9th Street affiliates, Hafid Omar and Kofi Abusa, were later arrested and charged for the murder. YS then later tried to pinpoint the murder of his twin brother to dodge the life sentence. It is believed to be a mistaken identity, and the real target was an associate of Mr. Campbell. Havel Hall, who was 18, and his co-defendant Kofi Abusa, who was 20, were found guilty of killing rail worker Asante Campbell following a trial which was held at the Old Bailey. They were handed life sentences, each with a minimum term of 19 years. The court heard how Mr. Hall had evaded arrest until June 2020 by travelling to Leeds and Manchester. On the night of the murder, which was February 29th in 2019, Mr. Campbell, who was 24, had kissed his fiancée and their baby daughter goodnight before setting off for a shift at work. He had been waiting to meet a colleague at the estate in Hendon, North London, when he was attacked by a group of males, the jurors were told. Mr. Campbell was stabbed through his car window and died from his injuries. In his defence, Mr. Hall claimed DNA matching his profile found on the sheath of a large knife used in the stabbing must have belonged to his twin. He said, "It's not my DNA, I never touched that knife. If it's not mine, it must be his." Jurors rejected his claim and found Mr. Hall from Haynes and Mr. Abusa of Edgware both guilty of murder. The well-known rapper had a previous conviction for having a large combat knife in September 2016. This was shortly before his 14th birthday. At the time of the murder, he was on court bail over an incident at a supermarket in which others went on to admit a fray. In a victim impact statement, Mr. Campbell's mother, Angela, paid tribute to his infectious presence and charitable nature. Miss Campbell told how he stepped in to play football with a lone boy in the park, supported the family of a suicidal girl, and even dropped a total stranger at the airport. She said that all of this was done with a smile on his face, with him often saying, "I just love helping people." Mr. Campbell and his childhood sweetheart, fiancée, shared a unique bond, his mother said. She added that her life has been totally shattered and their existing plans for the future crushed. Their lives seemingly complete with the birth of their beautiful baby girl just weeks before, and he absolutely doted on her. It goes without saying that we are consumed with profound sadness that she will never be able to experience that great character of her father or have him by her side at each of her milestones. Mr. Campbell's devastated mum feels a sharp pain each and every day as she realises she is never going to see her son again. Hafid Omar, 20, was sentenced at the Old Bailey to 3 years and 6 months in prison for assisting an offender in relation to the attack. The 24-year-old drove a short distance to Bellevue Estate to meet a friend before they travelled to work together. Asante was waiting in the car park when a Toyota Prius pulled up next to him. 4 men got out and surrounded his car before stabbing him through an open window. Despite his injuries, Asante was able to drive a short distance away from the car park, calling a family member to tell them he'd been stabbed. He lost consciousness a short time later and collided with a parked car in a nearby Parson Street. Nearby residents quickly came to his aid and called for an ambulance. He was taken to hospital, but he died soon after arriving. A post-mortem examination found that his death was caused by an incised wound to the chest. Detectives from the Met Specialist Crime Command found that Omar had been driving the vehicle that Asante's killers got out of. The day after the murder, Omar valeted his car, leading to the loss of forensic evidence. He also changed his phone in order to conceal his and the other defendants' tracks. Kofi Abusa, 19, of Waltner Walk, Edgware, and Havel Hall, 18, of Swanage Way, Hayes, were found guilty of Asante's murder and were each sentenced to a life with minimum term of 19 years. Detective Chief Inspector Andy Partridge said that Asante was a hard-working man who was devoted to his young family. Just 15 minutes before his murder, he had left his fiancée and baby daughter, having volunteered to work a night shift. He never returned home to him. The motive for Asante's Just 15 minutes before his murder, he had left his fiancée and baby daughter, having volunteered to work a night shift. He never returned home to them. The motive for Asante's tragic death has never been determined. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. His family has been left devastated. His young daughter will grow up without him in her life. This is the tragedy that stems from knife crime. Omar played a part in the death of his young man, and I hope he uses this time in prison to reflect on the seriousness of his actions. The Met will continue to prosecute and bring justice to offenders who play any part, no matter how small, in violent crime. The rise of GU. GU was a prominent member from 9th Street who has managed to gain millions of views on YouTube pursuing his solo act within the music industry. He's released music consistently, even going as far as to collaborate with other UK artists like Young Ads and more. He recently released his mixtape titled Anthony Adekola. In 2020, Anthony Adekola, locally known as Lizzie, was stabbed and killed by gang members from 300 Block Plus. He was stabbed multiple times as the gang members fled into a taxi and drove off. It was believed that he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and just a mistaken identity. 9th Street members would mention him in tracks honouring him. His killers would be later arrested and charged for the murder. If you want to know more about what happened to Mr. Adekola, we have a video on our channel. This was a brief history of the Graham Park estate. What are your opinions? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then don't forget to subscribe as well. And hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. And until next time, stay safe.
On the 4th of August 2011, the fatal shooting of Matt Duggan by armed police officers in Tottenham, North London, sparked a wave of riots and civil unrest that quickly spread across the city and beyond. The incident was just one of many cases of police brutality and discrimination against black communities in the UK, and it exposed deep-rooted social and economic inequalities that had been, in many people's opinions, ignored for far too long. The shooting of Matt Duggan and the subsequent riots which took place after the fact were a defining moment in modern British history, and they brought to the fore a number of urgent issues, including the role of the police in society, the nature of race relations in the UK, and the impact of austerity and economic inequalities on marginalised communities. This video aims to provide a detailed and nuanced exploration of the shooting of Matt Duggan, from the events leading up to its aftermath and the wider implications for British society. We will seek to shed light on the complex web of factors that contributed to this tragic event and its aftermath. Ultimately, this video aims to challenge viewers to think critically about the issues of police violence, racial inequalities, and social justice, and to consider what steps we can take as a society to create a more equitable and just future for all. Matt Duggan was a 29-year-old British man when he was shot dead by police in Tottenham, North London on the 4th of August 2011. The Metropolitan Police stated that officers were attempting to arrest Mr. Duggan on suspicion of planning an attack, and that when he was killed, he was himself in possession of a handgun. Unfortunately, Mr. Duggan had died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The circumstances of Mr. Duggan's death resulted in public protest in Tottenham, which led to conflict with the police and eventually escalated into riots across London and other English cities. Mr. Duggan was, at the time, under investigation by Operation Trident, an anti-crime project conducted by the Metropolitan Police to tackle gun violence in the city. He was aware of the investigation of Trident and had texted the message, "Trident have jammed me," moments before the incident that took his life. Mr. Duggan was known to be in possession of a BBM Brunny Model 92 handgun, a blank firing replica of a Beretta 92 pistol, which was converted to fire live rounds. This gun had been given to him by Kevin Hutchinson Foster, and Mr. Duggan had received this gun 15 minutes before he was shot. At an initial trial of Mr. Hutchinson Foster, or October 2012, the jury had failed to reach a verdict. At a retrial on the 31st of January 2013, Mr. Hutchinson Foster was convicted of supplying Mr. Duggan with the gun and was jailed. In August 2013, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, said its investigation had substantially ended and that they had found no evidence of criminality by the police. A public inquest looking into the detail which surrounded the death of Mr. Duggan began on the 16th of September 2013 and ended on the 8th of January 2014, with an 8-2 majority concluding that Mr. Duggan's death was in fact a lawful killing. Conflicting accounts of the events leading up to Mr. Duggan's death were provided by the Metropolitan Police, attracting criticism and suspicion from invested parties and other supporters. These critics have accused the Metropolitan Police of misconduct and of failing to cooperate with those who were investigating Mr. Duggan's death. Matt Duggan was born on the 15th of September 1981 and grew up in Broadwater Farm, North London. His parents were of mixed Irish and African Caribbean descent. Between the ages of 12 and 17, he lived with his maternal aunt, Carol, in Manchester. His maternal aunt, Julie, was married to a Manchester gangland boss, Desmond Noonan, a notorious gangster and prominent figure in the Manchester criminal underworld. If you'd like to know more about the Newman family, we have a documentary for you to check out when you have some spare time. At the time of his death, Mr. Duggan and his long-term partner, Simone Wilson, had 3 children together, aged 10, 7 and 18 months. He had a 4th child with another woman, and a 3rd woman was pregnant with his baby at the time of his death. He was the father of 6 children in total, the youngest whom was born after his death. Mr. Duggan had worked at Stansted Airport and had not long applied for a job as a firefighter before he was killed, according to his cousin. Mr. Duggan's son, Kimani, is a member of the UK drill collective OFB, going by the moniker Band OK. According to Tommy Thompson of the London Evening Standard, Mr. Duggan may have been a founding member of the North London's Star Gang, an offshoot of the Tottenham Mandem Gang. Unnamed police sources alleged via the Daily Telegraph that Mr. Duggan was a well-known gangster and was a major player in the drugs game, as well as being very well known to the police in Tottenham. Officers who were attached to Operation Trident had Mr. Duggan under surveillance. The police stated that they suspected Mr. Duggan was planning to commit a crime with a gun he apparently had in his possession, which was in retaliation for the killing of his cousin, Calvin Easton, who was stabbed to death outside a bar in East London in March 2011. Police have requested a review into the running of the club, where a man was stabbed to death in the early hours of Sunday morning. Calvin Easton, who was 23 from Tottenham, North London, was attacked with a champagne bottle at the Bohème nightclub. Paramedics arrived at around 4:30 am, but Mr. Easton was pronounced dead at the scene. According to the police report, which requests the suspension of Bohème's license, the CCTV hard drive was stolen from the club at the time of the assault, after a member of staff let an unknown male into the room where the hard drive was kept. An unidentified man also gained access to the manager's office. The report lists the club's lack of security as one of the reasons for suspending the license, although the managers of Bohème have supplied police with other images from the night. The vital CCTV evidence is still missing. The club has also previously received complaints from Mile End residents about noise, parking problems, and fights outside the premises. Only a week before the stabbing, it was fined £6,000 for covering Tower Hamlets in illegal posters. Reports have said that Mr. Easton collapsed at the bottom of the stairs in front of partygoers. Witnesses have described the aftermath as pandemonium. Post-mortem examination was carried out on the following Monday, and it revealed that the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. Mr. Easton, also known as Smegs, was an inspiring rap artist. Friends have left tributes on his YouTube page saying, "RIP to this lost soldier," and "RIP Smegs, rest with the angels, sweet." Here is some of the music that he made.
I would get down in my old gang, you feel me? Saying nothing. Slack, my life's kinda hectic. Boys keep violating like I can't select it. Talk behind my back cheeks, it's just a dress shit. Talk to your friends, I'll burst after them. Then I ain't trying to take a diss, so don't get it twisted. I'll blow you out your kicks, cause I'm down for a fist. Online in this, if I'm a star in the list. So when you see me on the strip, little boy, hold your lips. I'll clutch for my sticks, you know who this is. And I'm down for my biz, so don't take the phone me.
Come and look into my life, it's kind of up still, and I'm surprised I survived. Don't think that I've changed up, I'm still the same guy. I'm just calm, not on the hype. I've got money on my mind, G. I'm older now, so I'm just trying to live my life. Enough to get it twisted till I put it back on the side. Tell you the truth, I don't mind. See the reflection in my eyes, that's a star that shines. That's me, no lie, G. Spangs, pass me the weapon. Skills, let's step in with that 357. Nothing talk hard, but bullet they'll be getting. Nothing move hard, will come and walk in my side sevens. And you get corned for a Ross lesson. Come this a blood and you'll be dead in a Ross second. My done squeeze up, no messing. Stars on top, see a damn right, the star gets it. And plus the sun starts shining. People open mouths when they see the star gliding. My swagger's all emotional, oh yeah, plus I'm light skinned. That's what them not like him. I'm calm, not on the acting. It's on my mind, so you're damn right I'm grinding. And when it comes to war, I love it, switch and start riding. I ain't gonna like it, sometimes it's hard, might slip, never fool G. I got sister, yeah, ha, it's still tense. I'm rolling round the hood, late nights without a vest. My name's still ringing for some dramas and the stress. And you can talk shit, but I slap it in the chest. I don't give a fuck, cause I love it and I'm blessed. A couple of the times I could see my death. I've never seen it happen, so I'm closer to success. I pray to Allah to save me and my friend, but man forget a jest.
9, hugging, going up to 10. I never switch a friend, even if it's the cause of my death. The only thing I'm switching up on is the rims and the skank. Give my gloves and the belly, I play my position instead. I'm coming in your yard, G. Course that is tense, just give me the food and the money, otherwise I'm blooded upset. I have to cover up my face because I'm baiting the ends and feds kicking off my door, say with some dangerous men. I just kick back and laugh as I'm bunning on the Zex. Middle finger up straight, cause I ain't scared of the pen. Do you know what it's like when you ain't got no money to spend? I'm doing the same old thing over and over again, and I'm just standing on the strip cause I know that I'm blessed. And I can do a couple years if they know what I did, but I ain't trying to go back, I ain't trying to do a bit. I gotta think about my people, then I think about kids. I'm a villain, the only things I think about is guns, money and I hit the block and hit some yak and count up some figures. I don't sell weed but I still serve up to niggas. You see me on the strip with the hottest of the bitches, but don't watch me cause I'm a penny, you snitches. Keep your eyes on the ball and don't slip cause you'll be missing. And one force move, me my guns will be clipping, but Chewy's on the left, don't think that I'm clipping. I'm a straight up blood, so what the in it I'm thinking. And one shot at this strap have your whole body twitching. You see me on the strip cause I ain't taking no disses. You see me posted up but believe it's selected. All day long, trust me.
Detective Chief Inspector Charles King from the Metropolitan Police Homicide and Serious Crime Command said, "We would urge anyone with any information about the murder of Calvin Easton or any witnesses to the incident of the Boheme nightclub to come forward." Boheme's owners have released a statement saying, "We will be working alongside the police, using our in-house ID scan to ensure that the person responsible is caught." In January 2011, Mr. Easton and Warren Allen, who had been friends, fell out on a drunken night out in the Old Jewelry. 3 months later, Mr. Easton stabbed a close friend of Mr. Allen in the Boheme nightclub in Mile End Road. Mr. Easton, who was 23, was then stabbed himself 4 times, including a thrust to his heart. He had tried to escape down the stairs of the club, but collapsed and died. The underworld grapevine pointed at Mr. Allen, who had been at the club that night, as the killer, but he was later cleared by the jury. Mr. Duggan was described as having been increasingly paranoid as the consequence of his cousin's death. The Daily Telegraph alleged that Mr. Duggan was bound to avenge his cousin's death by the street code of the gang. After Mr. Duggan's death, he was described as a drug dealer by the police and others, an allegation which has always been strongly denied by his family and friends. Mr. Duggan's family said the allegations against Mr. Duggan were disinformation, do not try and diminish his character, and that he was not in any way a gang member and he had no criminal record. However, it was later revealed that Mr. Duggan had been convicted of cannabis possession and handling stolen goods. It was also reported that his fiancée said he had spent some time on remand. On Ferry Lane in Tottenham Hale, officers of the Metropolitan Police Service stopped the minicab which was carrying Mr. Duggan as a passenger at around 6:15 PM on the 4th of August 2011. There was at the time no CCTV coverage of the exact place where they had stopped the cab. According to an unnamed firearms officer at the trial of Kevin Hutchinson Foster in September 2012, Mr. Duggan pivoted out of the cab and pulled a self-loading pistol or handgun from his waistband. According to the taxi driver, who was granted anonymity at a subsequent inquest, Mr. Duggan had left the car and had ran. The car that had stopped us, men got out of it very quickly who were carrying guns in their hands. Then I heard the sound of my rear door opening. I saw that a man who was in the back, that I now know as Matt Duggan, got out and ran. At the same time, I heard shots being fired from the front. I saw shots strike Matt Duggan. He fell to the ground. Matt Duggan only got 2 to 3 feet away from the car when he was shot. At the same time, a man came and he opened my door. He very angrily pulled me out by my arm, and then he dropped me or knelt me down on the ground by the rear tyres of the car. The taxi driver told the inquest that the armed officer had threatened to shoot him if he did not stop looking at where Mr. Duggan had fallen on the ground, and said that he was being handled quite harshly and callously by officers at the scene. The police had fired twice, hitting Mr. Duggan in the biceps and chest, killing him. A firearm was found at the scene. Paramedics from London's ambulance service and medical staff from London's air ambulance attended, but Mr. Duggan was pronounced dead at the scene at 6:41 p.m. It was later revealed that the police who had shot Mr. Duggan were part of a Specialist Firearms Command Unit, CO-19, and were accompanying officers from Operation Trident. According to one eyewitness, which was cited by The Independent, Mr. Duggan was shot while he was pinned down on the floor by police. According to another eyewitness, cited again in the Telegraph, a police officer had shouted to the man to stop a couple of times, but he had not heeded the warning. According to a witness cited by the BBC, a police officer twice shouted, "Put it down," before Mr. Duggan was shot. However, the taxi driver who was travelling with Mr. Duggan told the inquest the police shouted no warning before the shooting. A Metropolitan Police Federation representative asserted that the officer who killed Mr. Duggan had an honest held self-belief that he was in imminent danger of him and his colleagues being shot. One of the officers who had surrounded Mr. Duggan was hit by a bullet which lodged into his radio. It had been fired by the policeman identified only as V53 and had passed through Mr. Duggan's arm and then hit the officer. The shot policeman was taken to a hospital and discharged the same evening. Police proceeded to move the taxi in which Mr. Duggan had been travelling. After some dispute over when the vehicle was moved, it was stated that the police moved the taxi for examination and then returned it to the scene. A local equality advocate said that the IPCC initially had no knowledge of these events, but later stated that it had sanctioned removal of the vehicle and then requested that it be restored to the scene. An initial short-form report of the incident which took place, fired by an officer who was only identified as W70, did not say that Mr. Duggan had raised a gun. W70 filed another report 48 hours later, which described Mr. Duggan drawing his gun from his waistband. Officer W70 later testified that short-form reports are deliberately brief. The police did not inform Mr. Duggan's family of his death until a day and a half after he was killed. The police had later apologised for this delay. Initially, a spokesperson for the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, stated that they understand the officer was shot first before Mr. Duggan himself was shot. Police later called this statement a mistake. A bullet was found embedded in a radio worn by a policeman, and ballistic tests on the projectile indicated that it was a jacketed round, or police-issue bullet fired from a Heckler & Koch MP5 semi-automatic carbine, which is used by the police. Its presence may have been due to the ricochet or over-penetration. On the 18th of November 2011, the IPCC announced that a 9mm gun associated with the scene of the killing had been found 10 to 14 feet or 3 to 4.3 meters away on the other side of the fence. QC Michael Mansfield, a barrister for the Duggan family, told the IPCC that witnesses had told him that they saw police throw the gun over the fence. The IPCC initially reported that 3 officers had also witnessed an officer throw a gun, but later retracted this report. The IPCC had commissioned tests on the pistol by the Forensic Science Service and had received advice that it was an illegal firearm. The gun wrapped in the sock, a practice allegedly used to avoid leaving evidence if it was used. The IPCC announced on the 9th of August that there was no evidence that the gun had been fired, that this had not been ruled out, and further tests were being conducted. It was also announced on the 18th of November 2011 that the IPCC would investigate whether the same gun had been used in an incident 6 days earlier, on the 29th of July 2011, when barber Peter Osadebe was assaulted in Hackney by a 30-year-old Kevin Hutchinson Foster after Mr. Hutchinson Foster had brandished the gun. On the 31st of January 2013, Kevin Hutchinson Foster was found guilty of supplying the gun to Mr. Duggan, during which he admitted using the same weapon to beat Mr. Osadebe. Mr. Duggan's fingerprints were found on a cardboard box, which appeared to have contained the gun when he collected it. The sock with the gun inside was found out of this box as much as 20 feet away from where Mr. Duggan was shot. Neither his DNA nor fingerprints were found on the sock which wrapped the gun, nor on the weapon itself. Additional tests found no gunshot residue on Mr. Duggan. News of Mr. Duggan's death was publicised very quickly. Soon after Mr. Duggan was shot, an image was posted on Facebook showing the police standing over a body that may have been his. Outrage about the police killing quickly escalated. There was a long history of tension between black communities and the police before and since the Broadwater Farm riot in 1985, in which, according to David Lammy, the Labour MP for Tottenham, the cracks that had already existed between the police and the communities became deep fissures. In 1985, there had been some progress made in the relationship between the local community and the police, but the shooting had now raised tensions. Mr. Lammy stated that Mr. Duggan's death occurred as part of a history in Tottenham that involved deaths in police custody. Claudia Webb, the chairperson of Operation Trident, asserted that many black people see Mr. Duggan's shooting as yet another unjust death in custody, and that young black people in Tottenham are still 6, 7 or 8 times more likely to be stopped and searched than their white counterparts. Black British novelist Alex Wheatle, who served a term of imprisonment for crimes he committed in the 1981 Brixton riot, asserted that there was a deep aggravation that, despite many black deaths in police custody, there had never been a conviction of a police officer. He said, in 2011, uprisings were caused by the brutal police shooting of Mark Duggan, a 29-year-old black man who died due to this violence. The uprising first began in Tottenham, where Mr. Duggan was shot. Then happens across London and spread nationally to cities in the UK. In the 2011 uprising, physical damage again impacted black communities. As a young teenager during this time, I remember seeing this both first and second hand. The news was flooded with coverage of damages incurred, such as burning cars and buildings, lootings, and violent clashes between protesters and the police. The media frequently laid blame on black people and did not take into account the systematic racism at the root of Mark Duggan's shooting by the police and the unrest that followed. During this time, I was 13 years old. The upheaval of the uprising invoked strong emotions within me. I felt scared, but the events also seemed intangible, as I mainly saw them in the media. I felt confused, but not in its simple definition of not having a basic understanding of the situation. My confusion was layered with questioning. Why couldn't people who share me and my family's identities be left alone, be allowed to just exist without threat or attack from others? Why did there need to be this destruction for black people's voices to be heard? In 2011, lots of shops were damaged or looted in areas where black communities were located. This again emphasized the many layers of physical damage in these uprisings and the way they reflected larger systematic issues. For example, some of the shops were attacked specifically because they represented large corporate structures whose interests and profits are rooted in exploitative capitalism. But again, this physical damage was happening on black people's doorsteps, causing direct impact to their lives. One of these impacts was highlighting to the rest of the country that the UK has a serious racism issue that must be dealt with. In 2017, Tony Hanley, the firearms officer who recommended the bullets used to kill Mr. Duggan, had a mental breakdown and attempted suicide before fatally shooting himself. Mr. Hanley described feeling responsible for Mr. Duggan's death, seeing his ghost. A Metropolitan Police firearms specialist shot himself because he felt responsible for the fatal shooting of Matt Duggan. Civilian employee Tony Hanley, 51, turned a revolver on himself when negotiations with armed officers broke down near his home in Wallington, South London. Officers had tried to talk to him on January 30th, 2016 and used a taser with 2 rubber bullets to try and bring the standoff to an end. But Mr. Hanley shot himself in the head and died following a day in hospital. An inquest into his death was told how the officer felt responsible for the death of Mr. Duggan, who was shot dead by police in North London in 2011 because he had recommended the type of bullets used by the armed police. South London's coroner court told the firearms specialist, who worked for the Met Police as a physical protection technician, had also suffered a breakdown due to alleged bullying at work. Prior to his death, he had been off sick for 3 months, suffering from anxiety and depression. He had also been drinking a bottle of whiskey a day, on or off, for 8 years. The inquest heard how, the day before the shooting, he attended his GP surgery saying he had felt suicidal and that he would take others with him. Senior coroner Selina Lynch told the jury that on the day of his death, he had been with his girlfriend Tina Harper. She said, "He told me he was really depressed, and I said to him, 'You will get through it,' and he said, 'You don't know what's going on in my head.' He eventually went to the toilet but came back out the room and grabbed her, which she said was very unlike him." Miss Harper added, "He kept saying he was responsible for the death of Matt Duggan because of the bullets. I said he wasn't. I said, 'You didn't authorize it, and you hadn't shot him.' He said he was the person who recommended the bullets they were using. He said he kept seeing Matt Duggan's ghost, and it never left his mind." Miss Harper said that Mr. Hanley had been drinking and discussed threatening to harm himself and others, and was also in the possession of a handgun. She left his flat to call for help, but just after 8 PM, he called the police saying he had a gun to his head and asked for help. Armed officers rushed to his house, but they found him in a nearby street with a handgun. The coroner said armed officers then approached from the side and fired 2 baton rounds and a taser. He raised the handgun and shot himself in the head. He was taken to hospital by ambulance, but died the next day. Mr. Hanley was described as placid and calm by his sister Laura, who added he collected decommissioned pistols and shells from the Second World War. His brother Gerard said he met with his brother a week before his death, and there was no indication that he was unwell. He said Tony would complain about work and felt his expertise was ignored by the management. The court also heard from his GP, Dr. Mohammed Amjad Khan, who said that Mr. Hanley had previously been off work for 18 months in the year 2000, suffering with depression. He was referred to the mental health services and went to appointments to help with his alcohol abuse. In the follow-up report, clinical psychologist Dr. Yvonne Hemming said he reported extreme depression, which had been triggered by long-standing workplace bullying. He was better when he was not at work. The inquest heard Dr. Amjad had seen Mr. Hanley for an emergency consultation the day before his death. Mr. Hanley had told another doctor he had felt suicidal, saying if he kills himself, he will take others with him. However, Dr. Amjad said by the time he saw Mr. Hanley, he was calm and placid and prescribed him diazepam to help him sleep. But he said he had refused to go A&E for a psychiatric assessment, instead making an appointment to see someone on Monday. The inquest was read in text from Mr. Hanley to his partner, in which he said doctors couldn't help him because it was the weekend. He said, "They told me to go back on Monday. I told them I don't think I'll be around on Monday. I told them that I would take others. They said it's Friday and the hospital will be busy." Ms. Harper said she and Mr. Hanley had been in an on and off relationship for around 20 years. On the day of the shooting, she went to his flat at around 6:20 PM, where he answered the door in boxing shorts and a t-shirt. She added that he said I wasn't safe. There was something very, very different to how he was. He had always made me feel very safe. At around 5:30 PM on the 6th of August 2011, Mr. Duggan's relatives and local residents marched from Broadwater Farm to Tottenham Police Station. The demonstrators chanted "We want answers" and protested for requested information from the police about the circumstances surrounding Mr. Duggan's death. The crowd had also made broader demands for justice, which many had seen their own way of seeking to publicise ongoing poor relations with the police, which was taking place in their community. The chief inspector spoke with the demonstrators, but they had demanded to see a higher ranking officer. At around 8 o'clock that night, a 16-year-old girl had approached them and may had thrown a leaflet or a stone. Police swarmed the girl with their shields and batons, allegedly causing her head injuries. At around 8:20 p.m, members of the waiting crowd attacked 2 nearby police cars, setting them on fire. According to the Metropolitan Police Commander at the time, Adrian Hanstop, the violence was started by certain elements who were not involved with the vigil. Other observers had stated that the rally had begun peacefully but was incited by the police attack. In 2011, the London riots were a series of violent disturbances that took place across several London boroughs and other cities in England between the 6th of August and the 11th of August 2011. These riots were sparked by the police shooting of Mark Duggan, a 29-year-old man from Tottenham, on the 4th of August 2011. The exact sequence of events leading up to the riots is complex, but there was some protests that happened between the shooting of Mark Duggan and the start of the London riots. Here is a detailed explanation. Following the news of Mark Duggan's death, his family, friends and members of the local community organised a peaceful vigil outside the Tottenham police station. The purpose of the gathering was to demand answers and the justice for Mr. Duggan's death. A group of around 300 people marched from Broadwater Farm, a housing estate in Tottenham, to the police station on the High Road. While the initial gathering was peaceful, the situation began to escalate as some protesters clashed with the police. It is not entirely clear what caused the escalation, but some reports suggested that the tensions were fueled by a combination of factors, including misinformation about the circumstances of Mr. Duggan's death, heavy-handed policing, and a general atmosphere of mistrust between the police and the community. As the situation continued to deteriorate, the peaceful protest turned into a full-blown riot in Tottenham. Rioters set fire to buildings, looted shops, and engaged in violent confrontations with the police. The violence soon spread to other areas in London, including Enfield, Brixton and Wolverstone, and eventually to other cities in England. It is important to note that while the protests following the shooting of Mark Duggan served as a catalyst for the London riots, the riots themselves were also driven by a broader range of social, economic and political factors. These included high youth unemployment, deep-seated grievances about the perceived social and economic inequality, and long-standing tensions between the police and certain communities. Rioting, arson and looting spread to other parts of London and to elsewhere in England. Rioters had expressed mixed motivations for rioting, including policing issues, poverty and racial tension with the police. Mr. Duggan's family commended the disorder. His older brother said, "We are not condoning any kind of actions like that at all." While Mr. Duggan's shooting was perhaps the trigger for the violence, several other causes of the riots have also been suggested. Former British Prime Minister David Cameron rejected a casual relationship between the death of Mr. Duggan and the subsequent looting. Mr. Duggan's death had quickly become a major media story in the UK. Initially, the media, including the BBC, had incorrectly reported that one shot was discharged from an illegal firearm inside a car. The Independent had also stated on the 8th of January 2014 that authorities wrongly said that Mr. Duggan had been hit in an exchange of fire. Some of the media were criticised for portraying Mr. Duggan as a gangster, confused by his criminal record being reported as either extensive or non-existent by different media outlets. The media was also faulted for uncritically reporting of the police's story that Mr. Duggan had fired first, which was also shown to be false. The riots had gotten out of control, had even brought international attention to Mr. Duggan's death, which one Iranian official had even gone as far as describing the incident as a human rights violation. Mr. Duggan's funeral took place at the New Testament Church of God in Wood Green on the 9th of September 2011. The funeral procession was highly publicised and watched by thousands of onlookers. The police did their best not to flare tensions or make the situation within the community any worse, and have maintained a very low profile during the funeral proceedings. The incident was immediately referred to the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, which was in accordance with police practice when anyone dies or is seriously injured following police contact. Investigators had also distributed leaflets appealing for any witnesses to come forward with any information they have towards the case, no matter how big or small it may be. IPCC officers also searched CCTV footage, 999 calls, and radio transmissions in and around where the police incident had taken place. On the 12th of October 2011, the IPCC announced that in the immediate aftermath of the incident, they may have given misleading information to journalists to the effect that shots were exchanged between Mr. Duggan and the police. Although a bullet had been found lodged in the police radio, there was no evidence that it had come from a gun in Mr. Duggan's possession. In response to the rumours that the killing of Mr. Duggan was an execution, the IPCC announced speculation that Matt Duggan was assassinated in an execution style involving a number of shots to the head are categorically untrue. Mr. Duggan's family stated that they did not trust the IPCC's ability to conduct a fair and independent investigation of the killing and asked for an independent inquiry into the relationship between the Metropolitan Police and the IPCC. They sought to commission an independent second post-mortem. Coroner Andrew Walker scheduled an initial hearing for the 12th of December 2011. In November 2011, 2 members of the Community Reference Group appointed by the IPCC resigned from those posts. A third remained in post. One of those who left said, "I have been alarmed to learn that not only have the IPCC broken their own guidelines by giving out incorrect information to journalists regarding the shootout involving Matt Duggan and the police that didn't even happen, but I have also discovered that their investigation is flawed and in all probability tainted to the degree that means we will never be able to have the faith in their final report into the killing." On the 29th of February 2012, the IPCC upheld a complaint that the Metropolitan Police had not adequately informed Mr. Duggan's family of his death on the 4th of August 2011. The IPCC's inquiry expressly did not address the events on the 6th of August 2011 and afterwards. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Steve Kavanagh of the Metropolitan Police had already issued an apology in August 2011 to the Duggan family for the manner in which the police initially communicated with them, suggesting that the IPCC did in fact have a responsibility to provide accurate information to Mr. Duggan's family. In late March 2012, the IPCC indicated that the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act of 2000 made it impossible for the organisation to reveal information obtained during its investigation into Mr. Duggan's death, making it doubtful if a public coroner's inquest into the killing could ever be heard. In April 2012, the BBC aired footage of the immediate aftermath of the shooting. The footage showed paramedics handling Mr. Duggan's body. The IPCC commended the BBC for showing the footage without first consulting with them. The IPCC was expected to release its report on the killing in the summer of 2012. Because no report has been issued by January 2013, a planned inquest into the killing was delayed until September. The IPCC announced in March 2013 that it would issue a report in April for delivery to the inquest in May. Referring to the officers who killed Mr. Duggan, an IPCC spokesperson announced on the 2nd of August 2013 that we have found no evidence to indicate any criminality at this stage. The IPCC said its investigation has substantially ended and that our final report will later be issued in August. The 11 officers involved had initially refused interviews with the IPCC. The officer who killed Mr. Duggan, now known as V53, later submitted testimony in writing. In December 2019, forensic investigators called for the 2011 case to be reopened, claiming that a virtual model of the shooting cast doubts on its findings. Their report was released to the public in June 2020. The IOPC, the successor for the IPCC, said in May 2021 that it would not reopen the investigation because there was nothing new in the reports to suggest that the findings of its investigation were incorrect. The police stated that no officer had done anything wrong, but announced that the person who shot Mr. Duggan would not remain on active firearms duty. The firearms officer involved in the operation, known only as V53, provided a written statement to the IPCC, but refused to be interviewed. David Lammy, the MP for Tottenham, was critical of his refusal. The IPCC asked for the power to interview police officers, even if they were not suspected of committing a crime. In November 2011, the IPCC began an investigation into the quality of the investigative response by police to an incident on 29th of July 2011, for which police charged Kevin Hutchinson Foster with possession of a handgun, believing the gun may have been the same found at the shooting of Mr. Matt Duggan. On the 18th of September 2012, Mr. Hutchinson Foster's trial commenced in the Crown Court of Snarebrook. The defendant was charged with supplying Mr. Duggan with a BBM Bruni Model 92 handgun found near Mr. Duggan's car after his death. The defendant had denied the charge and gave his explanation for the presence of his DNA on the gun by alleging that he had been beaten with the weapon by a gang that included Mr. Duggan. During the trial, prosecutor Edward Brown QC of QEB Hollins Whiteman contended that Mr. Duggan travelled to Leighton to collect the gun from Mr. Hutchinson Foster before driving to Tottenham with it. The police alleged that Mr. Duggan had received the gun from Mr. Hutchinson Foster 12 to 15 minutes before he was shot by armed officers. The trial included testimony from 7 police officers who were allowed to remain anonymous and use pseudonyms. The police alleged that Mr. Duggan had pulled the gun from his waistband and pointed at the police before they shot him. According to the evidence given by the cab driver and corroborated by one policeman present at the scene, Mr. Duggan got out of the taxi and ran in an attempt to escape. The driver stated, "I saw that Matt Duggan got out and ran. At the same time, I heard firing from the front. I saw shots strike Matt Duggan. He fell to the ground. Matt Duggan only got 2 to 3 feet from my car when he was shot," the taxi driver later testified. Simon Paul, a pathologist who performed a post-mortem on Mr. Duggan's body, testified in January 2013 at the retrial of Mr. Kevin Hutchinson Foster and asserted that the injuries Mr. Duggan sustained in the shooting were not consistent with the account of the incident that was given by the police officer who fired the lethal shot. Questioned by a barrister representing Mr. Hutchinson Foster, Mr. Paul said that the police bullet had penetrated Mr. Duggan's body on the right side and travelled from right to left. Mr. Paul agreed with the barrister's statement, so the scenario can't be right. The officer fires to his left and the bullet hits Mr. Duggan in his chest, and so it should go from left to right, but it went from right to left. Therefore, the scenario can't be right. Mr. Paul also later agreed with the prosecution that if Mr. Duggan had turned to face the officer who shot him, his position relative to them would have changed. A December 2011 IPCC statement had cited Mr. Paul for discovering that a second bullet struck Mr. Duggan's arm. On the 17th of October 2012, the jury failed to reach a verdict. A retrial date was set for 2013, and on the 31st of January 2013, the defendant was convicted of supplying Matt Duggan with a handgun. On the 26th of February 2013, the defendant was sentenced to 11 years in prison, 7 years for supplying the gun, and 4 years related to the offences. The Hutchinson Foster verdict did not resolve a number of central questions related to Mr. Duggan's killing, which remained open until the inquest later in 2013. Following interviews in the Tottenham area, some residents had revealed that they do not trust the police or investigators and say that Mr. Duggan was executed by the police. A report due in summer of 2012 was announced delayed in October 2012. Mr. Duggan's family and members of his community suggested that they did not consider the IPCC impartial and did not believe that the investigation was succeeding. Frustration with official investigations mounted in May 2012 when it was announced that the 31 police witnesses would not be required to answer questions, instead submitting written testimonies. David Lammy MP from Tottenham stated, "It is unacceptable that police officers have not made themselves available for interview, and it is unacceptable that the IPCC does not have the powers to compel them to do so." Mark Duggan's family did not believe that the police had been honest about the shooting and have pressured the police and the IPCC for greater transparency surrounding what happened. Mr. Duggan's sister, Paulette Hall, has stated that we want justice. We want them to come clean and tell us what happened. The police are humans like us. If you kill someone, you should do the time, just like we would have to do. Miss Hall has reiterated concerns about media portrayals and produced her own film titled The Real Story of Mark Duggan. Mr. Duggan's mother, Pamela, has said that we still don't have justice. I won't give up until I get justice for Mark. People need to be held account for my son's death. There needs to be a full inquest in front of a jury of ordinary men and women to find out the truth. She sought judicial review of the case, requesting oversight of the Association of Chief Police Officers, ACPO, and the IPCC. London's High Court of Justice rejected her application for a judicial review on the 18th of June 2013. The family have criticised the IPCC for delaying the investigation, expecting an inquest to begin on the 28th of January and instead facing indefinite postponement. A barrister for the Duggan family commented, "It is absolutely shocking to find ourselves here today and to hear your counsel saying that there are further investigations, basic investigations, to be conducted, such as a reconstruction and forensics." Stafford Scott, originally appointed as an advisor to Operation Trident, resigned from the investigation because he felt that it was not being conducted fairly. Writing in The Guardian, he stated, "The IPCC has broken its own guidelines by giving out incorrect information to journalists regarding the shootout between Mr. Duggan and the police that didn't actually happen, and its investigation is flawed and in all probability tainted, so much so that we can never have faith in its final report." Mr. Scott blames the police response to Mark Duggan's shooting for the escalation of the 2011 riots. He later criticised authorities for treating the Hutchinson Foster situation as a proxy for the Duggan investigation, while continuing to delay the official inquest in Mr. Duggan's death. He says that members of Mr. Duggan's community feel ignored and lied to by the authorities, writing in March 2012. In August 2011, the word on the street was they had executed Mark. 7 months later, the word is that the police had control of the gun or worse. After the Hutchinson Foster trial, Mr. Scott criticised the Trident police for inaction, writing, "So it is now clear that the police had a golden opportunity to remove the identified gunman and a firearm off the streets, but somehow managed not to do so. And this is all the more shocking because the police have a special unit, Trident, established specifically to deal with gun crime in the black community." At a pre-inquest hearing in June 2012, Coroner Andrew Walker said it was quite extraordinary that the IPCC refused to provide witness statements. He ordered the material to be disclosed in 28 days. Representing the Duggan family, Michael Mansfield QC said the IPCC's position was utterly unacceptable and warned them that they would be in contempt if they refused the coroner's order. A public inquest on the killing had been scheduled for the 28th of January 2013. On the 25th of January, the inquest was declared indefinitely postponed because the IPCC had not yet released its report. Judge Keith Cutler later announced that the inquest would begin on the 16th of September 2013. The inquest was expected to last for 6 to 8 weeks. The government created a website for publicising materials related to the inquest and considered a live broadcast for some of the proceedings. Testimony from firearm officers was to remain entirely anonymous. Members of the inquest jury may also be kept anonymous. Inquest hearings began on the 16th of September 2013. The jury began with a visit to the street in Tottenham where Mr. Duggan was killed in 2011. The police maintained that Mr. Duggan was a gang member linked to violent crime as well as gun crime. He was involved in the supply of Class A drugs and possession of ammunition, said Detective Inspector Mick Foote. Mr. Foote denied making the claim that Mr. Duggan had fired at police, saying he was surprised that early reports of the incident had been described as a shootout. The IPCC later concluded it had misled journalists shortly after the shooting by saying that shots were exchanged. A police officer appearing in support of the IPCC wrote in a statement that during informal briefings at the scene of death, officers had apparently thrown a firearm found in Mr. Duggan's possession, over a fence so that it was out of reach and would no longer pose a threat to them. No other officer confirmed this. The jury learned that Mr. Duggan had been killed by a 9mm Parabellum hollow point bullet travelling at 870 miles per hour. This type of bullet is designed to cause instant incapacitation. Pathologist Derek Pounder said the police had simply got it wrong in their accounts of the shooting. Mr. Pounder testified that Mr. Duggan was first hit by a non-fatal shot to the arm and then killed by a second shot to the chest. Lawyers for the Duggan family argued that the police had planted the handgun found at the scene. Two witnesses testified that they saw police officers move something from the minicab to the place where the gun was found, 20 feet away from Mr. Duggan's body. One witness, Miss J, said she saw an officer pick up the gun, adding, "It will never leave me for the simple reason it's not often you see a gun in broad daylight." She said the officer had an expression like he had found gold. Miss J was standing 50 meters away from the scene with a fence in between, and the final IPC report noted that there were many discrepancies between her accounts, which overall lessens the weight that can be attached to her observations, as they render her evidence unreliable and contradictory. The driver for the minicab testified that he did not see a gun in Mr. Duggan's hand, nor did he see one fly through the air. He said Mr. Duggan was shot in the back. Another witness said there was definitely a phone in Mr. Duggan's hand. During the inquest, Ian Stern, counsel for the police, suggested that the same witness, the only one to actually see Mr. Duggan being shot, he had earlier told a journalist that he, referring to Mr. Duggan, had been holding a handgun. The witness denied ever making such a statement. V53, the officer who shot and killed Mr. Duggan, had testified that Mr. Duggan was still holding a gun after both of the shots were fired, saying his eyes were glued to the gun. Military surgeon Jonathan Clasper testified that it would be difficult to imagine Mr. Duggan throwing his gun 20 feet after being hit by two shots. Near the end of the hearings, lawyer Leslie Thomas confronted the police officer V59 with the possibility that the gun had been planted, saying, "I'm going to suggest to you, V59, that you knew where the gun was before the officers had gone round the fence, because you and all of your colleagues had planted it there." The officer replied, "I did not plant any gun at any scene. I find that highly offensive." The lawyer accused Officer W70 of inconsistencies and omissions in their testimony. During the inquest, student protesters were heard chanting, "Who killed Mark Duggan? You killed Mark Duggan." On the 11th of December, students protest outside the Royal Courts of Justice while the inquest was underway. The jury began deliberations on the 10th of December 2013 and were asked to render a verdict of unlawful killing, lawful killing, or open verdict. Subsequently, Mr. Cutler told the jury that he would accept the conclusion based on a majority agreement by 8 of the 10 jurors. The jury interrupted deliberations over Christmas and was resumed on the 7th of January 2014. They delivered their conclusions at approximately 4 o'clock on the 8th of January, concluding by an 8-2 majority that Mr. Duggan's death was a lawful killing. Following the inquest, a case was brought by Mr. Duggan's mother to the High Court seeking a judicial review, arguing that the coroner's directions to the jury were legally incorrect. The direction to the jury instructed them to determine whether or not the officer who shot Mr. Duggan was acting on honest belief that Mr. Duggan was a threat, not whether his belief was reasonable. The case challenged the legal standard for self-defense as being incompatible with Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which protects the right to life. In October 2014, the High Court rejected this challenge. Leave was given to appeal the case to the Civil Division of the Courts of Appeal of England and Wales, but the Appellate Court also rejected the claims in 2017. In March 2019, Mr. Duggan's family brought a civil claim against the Metropolitan Police. This claim was settled in October 2019. The terms of the settlement were confidential. The Metropolitan Police did not admit liability for Mr. Duggan's death. On the 4th of August 2011, Matt Duggan got out of a taxi on Ferry Lane in Tottenham and was shot dead by armed police. Within hours, stories about a dramatic shootout, a violent gangster, and a gangland revenge killings began to circulate. 2 years later, in September 2013, the inquest jury was told that they were on a quest to find the truth, a process that lasted 3 months and involved 93 witnesses. On January 2014, after several days of deliberations, the jury eventually delivered their verdict of a lawful killing, and the public gallery erupted in disbelief and outrage. All 10 jurors agreed that there had been a gun in the taxi with Matt Duggan. 8 of them disbelieved the evidence of the police marksman who shot him, and were sure the gun was not in his hands when he was shot dead. But despite this, an 8-2 majority concluded that he had been killed lawfully. Their explanation for the whereabouts of the gun was that he must have thrown it from the taxi before he was surrounded, but no witnesses gave any evidence to support this idea. Immediately, the family's legal team asked the High Court to quash the verdict as perverse, arguing that Judge Cutler, presiding over the inquest, should have provided clearer direction to the jury. The inquest also raised questions about the possibility of police officers conferring as they produced their statements, and the family was given permission to challenge these practices in March 2014. Despite the lengthy inquest and the long wait, there are still many questions unanswered. What is known is that the death of Matt Duggan will go down in history as an event that sparked the August 2011 riots. As well as understanding this important connection, we also need to be aware that the wider political context of the riots has had implications for the subsequent investigations of the shooting of Matt Duggan. Right from the beginning, the police, the Independent Police Complaints Commission (IPCC), and judiciary, as well as the media, have played an important role in determining how the shooting was framed, long before the jury sat down in the courtroom. The policing operation that led to Matt Duggan's death was run by Trident, a unit within the Metropolitan Police specialising in gun crime within London's black communities. Trident was set up in 1998 following a series of shootings and murders in Lambeth and Brent. At the time, there was a widespread concern within the black community about these shootings, and so there was support for a dedicated unit to tackle gun crime. An independent advisory group, IAG, was set up to ensure community oversight and accountability in this most sensitive area of policing. The IAG was often very vocal in its criticism of Trident's operations, particularly its mostly white workforce. Over the years, Trident operations shift. As well as a reactive investigation of shootings, it began to use proactive teams, conducting covert investigations into particular individuals suspected of having connections to gun crimes. Legislation passed over the last 15 years has progressively increased the use of secret evidence, which has significantly undermined the accountability of policing operations. In 2008, legislation was passed enabling the use of evidence in court from anonymous witnesses to secure convictions. And 8 years before that, the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, RIPA, in 2000 was passed, protecting so-called intercept evidence, phone taps for example, from being heard in court. It was the use of secret evidence under the RIPA powers that caused the collapse of the inquest into the death of Azal Rodney, a black man who was shot dead by police officers in April 2005 in North London. During the original inquest, the Rodney family demanded to hear evidence about the police pursuit that the police were withholding. The inquest could not continue, and it was eventually decided to hold an inquiry that had greater powers to close hearings, restrict attendance, and withhold sensitive information. The suppression of some of the evidence relating to Azal Rodney's death and the difficulties that ensued were cited by the government as a reason to extend the use of the secret evidence to civil proceedings, including inquests. These proposals were eventually brought in with the Justice and Security Act, which came into law in 2013, although due to widespread objection, they excluded inquests. However, the Azal Rodney Inquiry Chair, Sir Christopher Holland, appeared to undermine this assertion when he said that much of the secret evidence did not need to be secret. The inquiry eventually found in 2013, 9 years after his death, that he had been unlawfully killed. By the time the circumstances surrounding Matt Duggan's death came under the spotlight, the secret evidence regime had become established, and for some time it was uncertain whether there would be an inquest at all. Intelligence for Trident's operations came from an intercept evidence obtained by the Serious Organised Crime Agency, SOCA, merged into the National Crime Agency since October 2013, and was so protected under the RIPA legislation. The inquest had to be stopped and restarted, with the original coroner replaced by Judge Cutler, who could consider the secret evidence. According to the evidence given by a senior investigating officer at the inquest, Operation Dibri was a Trident investigation that had been running since November 2008, focused on dismantling Tottenham Mandem, the TMD, a group the police said was involved in the supply of guns and Class A drugs. Operation Debris focused on around 100 people with a core of 48 people. Whilst giving evidence about the subjects of Operation Debris, including Matt Duggan, officers made assertions about crimes they thought he had committed and about his being a senior member of the gang. Due to the fact that the intelligence was exempt from being scrutinised in court due to the RIPA legislation, most of the assertions remained untested. What is known is that Matt Duggan had never spent time in prison, and that his criminal record consisted of 2 minor convictions, one for receiving stolen goods and one for possession of cannabis, his most recent in 2007. Both had attracted only small fines, although the police made a variety of other assertions about drugs being stored at Matt Duggan's home, and that he had fired shots in a car park, that they had a wealth of intelligence, that he had ready access to guns. They also admitted that until 4th of August, they did not have any evidence necessary to arrest him. Some of the intelligence, they said, was of very poor quality, equivalent to something being said to Crime Stoppers by an anonymous caller who overheard something in a pub. The claims about Matt Duggan being a senior member of a gang were made time and time again by the police. During the trial of the man convicted of supplying the gun, Kevin Hutchinson Foster, up to and during the inquest, and on each of these occasions were repeated by the media as fact. According to the evidence heard at the inquest, Trident's Operation Debris planned a 4-day operation from the 3rd until the 7th of August 2011 to recover guns from around 6 people, including Matt Duggan. This operation involved officers from Trident working together with specialist firearm officers from the CO-19 and armed surveillance officers from SCD-11. The CO-19 officers were plainclothes officers armed with 2 guns and a taser, who had the responsibility for carrying out the operation to recover guns. The operation had planned to target nightclubs, so most of the activity was to take place during the evening. Surveillance officers had tracked Mark on the evening of the 3rd of August before losing him. On the afternoon of the 4th of August around 5:15 p.m, the police received intelligence that suggested he planned to take possession of a gun from an acquaintance that evening. He was followed to an address in Leighton by the surveillance officers, who said they observed him before getting in a minicab towards Tottenham, still being tailed. More intelligence was then received that confirmed Mr. Duggan had collected a gun. Meanwhile, Trident officers obtained a briefing that then deployed them towards Tottenham in a convoy of cars to intercept the minicab, accompanied by CO-19 and SCD-11. At 6 p.m, State Amber was called by the Tactical Firearms Commander, known as Z51, meaning that there was enough intelligence to arrest and responsibility for carrying out the operation passed to the leader of the firearms team, known as V59. 13 minutes later, the officer leading the interception, W42, called State Red over the radio and the order strike strike. The hard stop itself was carried out on Ferry Lane, Tottenham, next to a bus stop and not that far from Tottenham Hale tube station. Officers in 3 cars surrounded the minicab, forcing it to stop, then got out and surrounded it on foot, shouting and pointing their loaded weapons at Mark Duggan and the minicab driver, a tactic designed to shock and awe suspects into submission. It didn't work. Mark Duggan got out of the car onto the pavement, at which point he was shot twice, once in the right arm causing a minor wound, and also in the chest, which was fatal. One of the bullets passed through his body and struck a police officer, W42, who was not injured because it hit his radio. CPR was performed on Mark, but he was pronounced dead at the scene at 6:41 p.m. In the immediate aftermath of the death, the family were not officially informed by the police, in contravention to the statutory obligations. As a result, there was a confusion on the part of the family over whether the dead man was actually Mark. His sister, brother, and Simone Wilson, his fiancée, had attended the scene, but they said they left unsure whether the dead man was Mark, as they had been told the dead man was an Asian, which can be seen in the IPCC report into the complaint. At least one member of the family drove to Whitechapel Hospital believing that he had been taken there alive by air ambulance, only to find out it was actually the injured firearms officer who had been transported. Statements read out at the inquest revealed. Because they had not been formally told, it was difficult for them to comprehend what had happened. Pamela Duggan said, "A mother's worst nightmare is the police coming to your door to tell you that your child is dead. Because this did not happen, I believe the worst had not happened." Frustrated with the lack of engagement, on the 6th of August the family arranged a march to the police station to demand that someone come out to speak to them. Around 300 people gathered. They were there for several hours and continued to demand a senior officer come to speak to them. Later that night, rioting broke out across Tottenham, which over the next few days spread across London and several other cities in England. The police apologised for the lack of communication several days later, on the 8th of August, partially blaming the IPCC. I think both the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, and the Metropolitan Police could have managed that family's needs more effectively, said the Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Stephen Kavanagh. The IPCC responded defensively saying, "I am very clear that the concerns were not about the lack of contact or support from the IPCC. It is never the responsibility of the IPCC to deliver a message regarding someone's death." The police stated they had not visited the home of Mark Duggan's parents to inform them because the family liaison officers at the scene had not been told to by his sister and partner because it would have been too upsetting. Family members categorically denied this. Police subsequently offered to meet with the family in person and eventually did so on the 2nd of September. The Met repeated its apology in February 2012 when a family complaint was upheld by the IPCC. Meanwhile, misleading information was being fed to the media, resulting in widespread references to a shootout and statements that shots had been fired at the police by Mark Duggan. At least some of this misinformation appears to have come from the IPCC. Its initial written statement made no reference to any shootout, but several media reports that did quoted the IPCC as a source, indicating that at least one spokesperson had verbally misled journalists. The Guardian made reference to an apparent exchange of fire and a confrontation. The Telegraph went further, stating that gunman Mark Duggan opened fire, quoting the IPCC as saying, "We understand the officer was shot first before the male was shot." The Evening Standard said that the IPCC spokesman had stated that the suspect had fired first. The Mirror, on the 5th of August 2011, and The Independent both said that it appeared the police officer had been shot first, and quoted the IPCC as a source. It wasn't until several days later that the truth began to seep out, as media outlets reported on the 8th of August that ballistics examinations had proved that the bullet lodged in the radio was a police-issued bullet. The IPCC refused to comment on the ballistics reports, then issued a statement on the 9th of August confirming that the bullets had been police-issued. The following week, following pressure from The Guardian, the IPCC issued a statement that conceded it may had inadvertently given misleading information to journalists following the shooting, it said. Having reviewed the information the IPCC received and gave out during the very early hours of the unfolding incident, before any documentation had been revealed, it seems possible that we may have verbally led journalists to believe that shots were exchanged, as this was consistent with early information we received that an officer had been shot and taken to hospital. Any reference to an exchange of shots was not correct, and it did not feature in any of our formal statements, although an officer was taken to hospital as per the incident. At the pre-inquest hearing in December 2011, the IPCC's lead investigator, Colin Sparrow, apologised for the misinformation, saying it had been a mistake. The impression that is carefully employed in these statements is that the ballistic examinations were unable to clear up initial confusion over what had happened. The IPCC suggested that its earlier information was incomplete, and this led to wrong inferences being made. However, according to the evidence given at the inquest, there had been no confusion on the parts of the officers involved. V53 stated, "I knew Mark Duggan never fired at us. We knew that straight away." W42, the one hit by the bullet, concurred. Z51, the senior officer on the scene who was responsible for briefing senior officers who were not present, had made notes at 6:30 p.m. stating that a bullet had ricocheted, and also vigorously denied conveying misinformation to anyone else. Even if there had been confusion over what had happened, the Met's own report into the riots acknowledged experience informs both the police and the IPCC that such early information is often unreliable and should not form the basis for press briefings. It is important to see all of this in context of the riots, and that the IPCC's clear awareness of its important political role in the control of information. David Lammy, MP for Tottenham, had asked the IPCC to release information. He stated in The Guardian that very soon after the shooting, he had spoken to them about accelerating the ballistics report. When the IPC did release the information on the 9th of August, the statement took the opportunity to comment on the riots. "I know this is an incredibly difficult time for Mark Duggan's family, who have made it abundantly clear that they in no way condone the violence that we have all seen." Other IPCC statements around this time took a similar conciliatory tone. "I understand the distress, people's need for answers. We would request that people have patience while we seek to find these answers." In November 2011, the IPCC took it upon itself to intervene even more directly in the public debate. Another IPCC statement was made that declared the Guardian article misleading, speculative, and wholly irresponsible. The article originally carried the headline and subheadline revealed, "Man whose shooting triggered riots was not armed. Mark Duggan's investigation finds he was not carrying a gun when killed in Tottenham." The Met also complained to the Press Complaints Commission, and this was upheld. The Guardian concluded that the headline was misleading, as it implied the investigation had concluded and changed it. In its statement, the IPCC urged the public not to rush to judgment until our investigation is complete. and they had the opportunity to see and hear the full evidence themselves. Yet, after stating it was inappropriate to comment on the sequence of events before they had been established, the IPCC made a second statement in the following week saying the minicab had not been moved from the scene before it should have been, and that they were sure the evidence had not been compromised. IPCC Chair Len Jackson said, "I am taking the highly unusual step of clarifying inaccurate, misleading, and more importantly, irresponsible comments that have appeared in the recent days in relation to the IPCC investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Mark Duggan. I am doing so because if these inaccuracies continue to gain currency, they risk undermining the integrity of public confidence in our investigation." The context for this later intervention was that Stafford Scott, a long-time campaigner for the rights in Tottenham, had written a comment piece in The Guardian about his resignation from the IPCC Community Reference Group. He made a series of damning allegations about what he called a shoddy investigation, saying that he wanted no part in it. Many of Mr. Scott's allegations stand to this day as unanswered questions, although evidence of the IPCC's mishandling of crucial evidence emerged later that supported some of them. This engagement of a claim and counterclaim, at the very least, distracted from the IPCC's important task of establishing the truth about the death. Meanwhile, police information apparently fed to the media focused on the portrayal of Mark Duggan as a gangster. The Telegraph quoted unnamed police sources as saying that Mark was a well-known gangster, a man killed in a shooting incident involving a police officer on the 4th of 2011, and a major player heavily involved in criminality who lived by the gun. It was also reported that he had links to Jamaican Yardis, and that he was associated with Manchester Gangsters. Media coverage painting Mark Duggan as a high-profile and dangerous criminal continued over the next 2 years. Even the funeral, attended by over 1,000 people, was portrayed as a sinister tribute to a gang leader. The funeral processions went from his parents' home in Tottenham through the Broadwater Farm estate, where crowds were gathered. The Mail featured a picture of mourners stretching their hands out to the coffin under the headline, "Gangsters Salute for a Fallen Soldier," and the Express featured a similar description and suggested that they were making gangland salutes. In fact, the mourners were responding to a call by Bishop Kwaku Frimpong Mason for people to stretch out their hands towards the casket and thank God for Mark's life as he began his heavenly journey. The Mail later printed an apology and slightly amended its article. The Express did not. An image of Mark with a set, unsmiling expression was widely used to accompanying article about his supposed gangster background. This expression was grief. The image had been cropped from a larger photo of him holding a tribute to his dead daughter at her grave. The reporting of the Kevin Hutchinson Foster trial had repeated, untested claims made by the police about Mark Duggan's supposed criminality. In the months before the inquest, it was also widely reported that Mr. Duggan intended to kill someone with a gun, and that the inquest jury would be considering this. The Telegraph went into particular detail about a tit-for-tat murder in revenge for the death of Mark's cousin, Kevin Easton. In fact, this question was not put before the jury at all. But when the jury sat down to consider their questions, a spectre of a violent gangster had become firmly attached with the name of Mark Duggan. The first thing most people heard about him was that he probably fired at the police officer. The IPCC statement did too little, too late to dispel these myths, although it intervened with a clarity when reports started to emerge, unarmed man being shot. Furthermore, stories of gangland killings may have discouraged witnesses from coming forward. The only civilian witness to actually see the shootings, witness B, stated he had been reluctant to come forward, not trusting the police, but also not wanting to be bothered with any gangs. The inquest involved 93 witnesses, many of whom were granted anonymity, including most of the police officers. The jury also heard evidence from experts and non-police witnesses. They were asked to reach conclusions on the surveillance and police operation, the hard stop itself, and the vital questions about whether Mark Duggan was armed when he was shot, and whether he had been killed unlawfully. One of the central questions was whether or not the firearms officer who fired the fatal shot, known as V53, had actually fired in self-defense as he had claimed. Another officer, W70, also testified that he had seen Matt Duggan holding a gun. However, questions were raised about this account. None of the other witnesses claimed to have seen a gun in his hand. V53 described in detail what he called a freeze frame moment. As he's turned to face me, he had an object in his right hand. Matt Duggan is carrying a handgun in his right hand. You can make out the shape outline of it, the handle of it, the barrel. You can make out the trigger guard, not visually, but again, if you imagine it as an L shape, the sock, there's a little bit of a give in it, so that's when the trigger guard would have been. Significantly, despite being trained to follow the gun, none of the police officers said they saw it go flying through the air on a clear summer's evening. Expert evidence from pathologists and Professor James Clasper, an expert in bioengineering, considered it was not credible that Mark threw the gun after having been shot. Nor could any involuntary movement have accounted for the gun ending up 5 meters away from where he fell. Nor did the forensic evidence positively support the account that a gun was in Matt Duggan's hand when V53 fired at him. No gunshot residue was found on the gun or sock, despite Matt Duggan's clothes and face being covered with it. Neither was any of the forensic evidence to suggest he had opened the shoebox or touched the gun or sock. There were 2 civilian witnesses to the shooting. One of them, witness B, said he saw what was definitely a phone in Matt Duggan's hand. He described seeing him look baffled with his hands up in the air as if surrendering, attempting to run, and described seeing a shiny BlackBerry in his right hand. The other civilian witness was the taxi driver. He stated he did not see Matt Duggan open or close the shoebox during the journey, and that he had a good view of him when he left the minicab. He did not see him with anything in his hands, raising his arms or making any threatening movement towards the police. V53 also claimed that it was the first shot that penetrated Matt Duggan's chest, the fatal shot. He claimed that Mr. Duggan then swung towards him, pointing the gun directly at him, and then the second shot was fired, hitting his bicep. However, expert evidence also raised questions about the aspect of the account. Pathologist Derek Pounder was of the opinion that V53 had got the order of the shots wrong, and that the non-lethal arm shot had come first, then the fatal shot to the chest. The other pathologist, Simon Paul, maintained it was impossible to tell. However, the pathologist and Professor Jonathan Clasper, the bioengineering expert, agreed that the bullet wounds on the arm suggested that the upper arm would have been rotated towards the body when the arm shot was sustained, rather than pointing outwards towards V53. The expert also agreed that the chest wound demonstrated that Matt Duggan wasn't in an upright position when he sustained it, but bent forwards. The arm shot wound, on the other hand, was consistent of being upright. Taken together, the lawyers for Matt Duggan's family suggested these insights indicated that Mark had been shot in the arm, staggered forward, and was then shot in the chest. Firearm officers claiming to have found a gun known as R31 said he found it in the bushes around 5 meters from the spot where Matt Duggan had been shot dead. Z51, the most senior officer on the scene, also testified to having found the gun. Questions were raised by the family's legal team about the accounts given by the officers about finding the gun, as they did not appear to be consistent with video footage provided by witness B, known as the BBC footage. V59, the firearms team leader, gave several statements and initial evidence at the inquest that stated that he had directed another officer, R31, to look for the firearm. According to V59, R31 returned and told him he had found it on the grass. Subsequently, armed response vehicle ARV officers had arrived, whom V59 had directed to go and secure the gun. All 3 ARV officers gave evidence to the same effect. However, this version of events was contradicted by the video evidence that showed that when the ARV officers arrived and were apparently directed to secure the gun, actually the gun had not yet been found by R31 or by Z51. V59 was later recalled to the court to account for this discrepancy and claimed he had got it chronologically wrong. This would have meant that all 3 ARV officers' evidence was also wrong. Leslie Thomas, a barrister for the Duggan family, suggested that the gun had been planted, and that was why V59 apparently informed the ARV officers to secure the gun before it had been found. The judge noted during his summing up that this was not a simple mistake, but a direct contradiction, a stark problem. police statements raised concerns about the possibility of collusion. The initial statements made by the police on the evening of the 4th of August were very sparse. Full statements were provided several days later on the 7th of August. Important details did not appear in these later statements. For example, the finding of the gun in the bushes and the specific number of shots that had been fired. W70's claim that he saw Matt Duggan raising a gun, a crucial piece of evidence, was not mentioned in his initial report but appeared in his second report. When asked whether this was a deliberate omission during the trial of Hutchinson Foster, W70 said, "I don't know." At an inquest, police officers also described how these longer statements were written over a course of 8 hours, as officers sat together in a briefing room at their Lehman Street base, with a flip chart at the front of the room, V59 said. "We did them in segments. As you finished your section, you then left the room, got a cup of coffee and had a comfort break, etc. When everybody had finished their section 4, for example, on the 3rd of August, we all came back into that room together and went through the flip chart process, wrote the next section, and we all wrote that." The officers said they had agreed on details such as times, places, locations, postings, sequence of events, but denied they had discussed the actual shooting or their honestly held beliefs about it. When questioned about why they had omitted important information from initial statements, officers said they were deliberately briefed and insisted that their statements had been made in line with the Association of Chief Police Officers ACPO guidance. The IPCC did not have a staff member present at the statement writing because there were no resources available, according to the IPCC Deputy Senior Investigator Colin Sparrow, which was reported in the Telegraph on the 28th of September 2012. Following the inquest, Pamela Duggan began court proceedings into judicially reviewing the ACPO guidance. In March 2014, the Court of Appeal denied the challenge could go ahead. There were further concerns raised about the IPCC's handling of the investigation. During the Kevin Hutchinson Foster trial, the IPCC's Colin Sparrow said he failed to grasp the significance of the shoebox that contained the gun until a week after the shooting. By the time he was told about the shoebox, he admitted the minicab had been taken to a police car pound and security seals on the car had been broken. Another IPCC investigator told the court that he had discovered the shoebox had been moved within the vehicle, apparently during searches. The minicab had been moved from the scene the day after the shooting and was returned there that day, before being removed for a final time that night, a process which the recovery driver said was very unusual. The IPCC was also criticised for ignoring the possibility that the gun could have been planted by police officers. 2 civilian witnesses, Miss J and her daughter, gave evidence at the inquest that they had seen an officer moving a gun from the minicab in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, but the IPCC, despite being given this evidence early on in its investigation, chose not to explore it further. Even more troubling was, according to Stafford Scott, the community advisor group to the IPCC, he was told that 3 police officers had given statements saying that they had seen an officer throwing a gun away. These police statements were later denied. Even after the long inquest, the legal wrangling, and the ongoing attention the case has attracted, the family and the Justice for Matt Duggan's campaign face further struggles for the full answers. The 2011 England riots, more widely known as the London riots, were a series of riots between the 6th and 11th of August 2011. Thousands of people rioted in cities and towns across England, which saw looting and arson, as well as mass deployment of police and the deaths of 5 people. The protests started in Tottenham Hale, London, following the death of Matt Duggan, a local man who was shot dead by the police on the 4th of August. Several violent clashes with police followed Mr. Duggan's death, along with the destruction of police vehicles, a double-decker bus, and many homes and businesses, which rapidly gained the attention of the media. Overnight, looting took place in Tottenham Hale Retail Park and in nearby Wood Green. The following days saw similar scenes in other parts of London, with the worst rioting taking place in Hackney, Brixton, Wolverstone, Wandsworth, Peckham, Enfield, Battersea, Croydon, Ealing, Barking, Woolwich, Lewisham and East Ham. From the 8th to the 11th of August, other towns and cities in England, including Birmingham, Bristol, Coventry, Derby, Leicester, Liverpool, Manchester and Nottingham, faced what was described by the media as copycat violence, with social media playing a role. By the 10th of August, more than 3,000 arrests had been made across England, with at least 1,984 people issued with criminal charges for various offences relating to the riots. Initially, courts sat for extended hours. A total of 3,443 crimes across London were linked to the disorder. Along with the 5 deaths, at least 16 others were injured as a direct result of the related violent acts. An estimated £200 million worth of property damage was incurred, and local economic activity, which in many cases was already struggling due to the 2008 recession, was significantly compromised. Significant debate was generated amongst political, social and academic figures about the causes and context of the riots. Attributions for the rioters' behaviour included social factors such as racial tension, class tension, economic decline, and its consequent unemployment. The peaceful march on behalf of the death of Mark Duggan, which took place on the morning of Saturday the 6th of August in Tottenham, was followed by rioting and looting. First in Tottenham and later in Tottenham Hale Retail Park. Rioting occurred shortly after about 120 people marched from the Broadwater Farm Estate to Tottenham Police Station via the High Road. The spread of news and rumours about the previous evening's disturbances in Tottenham sparked riots during the night of the 7th of August in the London districts of Brixton, Enfield, Islington and Wood Green, and in Oxford Circus in the centre of London. In the evening of Monday the 8th of August, many areas of London were affected by widespread looting, arson and violence. There were significant outbreaks in parts of Battersea, Brixton, Bromley, Camden, Croydon, Ealing, East Ham, Hackney, Harrow, Lewisham, Peckham, Stratford, Tower Hamlets, Waltham Forest, Wandsworth, Woolwich and Wood Green. A man was found shot in Croydon and died later in hospital. Another man who had been assaulted in Ealing died in hospital on Thursday the 11th of August. Similar riots were reported outside London, most notably in Manchester, Birmingham, Nottingham, Wolverhampton, Liverpool and Bristol. There were reports of unrest on a smaller scale in other parts of the country, including Gillingham and Derby. Following a greatly increased police presence, London was quiet on Tuesday the 9th of August, but rioting continued in Nottingham and Birmingham, where, according to the police account, 11 shots were fired at the police, including at a police helicopter, and petrol bombs were thrown at officers, and spread to Leicester and parts of the West Midlands, and to parts of Greater Manchester and Merseyside in the northwest of England. On the 10th of August, London remained quiet whilst hundreds of arrests were being made by the police. 3 men were killed in Birmingham in a hit-and-run incident related to the disturbances. Looting and violence continued in 2 locations around Manchester and Liverpool. The existence of social media made the 2011 riots unparalleled to any before them in terms of the speed at which the issues managed to spread and at which the rioters were able to mobilise and organise. Many used sites such as Facebook and Twitter to promote and advertise sites for looting and disorder. As a result, many online organisers were handed severe sentences for their roles in the violence. Throughout the rioting, many of the rioters failed to cover their faces. Some posed for pictures with stolen goods, posting them on social networking sites. Although London employs CCTV cameras to monitor crime and large events, reports indicate that citizens' footage contributed more to capturing looters in action than the police force. Beyond the CCTV, looters were filmed and photographed with their faces visible. Police forces and investigators use websites like Flickr to find galleries of the looters to help solve and prevent cases of vandalism and further damage. Facebook pages were also created to identify looters. Several interactive maps were implemented in the Google Maps website that showed satellite views of what was happening in the streets during the rioting. James Cridland, the managing director of the Free Media Resources, created a Google map that tracked verified locations of rioting. Channel 4 News also has similar maps that progressively tracked the damage in the streets as well. News channels also were able to utilise this public service to capture live footage on the streets and inform citizens of dangerous or crowded areas. There were reports that the BlackBerry Messenger (BBM) service was used by looters to organise their activities, and that inflammatory and inaccurate accounts of Matt Duggan's killing on social media sites may have incited disturbances. One of the many messages shared between users was the following: everyone in Edmonton, Enfield, Wood Green, everywhere in North, link up at Enfield Town Station at 4 o'clock sharp. It began, start leaving your yards and linking up with your mates. Forget the feds, bring your ballies and your bags, trolleys, car, vans, hammers, the lot. Research in Motion assisted British police in tracking rioters who used the BBM, stating, we comply with the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act and cooperate fully with the Home Office and UK police forces. Increased connectivity amongst individuals led to greater ability to organise and execute massive gatherings. This was not only occurred during the riots in England, but with other collective gatherings such as the Arab Spring and the Egyptian Revolution of 2011. Much like BBM, activity on social media shaped the London riots. During the Tottenham riots of 1985, citizens had to head to the public place to voice their message. Yet with access to Twitter as a communication medium, social media was used to rapidly spread the message of the riots. On Radio 4, a police official said social media was used to organise and create greed and criminality. The Daily Telegraph described Twitter as being an outlet for promoting gang violence. Evidence showed that Twitter is powerful because tweets of individuals were inspired by news content. However, an article in Time magazine suggested that BlackBerry Messenger was more to blame. During the riots, Twitter accounted for 4 out of every 170 UK internet visits on Monday the 8th of August. In addition, citizens also used Twitter to band together after the destruction with hashtags including #RiotCleanup. Evidence showed that people were tweeting and retweeting news related to the riots, which were not original content. Other than BlackBerry Messenger and social networking sites, mobile phone operator T-Mobile and Orange prioritized police requests for information about phones that were used to plan the riots that hit British cities. Under the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, phone companies were required to hand over data about the location of calls which were made from the owners of the phones and a list of calls made to and from a particular handset. Trevor Ellis, a 26-year-old man from Brixton Hill, was shot dead in Croydon, South London on the 8th of August. His family denied reports that Mr. Ellis, who had come from the Brixton area to Croydon with a group of friends, had been involved in looting. 13 people were arrested in connection with the murder. All were later bailed and then released without action. On the 16th of December, the eve of Mr. Ellis's birthday, detectives opened a fresh appeal into the murder, asking for any witnesses to come forward. On the 10th of August in Winston Green, Birmingham, 3 men, Haroon Jahan, who was 21, and brothers Shazad Ali, who was 30, and Abdul Musiva, who was 31, were killed in a hit-and-run incident whilst attempting to protect their neighbourhood from rioters and looters. On the 19th of April 2012, 8 men, each indicted on 3 counts of murder, were tried at Birmingham Crown Court before Mr. Justice Flux. The jury acquitted all the defendants on all charges. A 68-year-old man, Richard Mannington Bowes, died on the 11th of August after he was attacked whilst attempting to stamp out a litter bin of fire on the evening of August the 8th. The attacker inflicted severe head injuries which resulted in a coma. The assault was caught on CCTV and reportedly filmed on mobile phones by associates of the alleged assailant. The attack on Mr. Bowes was witnessed by several police officers, but due to the number of rioters, they were unable to come to his aid until riot squad officers pushed back other rioters while being attacked to reach Mr. Bowes. A line of officers then held back the rioters as paramedics arrived. Mr. Bowes' wallet and phone had been stolen, and police faced difficulty in identifying him. He died of his injuries at St. Mary's Hospital on the 11th of August 2011 after being removed from life support. Many tributes were paid to Mr. Bowes, including Ealing Council, who flew the Union flag at half-mast over its town hall and announced the launch of a relief fund in his name, and the Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, who described him as a hero. 16-year-old Daryl D'Souza of Hounslow was charged with the murder of Mr. Bowes, violent disorder and 4 burglaries. He appeared at Croydon Magistrates Court on the 16th of August 2011, where he was remanded in custody until his appearance at the Central Criminal Court on the 18th of August 2011. His 31-year-old mother, Lavina D'Souza, was charged with perverting the course of justice. On the 12th of March 2012, at the Inner London Crown Court, Daryl D'Souza pleaded guilty to manslaughter after previously pleading guilty to burglary and violent disorder. The following day, the Crown withdrew the murder charge against him. After a trial at the Inner London Crown Court before Mr. Justice Saunders and a jury, Lavina D'Souza was convicted of perverting the course of justice after she destroyed the clothing of her son wore that day of Mr. Bowes' death. On the 17th of April 2012, Mr. Justice Saunders sentenced Daryl D'Souza to a detention for a term of 8 years and Lavina D'Souza to imprisonment for 18 months. In London, between Monday afternoon and the early hours of Tuesday, 14 people were injured by rioters. These included a 75-year-old woman who suffered a broken hip in Hackney. In Barking, East London, 20-year-old Malaysian student Ashraf Haziq was beaten and then robbed twice by looters, emptying his rucksack. Footage of the second mugging, which appears to show the second set of muggers pretend to help him and then proceed to ransack his rucksack, was uploaded to YouTube. He suffered a broken jaw requiring surgery. On the 2nd of March 2012, 2 men, John Kafunda of Ilford and Rhys Donovan of Romford, were found guilty of the robbery and also violent disorder by a jury at Wood Green Crown Court. The convictions were quashed by the Court of Appeal on the 29th of November 2012. In Chingford, East London, 3 police officers were hit by a car used as a getaway vehicle by a group who had looted the Aristocrat store on Chingford Mount Road. 2 of the officers were seriously injured and taken to hospital. In total, 186 police officers were injured, as well as 3 police community support officers. 5 police dogs were also reportedly injured. 10 firefighters were injured as the London Fire Brigade dealt with 100 serious fires caused by the disturbances. The LFB also reported 8 of its fire appliances had their windscreens smashed and 2 fire cars were attacked. Vehicles, homes and shops were attacked and set alight. At least 100 families are thought to have been made homeless by arson and looting. Shopkeepers estimated the damages in their Tottenham Hale and Tottenham branches at several £million. The riots caused the irretrievable loss of heritage architecture. It was estimated that the retailers lost at least 30,000 hours of trading time. The Association of British Insurers said that they expected the industry to pay out in excess of £200 million. Estimated losses in London were indicated to be in the region of £100 million. On the 8th of August 2011, a Sony DADC warehouse in Enfield at Enfield Lock, which also acted as the primary distribution centre for independent music distributor PIAS Entertainment Group, was destroyed by a fire. Initially, because millions of items of stock were lost, including most of the PISA's inventory, it was thought that long-term damage to the British independent music industry might result. On the 18th of August 2011, PIAS confirmed that their operations were back to normal. On the 11th of August 2011, London police reported that they had arrested 3 teenagers in connection with the warehouse fire. The Financial Times reported that an analysis showed that 48,000 local businesses, shops, restaurants, pubs and clubs had suffered financial losses as a result of the looting and rioting in English streets. According to the BBC News, a total of 2,584 businesses were attacked and looted, 231 homes were targeted for burglaries and vandals, and 664 people were robbed and injured. A 20-year-old student, Ashraf Haziq, was attacked while cycling along Queen's Road in Barking. The prosecution said that the victim was punched in the face by one of the group of 100 youths. His bike, a PlayStation Portable, and a mobile phone were stolen. In September 2011, an accusation of robbery was made against 24-year-old Reese Donovan. The same month, a 17-year-old Bu Izagaba was accused and in February 2012 convicted of breaking the victim's jaw with an unprovoked punch. In February 2012, John Kafunda and Reese Donovan were convicted of stealing from Rossley after being identified on camera pretending to help him. Sony offered to replace his PSP after the video of the attack became popular, and Namco Bandai sent him a package of games. Four London buses were set on fire during the riots, 2 of which were completely destroyed. One suffered serious damage but was subsequently repaired, and one suffered less serious damage and was also repaired, and the other buses suffered broken windows and other minor damage. On the 9th of August, Croydon's tramlink was partly shut down due to damage inflicted along its route. Transport of London, London Overground and London Underground shut Barking, Peckham Rye and Harrow-on-the-Hill and Hackney Central stations. The train operating company Southern later announced that trains were stopping at many stations in South London. National Express coaches stopped serving Wolverhampton and suburban stops in the Birmingham area, but not Birmingham coach station itself, and Manchester, but not Manchester Airport. Five Football League Cup games, due to be played on the 9th of 10th of August, were postponed after requests from the police due to the riots. The games at Bristol City, Bristol Rovers, Charleston Athletic, Crystal Palace and West Ham United were all postponed, as they were all situated within a short distance of areas which had seen some of the worst disturbances. There was also uncertainty as to the third Test cricket match between India and England at Edgbaston in Birmingham, but the match was played. The international football friendly between England and the Netherlands at Wembley Stadium, due to take place on the 10th of August, was cancelled, as well as the international friendly between Ghana and Nigeria, scheduled for the 9th of August at Vicarage Road, Watford. Tottenham Hotspur's opening game of the 2011-2012 Premiership League season against Everton on the 13th of August was also postponed. The League 2 game between Cheltenham Town and Swindon Town, due to be played the same day, was also initially postponed until further consultation allowed Gloucestershire Police to provide the required resources. Following the initial disorder in Tottenham, the constituency Labour MP David Lammy appealed for calm, saying that true justice can only follow through investigation of facts, and that Tottenham had its heart ripped out by the riots. He said that the rioters were not representative of the local community as a whole, and insisted that the Independent Police Complaints Commission must fully establish the circumstances of Mark Duggan's death. Mr. Lammy voiced concerns that the EDL and BNP were playing on the London riots and people's fears to advance their political motives. Streatham's Labour MP, Chuka Amuna, commended the violence in Brixton and Tottenham and called for BlackBerry Messenger service used by some of the rioters to coordinate their activities to be temporarily disabled between 6 PM and 6 AM. The use of BlackBerry Messenger to encourage violent disorders led to arrests. A Colchester man was detained under a Serious Crime Act. John Randall, the Conservative MP for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, said, "It's a small minority of people causing the trouble. The events in Ealing brought it home. It's just down the road from Uxbridge Road." Hackney North and Stoke Newington MP Diane Abbott called for an introduction of a curfew. Newark MP Colonel Patrick Mercer called for the deployment of a water cannon. In December 2010, Theresa May, the Home Secretary, has said that the deployment of a water cannon by police forces on British mainland was an operational decision which had been resisted until now by senior police officers. On the 9th of August 2011, Miss May rejected their use and said, "The way we police in Britain is not through the use of water cannon. The way we police in Britain is through the consent of communities." Ken Livingstone, the former London mayor, said, "The issue of water cannons would be very useful given that the level of arson we are seeing here." Scotland Yard said officers did not have any water cannon, and if their use was approved, they would have to be brought over from Northern Ireland. Miss May said, "I condemn utterly the violence in Tottenham. Such disregard for public safety and property will not be tolerated, and the Metropolitan Police have my full support in restoring order." She returned to the UK from holiday early to meet with senior police officials on August the 8th. A spokesman for the Prime Minister's office also added, "The rioting in Tottenham last night was utterly unacceptable. There is no justification for the aggression the police and the public faced, or the damage to property." The Deputy Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, said that the riots were completely unacceptable and described the violence as needless and opportunistic. London's Mayor Boris Johnson, who cut short a holiday in Canada to return to the UK on the 9th of August, said, "I'm appalled at the scenes of violence and destruction in Tottenham," whilst his deputy, Kit Malthouse, told Sky News reporter that criminal elements were to blame for the trouble. Prime Minister David Cameron commended the terrible scenes of people looting, vandalising, thieving, robbing, and told the rioters, "You will feel the full force of the law. And if you are old enough to commit these crimes, you are old enough to face the punishment." Croydon Central MP Gavin Barwell called the damage caused in the London borough of Croydon sickening, in a strongly worded criticism of what he deems as a misplaced hypersensitivity about race, dating back to the Macpherson report of 1999. Civitas director David Green attributed the reluctance of the police to use force to a fear of disciplinary action. He said that the officers in charge of handling a riot think it's safer to wait for orders from the top. In a public speech on the 15th of August, David Cameron blamed a broken society in a moral collapse. Broad societal change themes common to his party's election campaign theme, Broken Britain. The city councils of Manchester and Salford were reported to be investigating their powers for ways of evicting tenants if they or their children had been involved in the violence or looting in their cities. The London Borough of Greenwich also stated on its website, "We shall seek the eviction of anyone living in council property if they are found to have been engaged in criminal acts." Several countries issued warnings advising caution to travellers visiting the United Kingdom during the riots. Khalid Kane, the Deputy Foreign Minister of the Gaddafi government in Libya, called on Mr Cameron to resign over the riots, stating that Cameron has lost all legitimacy and must go. He also called for an international intervention into the UK against Mr Cameron and accused Mr Cameron of using Irish and Scottish mercenaries against rioters, mocking Mr Cameron's comments on Gaddafi during the first Libyan civil war that year. In 2012, the Syrian ambassador to the UN, Bashar Jafari, compared the situation and the government response of the Syrian uprising to that of the 2011 English riots. The riots were described by one journalist as the worst disturbances of their kind since the 1995 Brixton riots. Commentators likened the riots to the Broadwater Farm riot of 1985, during which a police officer, Keith Blakelock, was murdered. The disturbances were preceded by calls for better oversight of the Metropolitan Police, repeating observations which go back to the death of Stephen Lawrence and the New Cross fire. In April 2011, there was a large non-violent march to Scotland Yard as a result of the death of Smiley culture. The very widespread scale of the violence prompted comparisons with the Gordon riots of 1780. The Daily Telegraph's editorial said, "What we have experienced in London and elsewhere since Saturday night is a wholly new phenomenon. Violent disorder whose sole intent is criminal. In such circumstances, there can only be one response if the law-abiding majority is to be protected. The thugs must be taught to respect the law of the land the hard way." The Telegraph also reported Tottenham riots. Police let gangs run riot and loot. Britain's biggest police force is facing criticism after it let looters run riot in North London for almost 12 hours. The Guardian called for the public to back the police. Britain's 2011 riots have become a defining contest between disorder and order. In that contest, important caveats notwithstanding, there is only one right side to be on. The attacks, the destruction, the criminality, and the reign of fear must be stopped. The rule of the law in the cities of Britain must not only be defended against delinquent destruction, it must also be enforced. During the heights of the riots, The Guardian was accused of anti-Semitic incitement by the Media Monitoring Organisation. Comment is free to watch CIFW. After Guardian journalist Paul Lewis singled out Hasidic Jewish residents who were not involved in the rioting. The content of his report stated, the makeup of the rioters was racially mixed. Most were men or boys, some apparently as young as 10, but families and other local residents, including some from Tottenham's Hasidic Jewish community, also gathered to watch and cheer at the police. CIFW responded by commending the newspaper, saying, "At 1,800 word Guardian report doesn't mention the race, ethnicity, or religion of the rioters, but somehow found it pertinent to note that some of those who gathered to jeer the police were allegedly Hasidic Jews." As a result of the negative publicity, The Guardian revised the story. In its 9th of August leading article, The Independent said the police handling of Mark Duggan's death looked to have been poor, and that there is context of mistrust of the police here. The paper added that it is spurious to draw a connection between that disaffection by the inner city youth and specific outbreaks of violence of the sort we have seen in the recent days. Psychiatrist Theodore Dalrymple wrote an opinion piece for the New York Daily News, in which he blamed a sense of entitlement that he sees being common amongst Britain's youth and a cause for the riots. He said that British youth are today among the most unpleasant and violent in the world as a result. Some journalists made comparisons between these riots and the 2005 riots in France. In both cases, the unrest started with the death of a young person during a confrontation with the police. In fact, a television report by France 2, broadcast in November 2005, showed a visit by a delegation from Évry, just outside Paris, to Tottenham, with the report calling Tottenham part of London, regularly shaken by riots. In earlier decades, where a lot of money was invested and the promotion of ethnic minorities had been made a priority. Writing in Pakistan's Newsline, Mahir Ali likened the government's response to that of Margaret Thatcher's response to the 1981 England riots. Many people call for the government to urge the police to deploy anti-riot methods often used outside Great Britain, such as water cannons and baton rounds, which have been used in Northern Ireland, the use of which has been long resisted by senior police commanders and politicians. Pauline Pierce, a 45-year-old woman from Hackney, was filmed close to the rioting, furiously chastising looters over their criminal behaviour. She is seen holding a walking stick and gesturing. The resulting video subsequently went viral. Its rapid spread was helped by tweeting from famous people such as newspaper editor Piers Morgan.
This is the fucking reality. Allow out the burning your property. Allow out burning people's shop that they work hard to start their business. You understand? Poor your auntie shop there. She's working hard to make her business work. And then you lot want to go and burn it up for what? Just to say that you're warring and you're bad man. This is about a man who got shot in Tottenham. This ain't about having fun on the road and busting up the place. Get it real, black people. Get real.
In the middle.
Do it for a cause. If we're fighting for a cause, let's fight for a cause. You lot me the off. I'm ashamed to be a Hackney person. Because we're not all gathering together and fighting for a cause. We're running down Foot Locker and TV Shoe. Dirty teeth or not.
Miss Pearce was hailed as a heroine for helping to ease tensions in Hackney. Her influence was acknowledged by politicians and national press. MP for Hackney South and Shoreditch, Meg Hillier, has invited Miss Pearce to the House of the Parliament. Speaking to the Australian newspaper, Miss Pearce described the looting and vandalism as being heartbreaking and also contrasted people's relative poverty with expenditure for the Olympic Games. Miss Pearce has been since featured in The Spectator, dismissing David Starkey's view that hip-hop culture was partly to blame for the riots. In September 2011, she was awarded the Team of London Award at the annual Peace Awards by Boris Johnson. On Amazon, sales of baseball bats and truncheons increased significantly overnight. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Stephen Kavanagh stated, "We are already seeing a community kickback. People are angry. This is their neighbourhoods that are at stake." Political commentator and foreign affairs analyst Niall Gardiner suggested that the British government should prompt a debate which would allow British business owners the right to keep and bear arms. 3 men killed in a hit-and-run incident in Birmingham, Haroon Jahan, Shahad Ali and Abdul Musiva Tariq, were described as heroes for dying whilst attempting to defend their neighbourhood. Tariq Jahan, the father of the 20-year-old victim Haroon, gave a speech appealing for calm, social unity and to end the violence hours after his son's death.
Last night we lost 3 cherished members of our community. They were taken from us in a way that no father, mother, sister, brother should have to endure. Today we stand here to plead with all the youth to remain calm, for our communities to stand united. As we stand here today, this is not a race issue. The family has received messages of sympathy and support from all parts of the community, all faiths, all colours and backgrounds. Please respect the memory of our sons and the grief of our family and loved ones by staying away from trouble and not going out tonight. Basically, I lost my son. Blacks, Asians, whites, we all live in the same community. Why do we have to kill one another? What started these riots and what's escalated? Why are we doing this? I lost my son. Step forward if you want to lose your sons. Otherwise, calm down and go home. Please. And last, to all those people who were there when the incident took place, I was there too. I know who you guys are. Please come forward. I need witnesses to prove that my son was innocent and the 2 other chaps that died with him for no reason. Please, I beg you, come forward. You guys know me, I know you. We were all there together. Please come forward. Thank you very much.
Jahan was hailed as a hero and a patriot for helping to ease tensions in Birmingham. His influence was acknowledged by politicians and the national press, receiving him an award at the 2011 Pride of Britain's Award. Conservative MEP Daniel Hanahan said of him, "Uncomplaining in the control of his emotions, Tariq Jahan reminds us of what it means to be British." The Financial Times described Mr. Jahan as eloquent and inspiring, and said his selfless intervention contrasted with the rapacious self-interest of the looters and was a timely reminder of the obligations of the community. Tens of thousands of users of social networking sites coordinated clean-up operations of their local shopping areas and streets. Some of these groups began being referred to as riot wombles, taking up brooms and other tools to clear the streets of debris and wreckage, a term that was later used by Prime Minister David Cameron during the speech on the aftermath of the riots of the 15th of August 2011. Social media sites Twitter and Facebook were also used for reporting information on the riots and to coordinate a voluntary citizens' operation to clear out the riot-hit areas. In Clapham Junction, dozens of volunteers carrying brooms turned out to assist with the cleanup efforts. On Facebook, over 900,000 people joined a group entitled Supporting the Met Police Against the London Rioters. Manchester City Councillor Pat Carney, the city centre spokesperson for Manchester City Council, said, "The true Mancunian civic spirit has been shown in Manchester today. Staff from the city centre businesses and Manchester Metropolitan University joined the volunteers as food outlets gave out free drinks and snacks. There were several fundraising initiatives to help independent business owners rebuild their businesses and livelihoods. A petition was submitted to the UK government proposing that any convicted rioters had their benefit payments cut. The petition had been signed by over 200,000 people. A petition on the UK government's website demanding convicted rioters to be banished to the Outer Hebrides of Scotland was set up in the summer of 2011. The reaction caused a public outcry in Scotland, and eventually Westminster offered an apology to the Western Isles MP Agnes Brendon McNeill. By 8 PM on the 7th of August, the major rioting had spread to Wood Green, but some riot police were on hand. Again, the police did not intervene to stop the looting. The mostly Turkish and Kurdish shop owners along Wood Green, Turnpike Lane and Greens Lanes, Haringey, were said to have formed a local protection unit around their shop. On the 8th and 9th of August, people from the Indian, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Kurdish, Turkish, Sikh and English communities chased down mass youths in several areas of North and East London, including Green Street, Hackney, Haringey and Tower Hamlets. Conservative MEP Daniel Hanahan praised the community for their brave and responsible reactions to the crisis. On the 9th of August, vigilantes assembled in Enfield, including several members of the English Defence League, locals and supporters of Millwall FC in Eltham, and the Sikh communities in Southall, East Ham, Ilford and Romford. Sangat TV, a Sikh channel, urged their viewers to protect Sikh temples after a report that one was attacked in Birmingham. On the night of the 9th and 10th of August 2011, following violence, arson and rioting in London, members of the Sikh community in Southall volunteered to stand guard at various city gurdwaras, with as many as 200 to 300 Sikhs from different age groups gathered in various gurudwaras across Southall to safeguard their place of worship from rioters, some armed with swords and hockey sticks. The Sikh drew praise from Prime Minister David Cameron for this action. On the 10th of August in Eltham, police clashed with a bottle-throwing crowd of around 200 vigilantes, including many English Defence League members. It was reported that 50 EDL members joined force with the locals to patrol the streets. That same day, a senior police officer said that some vigilante groups were hampering police operations in London. The ethnic makeup of the rioters varied in different cities. 76% of those arrested in Manchester were white, whilst 29% were white and 39% were black in London. And the West Midlands was the only area where more than 6% were Asian. Research conducted by the University of Nottingham suggested that race relations in Britain deteriorated in the period following the riots, and that the prejudice towards ethnic minorities increased after the hit-and-run incident in Birmingham, in which 3 Asian men were killed by a black driver. Racial tensions between blacks and Asians in Birmingham increased. Hostilities were diffused by public appeals for an end to the violence by Tariq Jahan, the father of one of the victims. The effects of black culture were discussed by historian David Starkey in the edition of BBC's Newsnight programme on the 12th of August. Mr. Starkey singled out an influence of black gangster and rap culture on youths of all races, contrasting contemporary youth patois with the speech patterns of black Tottenham MP David Lammy, who Mr. Starkey asserted sounded white. The author, Dredder Say Mitchell, countered this argument by saying there is no one single black culture. Some commentators remarked on the apparently high proportion of black people involved in the riots, and took the view that there was a disproportionately high number of rioters who were black compared to the overall demographics of the United Kingdom. As the Ministry of Justice had admitted, the group of people brought before the courts is only a subset of all the people who took part in the public disorder. In February 2012, a report was published by the Ministry of Justice providing demographic statistics of the people charged over participation of the riots up to the 1st of February 2012, which revealed that 41% of those brought before the courts identified themselves as being from the white group, 39% from the black ethnic group, 12% from the mixed ethnic group, 6% from the Asian ethnic group, and 2% from other ethnic groups. These figures were disproportionate to the average UK population. However, the figures revealed varying demographics in different areas when compared to local populations. For example, in Haringey, the figures revealed that 55% of defendants in the court over riot-related charges were black, compared to a 17% black population. In Salford, 94% of the rioters in court were white, compared to an 88% white population, and 6% of the rioters were black, compared to the 2% black population. Additionally, looters from 44 foreign countries were jailed, with Jamaicans representing the largest group. The Ministry of Justice report also noted that rioters brought before the courts were disproportionately male, 89%, and young, 53%, were aged 20 or under, with the number of juveniles ranging from 26% in London and 39% in Merseyside, and very few listed as over 40. The Metropolitan Police launched Operation Wyvern, an investigation into the events leading up to and during the riots. The operation was initially led by Detective Superintendent John Sweeney of the Metropolitan Police, with detectives from the Homicide and Serious Crime Command, specialist investigators from the Public Order Branch, and police support staff. Detective Superintendent Robin Bahrain took over the post-event investigation, where officers were drawn from all over the MPS, from different business groups, and placed into 10 investigation hubs across London. Deputy Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Steve Kavanagh, stated that the number of officers deployed tripled between the 6th and 7th of August. The BBC reported that West Midlands riot police were issued with plastic bullets to use against looters, but that none were fired. Metropolitan Police Deputy Assistant Commissioner Steve Kavanagh confirmed that police in London were considering using baton rounds against the rioters, not previously used by mainland police in public order operations, though they were first approved for use in England and Wales in 2001. The Metropolitan Police assigned 450 detectives to hunt for rioters and looters. The list of photographed looters was made available on their website. Assistant Chief Constable Jerry Shewan of Greater Manchester Police criticised unprecedented criminality. On the 10th of August, he warned, "Hundreds and hundreds of people, we have your image, we have your face, we have your act of wanton criminality on film." Research in Motion, RIM, the maker of BlackBerry, are reported to have contacted the police to offer help in investigating the use of their system for the organisation of riots. According to The Independent, the cost to the Metropolitan Police of policing the disorder and disturbances in London were expected to exceed £34 million. This would have been more than their total bill for policing of all major public disorder events in the year from April 2010 to March 2011. By the 15th of August 2011, around 3,100 people had been arrested, of whom 1,100 had appeared in court. On the 25th of August, the BBC reported that more than 2,000 people had been arrested in connection with the disorder in London. It was reported in mid-August that some courts were advised by senior justice clerks to deal harshly with offences committed during the disturbances. The advice was said to tell the courts that they could ignore existing sentencing guidelines and and hand down heavy sentences. David Cameron defended the courts for handing out tough sentences, while some Liberal Democrat MPs and civil rights groups criticised some of the sentences being handed down. Groups of lawyers complained that the Crown prosecutors were opposing bail in more cases than usual. Empirical evidence suggested tougher sentences reduced riot-related offences, but that non-riot offences increased. On the 1st of September 2011, the BBC reported that the official Ministry of Justice figures showed that of 1,566 people that had appeared before the magistrates on charges connected with the disorder, 1,027 had been from London, 190 in Greater Manchester, and 132 in the West Midlands, 67 in Merseyside, and 64 in Nottingham. Sentences of 4 years in a young offenders institution were given to 2 males who promoted riots via Facebook. The proposed events in Northwich and Warrington were not attended by any other people. These sentences were affirmed on the appeal by the Court of Appeal. Giving the judgment of the court, the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales, Lord Judge, sitting with Sir John Thomas and Lord Justice Leveson, stated that there is an overwhelming obligation on sentencing courts to do what they can to ensure the protection of the public, that the imposition of severe sentences intended to provide both punishment and deterrent must follow, and that those who deliberately participate in the disturbances of this magnitude, causing injury and damage and fear to even the most stout-hearted citizens, and who individually commit further crimes during the course of the riots, are committed aggravated crimes. The appeals were dismissed. On the 25th of April 2012, the Court of Appeal, Lord Judge C.J. Openshaw and Irwin J.J. increased the sentence imposed by the Inner London Crown Court on Adam Ahmadazi from 4 years detention to 7 years detention for offences of violent disorder, robbery, burglary and criminal damage committed during the riots on the 8th of August 2011, after a reference from Attorney General Dominic Grieve QC. The Lord Chief Justice stated that the offences were of the greatest possible seriousness. A woman who had not taken part in the riots received 5 months for receiving a pair of stolen shorts. The sentence was later reduced on grounds of appeal. Greater Manchester Police used Twitter to celebrate the 5-month sentence. They later apologised and removed the tweet. A teenager was freed when prosecutors found evidence he had been wrongly charged with arson. While in prison, his own flat was burnt down. The detaining of the under 18 without criminal records was criticised by UNICEF in October 2011 for possibly breaching the 1989 UN Convention of Rights of a Child. By August 2012, 1,292 rioters had been handed custodial sentences totaling over 1,800 years and 16.8 months on average. The Tricycle Theatre in Kilburn presented a piece of new writing, The Riots by Gillian Salovo, which looked into the events over the days in August and the thoughts and opinions of a range of people directly involved and politicians. It transferred to the Barney Grant Arts Centre in Tottenham, about 400 metres from where Mark Duggan's protest took place. On the 5th of January 2012, it was due to run until the 15th of January. The piece included community leaders Stafford Scott and Martin Sylvester Brown, police constables on duty that night, and a former resident of the Carpetwright building. The burned remains now providing a remainder of the events. They were combined with the views of Diane Abbott, Ian Duncan Smith, Michael Gove and Pastor Nims Abunji. It was received well by all critics, with 4 stars from The Guardian. Australian mod rock band The Feldons referenced the riots in their song London Town from their 2012 Goody Hallett and Other Stories. The causes of the 2011 riots, both immediate and long-term, have been subjected of media and academic debate. Several speculations have emerged as to what was the likely contributory factors which might be for the riots. From socio-economic causes focusing on unemployment and spending cuts, as well as social media, gang culture, and criminal opportunism. The House of Commons Home Affairs Select Committee began examining the police response to the riots in late 2011. The then leader of the opposition, Ed Miliband, called for a public inquiry into the wider causes of the riots and has stated that his party would set up such an inquiry if the coalition fails to do so. A wide-ranging LSE study called Reading the Riots concluded that the major contributory factors were opportunism, perceived social justice, deprivation, and frustration at the way communities were policed. A YouGov poll was carried out on the 8th and 9th of August 2011 for The Sun, asking what those surveyed believed to be the main cause of the riots. In it, 42% of those polled for criminal behaviour to be the main cause, whilst 26% thought gang culture was to blame. 8% thought that government cuts were to blame, 5% thought unemployment was to blame, and 5% thought racial tensions were to blame, as well as 3% thinking that poor policing was to blame. In a ComRes poll for the Sunday Mirror and Independent on Sunday, in which the question was, do you agree or disagree with the statements about the recent riots? 90% of those polls agreed that the police should be allowed to use a water cannon to disperse rioters. 90% agreed that there is no excuse whatsoever for the violent rioting and looting over the last few days. 61% agreed that the government ministers failed to return to their desks quickly enough from holidays, and 50% agreed that the government's response to the economic crisis, e.g. cut to services, unemployment, reduced education funding, is helping fuel the rioters. Researchers who study the causes of political instability suggest that the critical common factor is the density of youths. The nation's extent of political unrest, i.e. its vulnerability to riot, war and regime change, is directly associated with the percentage of 15 to 24-year-olds in its population. They argue that communities with more than 20% of individuals in this age group run the greatest risk of more frequent and more intense political instability. They describe the phenomena as the youth bulge theory, where the bulge refers to the fattening of the population pyramid just before the base of the youngest age groups. The riots in Tottenham after the death of Mark Duggan were initially blamed on poor relations between the police and the black community. Professor Gus John has argued that the tactical use of frequent stop and search, particularly among young black men, has caused resentment of the police in the black community. According to David Lammy, the MP for Tottenham, the cracks that already existed between the police and the community became deep fissures. The Guardian's Reading the Riot survey concluded, although rioters expressed a mix of opinions about the disorder, many of those involved said they felt like they were participating in explicitly anti-police riots. They cited policing as the most significant cause of the riot, and anger over the police shooting of Mark Duggan, which triggered initial disturbances in Tottenham, was repeatedly mentioned even outside of London. The rioters themselves cited exclusion as a reason for their actions. One person asked by a journalist if rioting was really the best way to accomplish their objectives. They responded, yes, because if we weren't rioting, you wouldn't be talking to us. Camilla Batman Galidi, writing in The Independent, blames social exclusion and social deprivation. Various journalists have identified poverty and the growing gap between the rich and poor as causative factors. In a House of Commons debate on the riots, the Home Secretary Theresa May stated that the riots were symptomatic of a wider malaise, including worklessness, illiteracy and drug abuse, but also stated that everybody, no matter what their background or circumstances, has the freedom to choose between right and wrong. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair, writing in The Observer, stated that the riots were not caused by a broken society, but due to a group of young, alienated, disaffected youth who are outside of the social mainstream, who live in a culture at odds with any canons of proper behaviour. He added that this is found virtually in every developed nation. An article from the IWCA dubbed the riots as the Lumpton Rebellion, an example of a neoliberal riot. Max Hastings of the Daily Mail was quoted as blaming young people with an entitlement culture after being bereft of discipline. A journalist on Al Jazeera suggested a similarity to the disenfranchisement behind the Arab Spring revolutionary wave in 2011. Links were made to high youth unemployment and general disenfranchisement. The study by the Financial Times, published in September 2011, found a strong link between rioting and deprivation. Christine Adone, writing in the Daily Telegraph, links the riots to a lack of male role models and argues that, like the overwhelming majority of youth offenders behind bars, these gang members only have one thing in common: no father at home. This has been linked further with England having the worst record in family breakdown in Europe. The spending cuts of the coalition government in the United Kingdom have also been cited as a cause. Ken Livingstone, the Labour candidate for mayor in London in 2012, has argued that the economic stagnation and cuts being imposed by the Tory government inevitably created social division. Nick Clegg, the Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Democrats political party, made it clear that the government's planned cuts to the police budgets will go ahead. The local government's budget had been cut in the past year, so Haringey Council, which includes Tottenham and Tottenham Hale, decided to close 8 of its 13 youth clubs in 2011, rather than save money through increased efficiency or make cuts in other areas. Scrapping of the education maintenance allowance, removing of funding for courses where students already has an equal or lower qualification, and trebling of university tuition fees, combined with high youth unemployment, has placed the British youth between a rock and a hard place, alienating and angering the youth population. Proponents of this argument say that the Scottish youth did not riot partly because the Scottish students do not have to pay tuition fees. David Lammy MP has said that Tottenham has the highest unemployment rate in London and the 8th highest in the United Kingdom. The number of people chasing every one job vacancy in Haringey has been put at 23 and 54 in separate reports, and fears have spread of disorder after youth club closures in recent months. One report about a citizens' inquiry conducted in the aftermath of the violence noted that in Tottenham there was about 10,000 unemployed residents and only 367 job vacancies when the riots broke out. Haringey has the 4th highest level of child poverty in London and 8.8% unemployed. Other academics have pointed to a more prosaic causes of the 2011 riots, citing the carnivalesque atmospheres created through the unusual uses of urban space. For example, researchers from the University of Birmingham noted that another sound could be heard above the melee, that of laughter, above the bark of dogs, and behind the masked and hooded face of the throng were smiles, laughter, and shrieks of joy. In a Newsnight discussion on the 12th of August, historian David Starkey blamed black gangster culture, saying that it had influenced youths of all races. The BBC received nearly 700 complaints about his statement that whites have become black. Cottrell Boyce, writing in the Youth Justice Journal, argued that gangs were constructed as a suitable enemy by politicians and the media, obscuring the wider structural and economic roots of youth violence. During the riots on the 9th of August 2011, UK Home Secretary Theresa May said, "I think this has been about sheer criminality. This is what we have seen on the streets. The violence we've seen, the looting we've seen, the thuggery we've seen. This is all sheer criminality. And let's make no bones about it." Paul Hobbs, London's correspondent for One News, said that the looters are not politically motivated and called the riots recreational violence. A Manchester rioter said to a BBC correspondent, "Every time I go into town, I just think how the shops got smashed up in 2011 by all of us. I just laugh about it every time I go back in there now. The BBC reported that the Chief Constable of the West Midlands Police has stated that he thought that the motivation for the rioters targeting the city centre was not anger but greed. Daily Telegraph columnist Peter Osborne stated that moral decay is just as bad at the top of society as it is at the bottom, with the rich and powerful generating anger amongst the British population. He cited the MP's expensive scandals, bankers' bonuses, and the phone hacking scandal as setting poor examples. In the Financial Times, cartoonist Ingram Pin depicted a Union flag being broken through by a looter in a hoodie carrying a stolen box of Adidas trainers, preceded by two men in suits carrying piles of cash, one saying MP's expenses and another saying bankers' bonuses. Kenneth Clarke, the Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State of Justice, writing in The Guardian, described the riots in part as an outburst of outrageous behaviour by criminal classes. He drew attention to the statistic that almost 3/4 of the adults who had been charged with the offences related to the disorder already had a criminal record. Mr. Clarke characterised this as a legacy of a broken penal system, one that did not have a good record for perverting reoffending. He said that he was proposing radical new measures intending on focusing on a robust punishment and delivering reductions in reoffending. A conference held in November 2012 and its subsequent report by Dr. Leah Bassel of the University of Leicester, entitled Media and the Riots, A Call for Action, examined the relationship between the mainstream media and the communities affected by the riots. It criticised the portrayal of young people in the media coverage, particularly young black people who were disproportionately singled out as being involved. It also criticised the press in spreading misinformation and unreliable sources, and a particular disinformation emanating from the police. In the article Youth Voices in Post-English Riots Tottenham, the role of reflexivity in negotiating negative representations, Elster explores the subjective accounts of a group of 18, 15 to 25-year-olds from Tottenham. This study shows the media portrayals of the communities associated with the riots were unrecognisable to those actually living in those communities. Its findings also indicate a consensus among the research participants, who were all from the riot-hit areas, that the UK general public perceived them, and the wider communities in which they live, through media's riot discourse. As we reach a conclusion of our exploration into the Mark Duggan incident and the subsequent 2011 riots, it's clear this period marked an important chapter in British history. Mr. Duggan's fatal shooting by London police triggered a wave of unrest, touching off a deep vein of social political tension and raising cultural questions about police conduct, racial profiling, and the country's systematic disparities. The death of Mark Duggan, a case that has been fraught with controversies, inconsistencies, and unanswered questions, not only provoked the tumultuous events of the summer of 2011, but has also etched a permanent mark on public consciousness. It was a watershed moment that brought into sharp focus the fragile relationship between the police and the communities, and ignited discourse of law, justice and accountability. The 2011 England riots, which erupted in the aftermath of Mr. Duggan's death, illuminated the long-seated social and economic tensions lying dormant beneath the surface of Britain's diverse communities. Cities like London, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester were all scenes of violence, looting and destruction, echoing the frustrations of marginalised communities and the generation's sense of alienation. Yet, amid the violence, there were glimmers of resilience and community spirit. Neighbourhoods pulled together to protect their homes and businesses. Clean-up operations united strangers, and online initiatives sought to bridge divides, demonstrating that even in the darkest times, unity and compassion could prevail. The story of Mark Duggan and the England riots is a pivotal part of British history, a stark reminder of the simmering tensions that lie beneath our societies and the urgent need for systematic change. It beckons us to question, reflect and act to ensure that such an event never repeats. As we move forward, it is essential to remember and learn from these events. They serve as a catalyst for change and dialogue, whether it's regarding police reform, racial justice, social economic equalities, or community coercion. It's this conversation, sometimes uncomfortable, often challenging, but always necessary, that will propel us towards a more fairer and equitable society. Engaging with this history isn't just about recounting the past, it's about paving a way forward for the future, where all citizens feel safe, respected and heard. The shooting of Matt Duggan and the 2011 England riots offer a powerful lesson and an opportunity for us to do better, and we owe it to ourselves and future generations to heed them.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the Great Train Robbery of 1963. The members of the Great Train Robbery have placed themselves in the minds of the UK criminal underworld. The Great Train Robbery was a robbery of £2.6 million from a Royal Mail train heading from Glasgow to London on the West Coast Main Line in the early hours of the 8th of August 1963 at Brakedow Railway Bridge, Ledburn, near Mentmore in Buckinghamshire, England. After tampering with the line-side signals to bring the train to a halt, a gang of 15, led by Bruce Reynolds, attacked the Royal Mail train. Other gang members included Gordon Goody, Buster Edwards, Charlie Wilson, Roy James, John Daly, Jimmy White, Ronnie Biggs, Tommy Wisby, Jim Hussey, Bob Welch and Roger Caudry, as well as 3 men known only as numbers 1, 2 and 3, 2 of whom later turned out to be Harry Smith and Danny Pembroke. A 16th man, an unnamed retired train driver, was also present at the time. With careful planning based on inside information from an individual known as the Ulsterman, named possibly erroneously as Patrick McKenna in 2014, the robbers escaped with over £2.6 million. The bulk of the stolen money has never been recovered to this day. Though the gang had not used any firearms, Jack Mills, the train driver, was beaten over the head, which was later known as a metal bar. Mr. Mills was so severely injured that Mr. Mills never worked again. After the robbery, the gang went to hide at the Leatherslade farm. The police later found this hideout. Incriminating evidence led to the eventual arrest and conviction of most of the gang members. The ringleaders of the robbery went on to be sentenced to 30 years in jail. The plan to intercept and rob the overnight Glasgow to London Royal Mail train was based on information from an unnamed senior security officer within Royal Mail. The unnamed senior security officer had detailed knowledge of the amounts of money carried. The senior security officer who was introduced to 2 of the criminals who would carry out the raid, Gordon Goody and Buster Edwards, by a London solicitor's clerk, Brian Field. The raid was devised over a period of months by a core team, Gordon Goody and Ronald Buster Edwards, along with Bruce Reynolds and Charlie Wilson. Bruce Reynolds assumed the role of the mastermind behind the train robbery, later being referred to as the Great Train Robbery of 1963. This gang, although very successful in the criminal underworld, had virtually next to no experience in stopping and robbing trains, so it was agreed to enlist the help of another London gang called the South Coast Raiders, who had the experience the gang needed to pull off the pre-planned train robbery. They enlisted South Coast Raiders, including Tommy Wisby, Bob Welch and Jim Hussey, who were already accomplished train robbers. The gang called the South Coast Raiders also included Roger Caudry, a man who was a specialist in the train robbery field and knew how to rig the trackside signals to stop the train. Other associates included Ronnie Biggs, a man Mr. Reynolds had previously met in jail, who was added as the organisation evolved and took on more specialist members. The final combined gangs who took part in the raid comprised a total of 16 men. At 6:50 PM on Wednesday the 7th of August 1963, the travelling post office train set off from Glasgow Central Station en route to Euston Station in London. The train was scheduled to arrive at Euston at 4 AM the following morning of Thursday the 7th of August 1963 and went on to be hauled by English Electric Type 4, which was later named Class 40 Diesel Electric Locomotive D326, which later became 4T126. The train consisted of 12 carriages and carried 72 post office staff who sorted mail during the journey from Glasgow to London. All the mail was loaded onto the train at Glasgow during additional station stops en route to London, and from line-side collection points where local post office staff would hang mail sacks on elevated trackside hooks that were caught by nets deployed by the onboard staff. All of the sort-through mail on the train could be dropped off at the same time. This process of exchange allowed mail to be distributed locally without delaying the train with unnecessary stops to drop individual area mail off. One of the carriages involved in the robbery is preserved at the Nain Valley Railway in Peterborough, England. The second carriage, behind the engine, was known as the HVP High Value Packages Coach, which carried large quantities of money and registered mail for sorting by the Royal Mail staff on board. In 1960, the Post Office Investigation Branch recommended the fitting of alarms to all TPOs with HVP train carriages. This recommendation from the Post Office's Investigation Branch was implemented in 1961, but the HVP train carriages without the alarms were retained in reserve until a later date. The fitting of radios were also considered, but they were deemed to be too expensive at the time, and the measure of fitting radios in the carriages was not implemented. This M30204M carriage was kept for evidence for 7 years following the event and then burned at a scrapyard in Norfolk, in the presence of police and post office officials to deter any souvenir hunters. Just after 3 AM on the 8th of August, the driver, 58-year-old Jack Mills from Crewe, stopped the train on the West Coast Main Line at a red light signal at Sears Crossing, Ledburn, between Leighton Buzzard and Cheddington. The signal had been tampered with by the robbers. They had covered the green light and connected a battery power to the red light. The locomotive's second crew member, known as the second man, was 20-year-old David Whitby, also from Crewe. As the signal stop was unexpected at this time and place, Mr. Whitby climbed down from the cab to call the signalman from a line-side telephone, only to find the cables had been cut. Meanwhile, gang members entered the engine cabin from both sides, and as Mr. Mills grappled with one robber, he was struck from behind by another with a kosh and rendered Mr. Mills semi-conscious. The robbers now had to move the train to Bridigo Bridge, which is now known as Mentmore Bridge, approximately half a mile further along the track where the gang had planned to unload the money. One of the robbers had spent 3 months befriending railway staff and to get accustomed to the layout and operation of the trains and carriages. Ultimately though, it was decided that it would be better if the gang used an experienced train driver to move the locomotive and the first 2 carriages from the signals to the bridge after uncoupling the Royal Mail carriages containing the rest of the sorters and the ordinary mail. On that night, the gang hired a new train driver, an acquaintance of Ronnie Biggs, later referred to as Stan Agate or Peter, was unable to operate this new type of locomotive. Although having driven older or different trains for many years, Mr. Biggs was then retired and was experienced only in shunting locomotives on the southern region. With no alternatives available to the gang, it was quickly decided that Mr. Mills would have to move the train to the stopping point near the bridge, which was indicated by a white sheet stretched between poles on the track at the time. Mr. Biggs' only task was to supervise Mr. Agate's participation in the robbery, and when it became obvious that Mr. Agate was not able to drive the train, Mr. Agate and Mr. Biggs were sent to the waiting truck to help load the mailbags. The train was stopped at Bridigo Bridge and the robbers' assault force attacked the HVB Royal Mail carriages. Frank Dewhurst was in charge of 3 other postal workers, Leslie Penn, Joseph Ware and John O'Connor, in the HVP carriages. Thomas Kett, assistant inspector in charge of the train from Carlisle to Houston, was also in the carriage. Both Mr. Dewhurst and Mr. Kett were hit with koshes when they made a vain attempt to prevent the robbers storming the carriage, knowing what was about to go down. Once the robbers had entered the carriage, the staff could put up no effective resistance and there was no police officer or security guard on board to assist the staff on the train. The staff was made to lie face down on the floor in a corner of the carriage. Mr. Mills and Mr. Whitby were then brought into the carriage, handcuffed together and put down beside the staff in the carriage. The robbers removed all but 8 of the 128 sacks from the HVB carriage, which they transferred in about 15 to 20 minutes to the waiting truck by forming a human chain to pass down the 128 sacks. The gang then departed in their Austin Lodestar truck some 30 minutes after the robbery had begun, and to mislead any potential witnesses, they used 2 Land Rover vehicles, both of which bore the registration plates BMG 757A. The gang then headed along less popular roads, listening for police broadcasts on a VHF radio. The journey taking somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour, and arrived back at the Leather Slade farm at around 4:30, at around the same time as the first reports of the crime were being made. Leather Slade farm was a rundown farm 27 miles from the crime scene, between Oakley and Brill, Buckinghamshire, England. It had been brought out 2 months earlier as their hideout. At the Leather Slade farm, they counted the proceeds of the 128 sacks and divided it into 16 full shares and several drinks, which meant smaller sums of money intended for associates of the gang. The precise amount of the split between all associates and the gang members differs according to the source, but the full shares came to approximately 150,000, each equivalent to £3.2 million at today's valuation. From listening to their police-tuned radio, the gang learned that the police had calculated they had gone to ground within a 30-mile radius of the crime scene, rather than dispersing with their haul at the scene. This declaration was based on the information given by a witness at the crime scene in the train carriage the gang had robbed, who had stated that a gang member who had told the post office workers not to move for at least half an hour. The press had interpreted this information as a 30-mile radius, a half-hour drive in a fast car. The gang realised the police were using a dragnet tactic, and with help from the public, this would probably result in discovering the farm much sooner than the gang originally anticipated. A dragnet is a system of coordinated measures for apprehending criminals or suspects, including road barricades, traffic stops, widespread DNA tests, and general increased police awareness. As a result, the plan for leaving the farm was brought forward to Friday from the previous Sunday, when the crime was committed on the previous Thursday. The vehicles they had driven to Leather Slade farm could no longer be used because they had been seen by the train staff. Brian Field came to the farm on the Thursday to pick up his share of the loot and to take Roy James to London to find an extra vehicle. Bruce Reynolds and John Daly picked up cars, one for Jimmy White and the other for Reynolds, Daly and Biggs, and the replacement train driver. Mr. Field, his wife Karen, and his associate Mark brought the vans and drove the remainder of the gang to the Fields' home to recover. Mr. Field had arranged with Mark to carry out a comprehensive cleanup and set fire to the farm after the robbers had left, even though the robbers had already spent much time wiping down to be free of any prints, and as a precaution, Mr. Field still went ahead and requested that Mark do a deeper clean and then set fire to the Leather Slade farm. According to Buster Edwards, Mr. Field nicked 10,000 in 10-shilling notes to help pay for Mark's drink. However, on Monday, when Charlie Wilson rang Brian Field to check whether the farm had been cleaned, he did not believe that Mr. Field's assurances that the Leather Slade farm was in fact clean. Mr. Wilson called a meeting with Mr. Edwards, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Daly and Mr. James as they agreed that they needed to be sure. The group then went on to call Mr. Field to a meeting on the following Tuesday where Mr. Field was forced to admit that he had failed to set fire and burn down the Leather Slade farm. In the IVS 2012 documentary film, The Great Train Robbery, Nick Reynolds, son of Bruce Reynolds, said, "The guy who was paid to basically go back to the farm and burn it down did a runner." Mr. Wilson would have killed Mr. Field there and then, but was restrained by other gang members. By the time they were ready to go back to the Leather Slade farm, however, they learned that police had found the hideout already, so they would not go back without risking being found and arrested. There is uncertainty regarding the exact cash total stolen from the train robbery in 1963. 2.6 million is a figure quoted in the press, although the police investigation states the theft as 2,595,997 and 10 shillings in 636 packages contained in 120 mail bags, the bulk of the haul in £1 and £5 notes. both of which were older white note and the newer blue note, which was half its size. There was also 10 shilling notes and Irish and Scottish money in the 120 mailbags. Because a 30-minute time limit had been set by Mr. Reynolds, 8 of 128 bags were not stolen and were left behind by the gang. Statistically, this could have amounted to 131,000 or 4.7% of the total that was robbed from the Royal Mail train that day. It is alleged that the total weight of the bags removed was 2.5 tonnes, according to former Buckinghamshire police officer John Woolley. Famously, the gang had used the stolen cash as money in a game of Monopoly while held up at the Leatherslade farm. The robbers had cut all the telephone lines in the vicinity of the Royal Mail train, but one of the railmen left on the train at Sears Cross and caught a passing goods train in Cheddington, where he raised the alarm at around 4:20. The first reports of the robbery were broadcast on the VHF police radio, and within a few minutes this is where the gang heard the line, "A robbery has been committed and you'll never believe it. They've stolen the train." The gang consisted of 17 members who were to receive an equal share, including the men who were at the robbery and 2 key informants the gang had used to pull the robbery off. The gang that carried out the robbery consisted of 15 criminals, predominantly from South London. They were Gordon Goody, Charlie Wilson, Buster Edwards, Bruce Reynolds, Roy James, John Daly, Roger Caudry, Jimmy White, Bob Welch, Tommy Wisby, Jim Hussey, and Johnny Biggs, as well as Harry Smith and Danny Pembroke, who were never charged due to the lack of evidence against them, and one still unknown, plus the train driver they nicknamed Pop. The best known member of the gang, Mr. Biggs, had only a minor role, to recruit the train driver. Bruce Richard Reynolds was born on the 7th of September 1931 at Charing Cross Hospital, Strand, London, by Thomas Richard and Dorothy Margaret. Mr. Reynolds' mother died in 1935, and Mr. Reynolds had trouble living with his father, Thomas Richard, and his stepmother, so Mr. Reynolds often stayed with one or other of his grandmothers because Mr. Reynolds and his stepmother did not get along. Mr. Reynolds was jailed for 3 years on several counts of breaking and entering, and upon Mr. Reynolds' release, quickly started re-offending. Mr. Reynolds soon joined a gang with best friend John Daly, who would later become Mr. Reynolds' brother-in-law. They were mentioned by South West gang leaders Ernie Watts and Terry Hogan, aka Harry Booth. After the train robbery, Mr. Reynolds escaped to Mexico with his wife Angela and young son Nick Reynolds, who later became a member of the band Alabama 3, whose song "Woke Up This Morning" was the opening theme of The Sopranos, and lived lavishly with his share of the take, approximately £150,000, which was a lot of money back in the 1960s. When the money ran out, Mr. Reynolds moved his family to Canada and then France under false identities, in search for work before returning to the United Kingdom to pursue opportunities promised by Mr. Reynolds' old criminal contacts. Mr. Reynolds was later arrested in 1968 in Torquay and sentenced to 25 years in jail, but went on to be released a decade later due to good behaviour. Mr. Reynolds was then sent back to prison in the mid-1980s for dealing amphetamines. Mr. Reynolds has produced occasional journalism pieces, been a consultant on a movie and book projects about the train heist, and published a well-regarded crime memoir, Crossing the Line, the autobiography of a thief, 1995. In a 2003 interview, Mr. Reynolds recalled, "From an early age, I always wanted a life of adventure, which subsequently led him to a life of crime." Mr. Reynolds was rejected by the Royal Navy because of poor eyesight, and then tried to become a foreign correspondent, but Mr. Reynolds' high achievement in that vein was to become a clerk at the Daily Mail. While Mr. Reynolds' life in crime did provide excitement, Mr. Reynolds said in 2003, "I've always felt that I can escape my past, and in many ways, I feel that it is more like a line from the ancient mariner, and that notoriety was like an albatross around my neck." Mr. Reynolds died, aged 81, on the 28th of February 2013 after a brief illness. Authorities regarded Douglas Gordon Goody as the mastermind of the operation to the robbery of the Royal Mail train. Mr. Goody first made contact with the Ulster man in a meeting set up by Brian Field in Finsbury Park. Of Northern Irish descent, Mr. Goody was born in Putney, London in March 1930 and was still living in his mother's flat at the time of the train robbery. In the early 1960s, he joined Buster Edwards' gang and helped rob various easy targets. After Mr. Goody's release from prison in 1975, Mr. Goody moved to the whitewashed town of Mallorca in Almeria, Spain, where Mr. Goody ran a tiki beachfront bar. In September 2014, Mr. Goody claimed the identity of the Ulster man was Patrick McKenna for the first time in a documentary marking the 50th anniversary of the train robbery. The documentary makers employed Ariel Bruce, a social worker who finds missing family members, to trace Patrick McKenna, who was found to have died some years previously. However, Ariel Bruce was successful in his attempts to make contact with Mr. McKenna's family. This documentary was shown in cinemas and on demand in October 2014. On the 29th of January 2016, Goody died of emphysema at the age of 85. The most dangerous of the great train robbers was the silent man, Charlie Wilson. Mr. Wilson was born on the 30th of June 1932 by Bill and Mabel Wilson in Battersea. Mr. Wilson had friends from childhood: Jim Hussey, Tommy Wisby, Bruce Reynolds and Gordon Goody. Later on, Mr. Wilson sent to meet Ronald Edwards and the young driving enthusiast Mickey Ball and Roy James, who had taken up car theft. From 1948 to 1950, Mr. Wilson was called up for national service, but in 1955, Mr. Wilson married Patricia Osborne and went on to have 3 children. While Mr. Wilson did have legitimate work in his in-laws' grocery shop, Mr. Wilson also was a thief, and his criminal proceeds went into buying shares in various gambling enterprises. Mr. Wilson went to jail for short spells for numerous offences through his younger years. In 1960, Mr. Wilson began to work with Bruce Reynolds and planned to get into what he thought to be the criminal big league. Ronald Christopher Edwards was born on the 27th of January 1932 at Lambeth, London, the son of a regular barman. After leaving school, Mr. Edwards worked hard in a sausage factory, where Buster began his criminal career by stealing meat to sell on the post-war black market. During Mr. Edwards' national service in the RAF, Mr. Edwards was detained for stealing cigarettes. When Mr. Edwards returned to South London, Buster ran a drinking club and became a professional criminal. Ronald Buster Edwards went on to get married to June Rose in 1952. Together, Mr. Edwards and Miss Rose had a daughter, Nikki. In Mr. Edwards' final years, he ran a flower store outside Waterloo Station in London. Brian Arthur Field was born on the 15th of December 1934 and was immediately put up for adoption by his parents. Mr. Field served 2 years in the Royal Army Service Corps, seeing service during the Korean War. Although soldiers in the Service Corps were considered combat personnel, they were primarily associated with the transport and logistics of the operations. When Mr. Field was discharged from the military, it was with the leaving his superiors with the express feelings that Mr. Fields was a very good character. Mr. Fields later became a solicitor's managing clerk for John Wheater & Co. Although Brian Fields was only 28 at the time of the robbery, Mr. Field was already apparently more preposterous than his boss, John Wheater, as was Mr. Field's nature. Mr. Field drove a new Jaguar and had a nice house, Cadbury, an amalgamum of Karen and Brian Field, with Brian Field's wife at the Bridle Bridge, Whitchurch Hill, Oxfordshire, while his boss owned a battered Ford and lived in a run-down neighbourhood. Part of the reason for Mr. Field's prosperity was that he was not averse to giving Mr. Goody or Mr. Edwards information about Mr. Field's clients, and had in their country houses, making them prime targets for thieves. On one occasion, Mr. Field described the contents and layout of a house near Weybridge where Mr. Field's wife Karen had once been a nanny. Prior to the robbery, Mr. Field had represented Buster Edwards and Gordon Goody in past criminal convictions. Mr. Field had arranged Mr. Edwards' defence when he had been caught with a stolen car and had met Mr. Goody at a nightclub in Soho. Mr. Field was called upon to assist in Mr. Goody's defence in the aftermath of the airport job, which was a robbery carried out on the 27th of November 1962 at the BOAC Comet House, Hatton Cross, London Airport. This was the big practice robbery that the Southwest Gang had done prior to the later known train robbery as the Great Train Robbery of 1963. Mr. Field was also successful in arranging bail for Mr. Goody and Mr. Wilson at other times. In 2014, Douglas Goody had claimed to journalists that the Ulsterman was Patrick McKenna, and at the time of the robbery, a 43-year-old postal worker living in Salford, Lancashire. Patrick McKenna, who was originally from Belfast, met Mr. Goody 4 times in 1963. Mr. Goody alleged that he found out Mr. McKenna's name only when he saw it written inside his spectacles case that Mr. Goody had forgotten about. It is not known, not even to this day, what became of the shares Mr. McKenna allegedly received, but Mr. McKenna's children were flabbergasted on hearing the claim of their father's involvement in the Great Train Robbery. It was surmised that Mr. McKenna either donated his share to the Catholic Church over the years or had the money from his share stolen. This alleged identification of Mr. McKenna as the Ulsterman has been disputed, not at least because Mr. McKenna himself appears to have had no criminal record or associations, and Mr. McKenna himself died poor. It has been suggested that a known associate of the convicted robbers, Sammy Osterman, was part of the gang, and his Ulsterman nickname was simply the result of mishearing of Mr. Osterman's surname. William Gerald Bowl, born the 22nd of October 1913 and died on the 26th of June 1970, an accomplice after the fact of Roger Corddry, was convicted as being one of the robbers, despite playing a role no different from the many other accomplices of the various train robbers in the past. Mr. Ball later died in jail. Leonard Dennis Field, born 1931, date of death is still unknown, helped with the purchase of the Leatherslade Farm hideout, paying the deposit of £5,000 in return for a drink of £12,000. Lenny Field was allowed to think that the plan was to hijack a lorry load of cigarettes. Despite not being in on the robbery, Leonard Field was convicted and sentenced to 25 years. 20 years for conspiracy to rob and 5 years for obstructing justice, which was later reduced to 5. Leonard Field was released from jail in 1967 and went to live in North London. John Denby Wheater, born on the 17th of December 1921, died on the 18th of July 1985, was the employer of Brian Field. Mr. Wheater was convicted and sentenced to 3 years. He later died in Harrogate, near Leeds, aged 63. At 5 a.m, 1963's Chief Superintendent Malcolm Futrell, head of the Buckinghamshire Police Criminal Investigation Department, located at Aylesbury, arrived at the crime scene, where Mr. Futrell supervised evidence gathering. Mr. Futrell then went to Cheddington Railway Station, where the train had been taken, and where statements were taken from the driver and postal workers. A member of the gang had told the postal staff not to move for at least half an hour, and this suggested to the police that their hideout could be within approximately a 30-mile radius from the scene. It appeared from interviews with the witnesses that about 15 hooded men dressed in blue boiler suits had been involved, but little more could be gleaned. By lunchtime of the following day, it became obvious to Mr. Futrell that extra resources were needed to cope with the scale of the investigation, and the Buckinghamshire Chief Constable referred to the case to Scotland Yard. George Hatherill, commander of the C Department, and Detective Chief Superintendent Ernie Millen, head of the flying squad, were initially in charge of the London side of the investigation into the train robbery. They sent Detective Superintendent Gerald MacArthur and Detective Sergeant John Pritchard to assist the Buckinghamshire Police. Police then undertook a major search, fanning out from the crime scene after having failed to find any forensic evidence on the remaining train carriages. a watch was put on the seaports. The Postmaster General Reginald Bevins offered a £10,000 reward to the first person who can give information leading to the apprehension and conviction of the persons responsible for the train robbery. Following a tip-off from a herdsman who used an adjacent field to the Leatherslade farm, a police sergeant and constable called there on the 13th of August 1963, 5 days after the train robbery had taken place. The Leatherslade farm was deserted, but they found the truck used by the gang of the robbers, which had been hastily painted yellow, as well as the Land Rovers. The police also found a large quantity of food, bedding, sleeping bags, post office sacks, registered mail packages, banknote wrappers, and a Monopoly board game that the gang had used while at the Leatherslade farm. It was determined that although the farm had been cleaned for fingerprints, some finger and palm prints presumed to be from the robbers had been overlooked, including those on a ketchup bottle and on a Monopoly set which had been used after the robbery for a game, but with real money to pass the time and keep the robbers entertained. Despite the big breakthrough of the discovery of the Leatherslade farm, the investigation was not going as well as the police would have liked. The London side of the investigation then continued under Detective Chief Superintendent Tommy Butler, who replaced Detective Chief Superintendent Millen as head of the flying squad shortly after Mr. Millen was promoted to Deputy Commander under George Hathrill. On Monday the 12th of August 1963, Detective Chief Superintendent Tommy Butler was appointed to the head of the police investigation of London Connection and quickly formed a 6-man train robbery squad. The Leatherslade farm finally found on the 13th of August 1963, the day after Tommy Butler was appointed the head of the London investigation, the train robbery squad descended on the Leatherslade farm. The breakthrough came when Detective Chief Superintendent Millen met a distinguished barrister in a smoking room at an exclusive West End club, who told Mr. Millen that someone was willing to inform on the gang. The process of talking to the informer was handled by Mr. Hathrill and Mr. Millen, and they never divulged the identity of the informer to the detectives in their command. The informant had been jailed in a provincial prison just before the train robbery and was hoping to get a parole and other favours from taking and providing information about the train robbery to the police. The informant also clearly did not know all the names perfectly, and a second informant, a woman, was able to fill in the gaps. Mr. Millen said in his book, Specialist in Crime, the breakthrough with the informer came at the moment when I and my colleagues at the yard were in a state of frustration, almost approaching despair. This process saw them get 18 names to be passed on to detectives to match up with the list being prepared from fingerprints collected from the Leatherslade farm, where the robbers had stayed temporarily after the robbery. Mr. Hathrill and Mr. Millen decided to publish photos of the wanted men, despite strong protests from Tommy Butler and Frank Williams. This resulted in most of the robbers going to ground. Tommy Butler was a shrewd choice to take over the flying squad, and in particular the train robbery squad. Mr. Butler became arguably the most renowned head of the flying squad in its entire history. Mr. Butler was known variously as Mr. Flying Squad, as One Day Tommy for the speed which he apprehended criminals, and as the Grey Fox for his shrewdness. Mr. Butler was also Scotland Yard's most formidable thief-taker, and, as an unmarried man who still lived with his mother, Mr. Butler had a fanatical dedication to his job. Mr. Butler worked long hours and expected all members of the squad to do the same. The flying squad later had to work out rotations whereby one member would go home to rest, otherwise they were getting only 3 hours of sleep per night and had no time to eat healthily or see their families. When the squad tried to get Mr. Butler to ease the working conditions, Mr. Butler was enraged and threatened to send them back to their normal duties if they could not handle his expectations for them. Mr. Butler was said to be very secretive, with Jack Slipper claiming in his book Slipper of the Yard 1981 that Mr. Butler wouldn't even tell his own left hand what the right was doing. This meant that the train robbery squad members were often dispatched on errands with no knowledge of how their tasks fit into the overall investigation. The 6-man train robbery squad consisted of Detective Inspector Frank Williams, Detective Sergeant Steve Moore, Detective Sergeant Jack Slipper, Detective Sergeant Jim Neville, Detective Sergeant Louis Van Dyke, and Detective Constable Tommy Thorburn. The senior officer, Frank Williams, was known to be quite the quiet man. Mr. Williams' speciality was dealing with informants, and he had the best working knowledge of the South London criminal fraternity in the force. One of the squad members, Jack Slipper, would later become head of the flying squad and would still be involved in the case many years later. The Post Office Investigation Branch had to establish the amount of money stolen, £2.5 million and 10 shillings. The branch also sought to identify what money had been taken so that the relevant banks could be notified. Deficiencies in HVP carriage security were reported and secure carriages were immediately brought back into service. The installation of radios was recommended as a priority. The investigation was detailed in a report by Assistant Controller Richard Yates that was issued in May 1964. The first gang member to be caught was Roger Caudry. Mr. Caudry was his friend, William Ball, who was helping him lie low in return for the payment of old debts Mr. Ball owed. They were living in a rented, fully furnished flat above a florist shop in Wimborne Road, Moordown, Bournemouth. The Bournemouth police were tipped off by Ethel Clark, who unfortunately, Mr. Ball and Mr. Caudry was the widow of a former police officer. When Mr. Ball and Mr. Caudry paid rent for a garage in Tweedle Road, off Castle Lane West, 3 months in advance, all in used 10-shilling notes. Mr. Ball was not involved in the robbery, but was sentenced to 24 years and later died in prison in the 1970s. The police later acknowledged that Mr. Ball was the victim of a miscarriage of justice. Other arrests followed. 8 of the gang members and several associates were caught. The other arrests were made by Sergeant Stan Davis and Probationary Constable Gordon Charlie Case. On Friday the 16th of August 1963, 2 people had decided to take the morning stroll in Dorking Woods, discovered a briefcase, a holdall, and a camel bag, all containing money. They called the police, who also discovered another briefcase full of money in the woods. In total, a sum of £100,000 was found. They also found a camel skin bag with a receipt inside from the Café Pension restaurant, Sonnenbüchel, Hindenland, Prov, Germany. It was made out to her and Frey Field. Surrey police delivered the money and the receipt to Mr. Futrell and Mr. MacArthur in Aylesbury, who both knew by then that Mr. Brian Field was a clerk at Mr. James and Mr. Wheater, who had acted on the purchase of the Leatherslade farm. They quickly confirmed through Interpol that Brian and Karen Fields had stayed at the pension Sonnenbüchel in the February of that same year. The police knew that Mr. Field had acted for Gordon Goody and other known criminals. Several weeks later, the police went to Mr. Field's house to interview him. Mr. Field calmly, for someone whose relatives had dumped a large part of the loot, provided a cover story that implicated Lenny Field as the purchaser of the Leatherslade farm and his boss, John Wheater, as the lawyer. Brian Field admitted to visiting the Leatherslade farm on one occasion with Lenny Field, but said Lenny assumed it was an investment of his brother Alexander Field, whom Brian Field had defended unsuccessfully in a more recent crime case. Brian Field, not knowing the police had found a receipt, readily confirmed that he and his wife had been to Germany on a holiday and gave them details at the place at which they stayed. On the 15th of September 1963, Brian Field was arrested and his boss, John Wheater, was arrested 2 days later. Brian's brother, Lenny Field, had already been arrested on the 14th of September 1963. Jack Slipper was the primary of one involved in the capture of Roy James, Johnny Biggs, Jim Hussey and John Daly. The trial of the robbers began at Aylesbury Assizes, Buckinghamshire on the 20th of January 1964. Because it would be necessary to accommodate a large number of lawyers and journalists, the existing court was deemed too small, and so the offices of Aylesbury Rural District Council were specially converted for the event. The defendants were brought to the court each day from Aylesbury prison in a compartmentalised van out of view of the large crowd of spectators that would arrive, and crowd of the surrounding areas for peaks of the gang members arrested. Mr. Justice Edmund Davies presided over the trial, which lasted 51 days and included 613 exhibits and a total of 240 witnesses. The jury retired to the Grange Youth Centre in Aylesbury to consider the evidence and come up to an agreed upon verdict. On the 11th of February 1964, there was a sensation when John Daly was found to have no case to answer. Mr. Daly's counsel, Walter Rayborn QC, claimed that the evidence against his client was limited to his fingerprints being on the Monopoly set found at the Leatherslade farm, and the fact that he went underground after the robbery. Walter Rayborn QC went on to say that Mr. Daly had played the Monopoly game with his brother-in-law, Bruce Reynolds, early in 1963, and that Mr. Daly had gone underground only because he was associated with people who were publicly sought by the police. This was not proof of involvement in a conspiracy, however. The judge agreed, and the jury was redirected to acquit Mr. Daly of the charges against him. Detective Inspector Frank Williams was shocked when this occurred because, owing to Tommy's butler refusal to share information, Detective Inspector Frank Williams had no knowledge of the fact that Mr. Daly's prints were on the Monopoly set. If Mr. Williams had known this, he could have asked Mr. Daly questions about the Monopoly set and robbed him of his very effective alibi. Mr. Daly was clever in avoiding having a photo taken when he was arrested until he would want to shave his beard first. This meant that there were no photos to show the length of Mr. Daly's facial hair had gotten before Mr. Daly had the chance to change his bearded appearance. No action was taken against Mr. Butler for his mistake in ensuring the case against Mr. Daly was more thorough. On the 15th of April 1964, the proceeds ended with the judge describing the robbery as a crime of sordid violence inspired by vast greed, and passing sentences of 30 years imprisonment on 7 of the robbers. The 11 men sentenced all felt aggrieved at the sentences handed down on them, particularly Bill Ball, who later died in prison, and Lenny Field, who was later found not guilty of the charges against them. The other men, aside from Mr. Wheater, resented what they had considered to be excessive length of the sentences, which were longer than any of those given to many murderers or armed robbers at that time. Train robbers who were sentenced later and by different judges received shorter terms than those of the Royal Mail train robbery. The severity of the sentences handed down to the robbers caused much surprise. When mastermind Bruce Reynolds was arrested in 1968, Mr. Reynolds allegedly told arresting officer Tommy Butler that those sentences Mr. Reynolds had received had detrimental effects. According to the arresting officer of the train robbers, Tommy Butler, gang leaders had prompted criminals generally to take guns with them when they were sent out on robberies. On the 13th of July 1964, the appeals by Lenny Field and Brian Field, no relation, had the charges of conspiracy to rob were allowed by the court. This resulted in their sentences being in effect reduced to only 5 years. On the 14th of July 1964, the appeals by Roger Caudry and Bill Ball were allowed, with the convictions for conspiracy to rob quashed, leaving only the receiving charges. Justice Fenton Atkinson concluded that a miscarriage of justice would result if Mr. Ball's charges were upheld, given that Mr. Ball's age, physique and temperament made him an unlikely train robber. Luckily for Mr. Ball, as the oldest robber, Mr. Caudry was also deemed to not be guilty of the conspiracy because his prints had not been found at the Leatherslade farm. Lenny Field was only reluctantly acquitted of the robbery by the judge. Justice Atkinson stated that he would not be surprised if Lenny Field were part of the conspiracy and one of the robbers. The charges against the other gang members were upheld. On the 12th of August 1964, Mr. Wilson escaped from Winson Green Prison in Birmingham in under 3 minutes, the escape being considered unprecedented in that a 3-man team had broken into the prison to extradite Mr. Wilson out. Mr. Wilson's escape team was never caught, and the leader, nicknamed Frenchie, had disappeared from the London criminal scene by the late 1960s. 2 weeks after Mr. Wilson's escape, he was in Paris for plastic surgery. By November 1965, Mr. Wilson was in Mexico City visiting old friends Bruce Reynolds and Buster Edwards. Mr. Wilson's escape was yet another dramatic twist in the train robbery saga. 11 months after Mr. Wilson's escape, in July 1965, Mr. Biggs escaped from Wandsworth Prison 15 months into his sentence. A furniture van was parked alongside the prison walls and a ladder was dropped over the 30-foot high wall into the prison during outside exercise time, allowing 4 prisoners to escape, including Mr. Biggs. The escape was planned by recently released prisoner Paul Seaborn with the assistance of 2 other ex-convicts, Ronnie Leslie and Ronnie Black, with support from Mr. Biggs' wife, Charmaine. The plot saw 2 other prisoners interfere with the warders and allow Mr. Biggs and friend Eric Flower to escape beyond the prison walls. Paul Seaborn was later caught by Officer Butler and sentenced to 4.5 years. Ronnie Leslie received 3 years for being the getaway driver. The 2 other prisoners who took advantage of Mr. Biggs' escape were captured after just 3 months. Mr. Biggs and Eric Flower paid a significant sum of money to be smuggled to Paris for plastic surgery, thus to prevent being captured. Mr. Biggs said he had to escape because of the length of the sentence and what he alleged to be the severity of the prison conditions. Jimmy White with the other robbers on the run and having fled to the country, only Mr. White was at large in the United Kingdom. Mr. White was a renowned locksmith and thief and had already been on the run for 10 years before the train robbery had taken place. Mr. White was said to have a remarkable ability to be invisible, to merge with his surroundings and become the ultimate Mr. Nobody. Mr. White was also a wartime paratrooper and a veteran of Arnhem. According to Piers Paul Reed in his 1978 book, The Train Robbers, Mr. White was a solidarity thief not known to work with either firm. Mr. White should have a good chance of remaining undetected altogether. Yet was known to be one of the train robbers almost straight away, first by other criminals and then by police. Mr. White was unfortunate in that Brian Field's relatives had dumped luggage containing £100,000 only a mile from the site where Mr. White had brought a caravan and hidden an additional £30,000 in a paneling of that caravan. In addition, a group of men purporting to be from the flying squad broke into Mr. White's flat and took a briefcase containing £8,500. Throughout Mr. White's 3 years on the run with his wife Cherie and baby son Stefan, he was taken advantage of or let down by friends and associates quite often. On April 10, 1996, a new friend recognised Mr. White from photos in a newspaper and informed the police. They went on to arrest Mr. White at Littlestone while he was at home. Mr. White was found to have £8,000 to hand back to the police. The rest was gone. Mr. White was tried in June 1966 at Leicester's Assizes, and Mr. Justice Neild sentenced him to 18 years in jail, considerably less than the 30 years given to the other principal offenders at the time. Buster Edwards. Mr. Edwards fled to Mexico with his family to join Bruce Reynolds and later Charlie Wilson, but returned voluntarily to England in 1966, where Mr. Edwards was sentenced to 15 years in jail. Charlie Wilson. Mr. Wilson took up residence outside Montreal, Quebec, Canada, on Rigurud Mountain in an upper middle class neighbourhood where the large, secluded properties are surrounded by trees. Mr. Wilson lived under the presumed name of Ronald Alloy, a name borrowed from a Fulham shopkeeper. Mr. Wilson's wife and 3 children soon joined him in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Mr. Wilson joined an exclusive golf club and participated in activities of the local community. It was only when Mr. White invited his brother-in-law over from the UK for Christmas that Scotland Yard was able to track him down and recapture Mr. White on outstanding warrants. Scotland Yard waited 3 months before making their move, in the hope that Mr. Wilson would lead them to Mr. Reynolds, the last suspect to be apprehended. Mr. Wilson was arrested on the 25th of January 1968 by Tommy Butler. Many in Rigulad pensioned that Mr. White's wife and 3 daughters be allowed to stay in the Montreal area of Canada. Bruce Reynolds. On the 6th of June 1964, Mr. Reynolds arrived in Mexico with his wife Angela and son Nick, joining Mr. Reynolds a few months later after they evaded the obvious police surveillance. A year later, in July 1965, Buster Edwards and his family arrived, although unlike Mr. Reynolds' family, they planned to return to England at some stage and did not like living in Mexico. Charlie Wilson, on the run with his family, still back in England, visited them for 6 weeks, so 3 of the train robbers were together in exile for a short period of time. After the Edwards family returned to England, the Reynoldses also decided to leave Mexico and go to Canada to potentially join up with the Wilson family, leaving on the 6th of December 1966. The robbers had spent much of their share of the robbery by this point, living far more extravagantly than the Edwardses had. After realising the danger in settling near the Wilson family in Montreal, they went to live in Vancouver and then went to Nice, France. Mr. Reynolds did not want to go to Australia where Mr. Biggs was, and needed money, decided to go back to England, settled briefly in Torquay before being captured by Tommy Butler. Ronnie Biggs. Ronnie Biggs fled to Paris, where he acquired new identity papers and underwent plastic surgery. In 1970, Ronnie Biggs had moved to Adelaide, Australia, where he worked as a builder, and Ronnie and his wife had a 3rd son. Tipped off that Interpol was showing interest, Ronnie Biggs moved to Melbourne, working as a set constructor for Channel 9, later escaping to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, after police have discovered Ronnie Biggs' Melbourne address. Ronnie Biggs could not be extradited because there was no extradition treaty between Britain and Brazil at the time, and additionally, Ronnie Biggs became father to a Brazilian son, which afforded him legal immunity. As a result, Ronnie Biggs lived openly in Rio for many years, safe from the British authorities that were out to catch and send him to jail for his outstanding warrant for robbery. In May 2001, aged 71 and having suffered 3 strokes, Ronnie Biggs voluntarily returned to England. Accepting that he could be arrested, Ronnie stated desire to walk into a Margate pub as an Englishman and buy a pint of bitter, despite being wanted by police. Arrested on landing after detention and a short court hearing, Ronnie Biggs was sent back to prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. On the 2nd of July 2009, Ronnie Biggs was denied parole by Justice Secretary Jack Straw, who considered Ronnie Biggs to be still woefully unrepentant, but was released from custody on the 6th of August, 2 days before his 80th birthday, on compassionate grounds. Ronnie Biggs later died on the 18th of December 2013, aged 84. Following the deaths of Mr. Goody on the 29th of January 2016 and Tommy Wisby on the 30th of December 2016, Bob Welsh is the only remaining known member of the gang known to still be alive by this time. In later years, the robbers generally came together only for the funerals of their fellow gang members to pay their respects. Mr. Wilson's funeral on the 10th of May 1990 was attended by Bruce Reynolds, who reported seeing Buster Edwards, Roy James, who got into a verbal argument with the press, Mr. Welsh, who was hobbling on crutches, and Mr. White, who went unnoticed due to his natural ability to blend into the background. At Mr. Edwards' funeral in 1994, Mr. Reynolds claimed to see Mr. Welsh. Mr. Hussey, Mr. Wisby and Mr. James were in prison at this time. After being sentenced on the 16th of April 1964, Brian Field served 4 years of his 5-year sentence. Brian Fields was later released in 1967. While Brian Field was in prison, his wife Karen divorced him and married a German journalist. Mr. Field's wife, Karen, went on to write an article for the German magazine Stern. Karen confirmed that she took Roy James to Thame railway station so Mr. James could go to London, and that Karen led a convoy of 2 vans back to her house, where the gang was joined by wives and girlfriends for a big party to celebrate the success of the crime they had committed. When Mr. Reynolds returned to the UK in 1968, Mr. Reynolds tried to contact Brian Field, as this was the only way he could get in touch with the Ulsterman. It seems that Mr. Field was ambushed upon his release from prison by a recently released convict, Scotch Jack Buggy, who presumably roughed up or even tortured Brian Field with a view to extorting some of the loot from the robbery for his own greed. Subsequently, Brian Field went to ground and Mr. Buggy was killed shortly after. Mr. Reynolds later gave up trying to find Brian Field. In the mid to late 1970s, Brian and Sian worked for the Children's Book Centre, which has been sold on the Kensington High Street, London. Mr. Field and his wife Sian were responsible for the company's operations in Central and Southern Europe, to where they shipped English language books and held book fairs at international English schools. Brian Field, aged 44, and Cian, aged 28, died in a car crash on the M4 motorway on the 27th of April 1979, a year after the last of the robbers had completed their sentences. This accident occurred as the couple returned from a visit to Cian's parents in Wales. A Mercedes is driven by Amber Bisson, the pregnant 28-year-old daughter of well-known hairdresser Raymond Bisson, and nicknamed Mr. Teasy Weezy, crossed as a damaged section of the guardrail and slammed into Brian Field's oncoming Porsche. The Fields, Amber, and her husband and 2 children were all killed instantly. It was several weeks after the accident that Mr. Field's true identity was discovered by the police. It is not clear whether his wife Cian ever knew of Brian's past. The last of the robbers released, after serving about 1/3 of his sentence, Mr. Wilson returned to the life of crime and was found shot dead at his villa in Marbella, Spain, on the 24th of April 1990. Mr. Wilson's murder was thought to be related to suspected cheating in the drug dealing game. Mr. Wilson is buried in Steetham Cemetery. Buster Edwards, after he was released, Buster became a flower seller outside Waterloo Station in London. Mr. Edwards' story was dramatised in the 1988 film Buster, with Phil Collins in the title role. Mr. Edwards died in a garage in November 1994, allegedly committing suicide by hanging himself. Mr. Edwards' family continued to run the flower stall after his death. Roy James went back to the motor racing following his release on the 15th of August 1975. However, Mr. James crashed several cars and his chances of becoming a driver quickly faded into a past dream. After the failure of his sporting career, Mr. James returned to the trade as a silversmith. Mr. James produced a trophy given to Formula One promoters each year thanks to his acquaintance with the Formula One founder Bernie Ecclestone. In 1982, Mr. James married a younger woman, but the marriage quickly broke down as the couple seemed incompatible with each other. By 1983, Mr. James and Charlie Wilson had become involved in an attempt to import gold without paying the excise duty. Mr. James was acquitted in January 1984 for his part in the swindle. In 1993, Mr. James shot and wounded his father-in-law, pistol whipping and partially strangling his ex-wife after they had returned their children for a day's outing. This resulted in Mr. James being sentenced to 6 years in jail. In 1996, James underwent triple bypass surgery and was subsequently released from prison in 1997, only to die almost immediately afterwards on the 21st of August after suffering from another heart attack. Mr. James was the 5th member of the gang to die, despite being the youngest. Roger Caudry was the first of the robbers to be released, but Mr. Caudry's share of the theft had almost entirely been recovered by the police. Mr. Caudry went back to being a florist at his sister's business upon his release. Mr. Caudry is now dead, and his son Tony had publicly acknowledged that his dad confirmed that Bill Bowl was innocent of any involvement in the robbery. Bruce Reynolds, the last of the robbers to be caught, was released from prison on the 6th of June 1978 after serving a prison term of 10 years. Mr. Reynolds, then aged 47, was helped by Gordon Goody to get back on his feet before Mr. Goody departed for Spain. By October 1978, day release ended and Mr. Reynolds had to report to a parole officer. Frank Monroe, one of the 3 robbers who was never caught, temporarily gave Mr. Reynolds a job, but did not want to attract undue attention by employing Mr. Reynolds for too long. Mr. Reynolds later got back together with his wife Angela and son Nicholas. Mr. Reynolds was arrested in 1983 for drug dealing offences. Mr. Reynolds denied having any involvement in the robbery. Mr. Reynolds was released again in March 1985 and dedicated himself to helping his wife Angela recover from a mental breakdown. In 2001, Mr. Reynolds and his son Nicholas travelled with reporters from the Sun newspaper to take Mr. Big back to Britain. In 2010, Mr. Reynolds wrote the afterword of Signal Red, Robert Ryan's novel based on the robbery, and Mr. Reynolds would regularly comment on the robbery. Mr. Reynolds died in his sleep aged 81 on the 28th of February 2013. John Daly, upon his acquittal and release, and after finding his share of the loot stolen or destroyed, Mr. Daly gave up his life of crime and went straight, putting his past thoroughly behind him. Mr. Daly and his wife Barbara and their 3 children moved to Cornwall, where Mr. Daly worked as a street sweeper until the age of 70, known to locals as Gentleman John or John the Gent. Mr. Daly told no one about the robbery, as he was told he could face a retrial. Mr. Daly died 6 weeks later after his brother-in-law, Mr. Reynolds, had passed away. On the 6th of August 2009, Ronnie Biggs was granted release from prison on compassionate grounds due to a severe case of pneumonia and other ongoing health problems. In 2011, Mr. Biggs updated his autobiography, Odd Man Out, The Last Straw. Having suffered a series of strokes after Mr. Biggs' release and unable to speak for the previous 3 years, Mr. Biggs died at the Carlton Court Care Home in London on the 18th of December 2013. Tommy Wisby was luckier than most of the others in that his loot had been entrusted to his brothers, and when Mr. Wisby emerged, he had a house in South London and had a few investments to keep himself going. During Mr. Wisby's prison stint, his daughter Lorraine had died in a brutal car accident. Mr. Wisby took a while to learn how to live harmoniously with his wife Renee, his daughter Marilyn having moved out upon Mr. Wisby's return. Shortly after Mr. Wisby's release, Mr. Wisby was imprisoned on remand over a swindle involving travellers' checks. The judge acknowledged the minor nature of Mr. Wisby's role. Jim Hussey was released on the 17th of November 1975 and married girlfriend Jill, whom he had just met before the train robbery. Mr. Hussey's share of the loot had been entrusted to a friend of Frank Monroe, who squandered it despite Mr. Monroe periodically checking on its keeper. Mr. Wisby and Mr. Hussey fell back into crime and were jailed in 1989 for cocaine dealing, with Mr. Wisby sentenced to 10 years and Mr. Hussey to 7 years. In Mrs. Wisby's book, Gangsters Mole, Marilyn Wisby recounts that on the 8th of June 1988, after returning home from a visit to an abortion clinic and resting, they were raided by the drug squad. The raid uncovered 1 kilogram of cocaine, and Rennie and Marilyn Wisby was arrested along with Jimmy Hussey, who had been spotted accepting a package from Mr. Wisby in a park. Mr. Wisby himself was captured a year later in Wilmslow, Cheshire. Mr. Wisby was allegedly staying with another woman to the shock of his wife and daughter. In return for Mr. Hussey and Mr. Wisby's pleading guilty, the 2 women were unconditionally freed from their husbands' grips. Upon their release from prison, both men retired from working. Mr. Wisby later explained, "We were against drugs all our lives, but as years went on, towards the end of the 70s, it became more and more of the in thing to do. Being involved in a great train robbery, our name was good. Other criminals knew we had never grasped anyone. We had done our time without putting anyone else in the frame." On the 26th of July 1989, 2 men pleaded guilty and admitted at Snaresbrook Crown Court, London, that they were a part of a £500,000 cocaine trafficking ring. Mr. Wisby's grandson has also had trouble with the law in Cyprus. Bob Welsh, born March 1929, was released on the 14th of June 1976. Mr. Welsh was the last of those convicted in the Aylesbury to be released from prison. Mr. Welsh later moved back in with his wife June and his son. He threatened the man left in charge of his shares of the theft to retrieve the remaining shares. A leg injury sustained in prison forced Mr. Welsh to undergo several operations, which left him disabled. Douglas Goody was released from prison on the 23rd of December 1975, aged 46, and went to live with his ill mother in her small cottage in Putney. Unlike other robbers, Mr. Goody was exceptionally lucky in that the man he left in charge of his affairs was loyal and successful, so Mr. Goody was able to live a relatively well-off lifestyle after leaving prison. In his final years of incarceration, Mr. Goody had taken full benefit of the newly established Education College at Wormwood Scrubs and studied Spanish to GCSE standard. Mr. Goody later moved to Mallorca, southern Spain, where he bought a property and a bar and settled down, believing to be safer to be out of the United Kingdom entirely. Mr. Goody was at one point accused of cannabis smuggling but ultimately cleared of all those wild charges. Mr. Goody continued to live in Mallorca until his death on the 29th of January 2016, following an illness he inevitably could not beat. While there has been a lot of mystery surrounding several of the gang who were not imprisoned, in reality the police knew almost the entire gang almost instantly, despite what the public or the news was saying. By the 29th of August 1963, Commander Hathrow had 14 names and told the police that Brian Field had tried to enlist another gang to rob the train, who had turned Mr. Field down. Mr. Hathrow's list was unerringly accurate. All the major gang members who were later jailed were identified except for Ronnie Biggs. With the exception of the minor accomplices, Lenny Field, Bill Bowl and the train driver, the list was complete, although of course the Ulsterman was not identified. In terms of the ones that got away, there were 4 others identified: Harry Smith, Danny Pembroke, a fair-haired man 25 years old and well-spoken, who was not named, and a nondescriptive man who may have been Jimmy Collins. In 2019, Mr. Pembroke's son, also called Danny, confirmed that his father was present during the raid. Mr. Pembroke escaped detection as he always wore gloves, including at the hideout at the Leatherslade farm, and went outside to the toilet rather than using the one inside of the house. The son stated that Mr. Pembroke, whose share of the loot was £150,000, died in 2015, aged 79. Both Piers Paul Reed and Bruce Reynolds refer to 3 robbers who got away as Bill Jennings, Alf Thomas and Frank Monroe. Piers Paul Reed refers to this man as Bill Jennings in The Train Robbers, while Bruce Reynolds adds the nickname Flossie. Ronnie Biggs refers to him as Mr. One, as do other accounts. According to Bruce Reynolds, Flossie had no previous convictions and stayed well out of contact with the group. A shady figure, nobody knew exactly where he lived or even what his real name was. All we knew that he was 100% and was sure to outlast the Hula Baloo. The last report of Flossie, or Mr. One, said that he was in a safe house, banged up with 2 gorgeous girls and enough champagne to sink a battleship. It is clear that while Mr. Reynolds claims to not have known his real name, Flossie was just a participant in the Great Train Robbery. He was a core part of the gang and participated in the London airport robbery. This robbery was the audacious raid that Gordon Goody and Charlie Wilson were acquitted of. The raid consisted of Roy James and Mickey Ball as the getaway drivers, with 6 robbers: Bruce Reynolds, Buster Edwards, Gordon Goody, Charlie Wilson and Flossie, and a 6th man who did not participate in the train robbery. In the end, the only one caught after the airport raid was Mickey Ball, who pleaded guilty to being a getaway driver when a witness mistook him for Flossie, and to avoid being blamed for the actual violence, Mr. Ball agreed to plead guilty as an accomplice and was in prison during the time of the Great Train Robbery. Mr. Ball was found out to have been given £500 from the proceeds of the train robbery. Henry Thomas Harry Smith, born on the 20th of October 1930, is believed to be Flossie, and unlike most other robbers, actually got to spend his share of the loot, buying 28 houses and also a hotel and drinking club in Portsmouth, England. Mr. Smith was the only man not ultimately arrested that was on both the Hathrow list and Tommy Butler's list of criminals to rob the Royal Mail train that day. Danny Pembroke was an ex-army man who was a South London taxi driver and a South Coast raider. At Leatherslade Farm, Mr. Pembroke was the most careful of the gang, and nothing was ever found to associate him with the robbery, despite the police being satisfied that Mr. Pembroke was one of the gang and had searched his house in September 1963. However, afraid that Mr. Pembroke would be betrayed, he did a deal with Frank Williams and paid back a sum of £47,000. Following the robbery, Mr. Pembroke left for America for a couple of years, knowing he was set up for life, and then returned to live quietly in Kent. Mr. Pembroke later died at age 79 from a heart attack at home in his sleep on the 28th of February 2015. Mr. Pembroke had 5 children, and his son Danny Jr. admitted to his involvement in the Channel 4 documentary in August 2019. According to Bruce Reynolds, Frank Monroe, who was never caught, worked as a film stuntman for a while before starting a paper and scrap metal recycling business. The driver, of course, was not a member of the gang, as defined by receiving an equal share, more as just an accomplice. Piers Paul Reed called the replacement train driver Stan Agate, and Stan was apparently the true nickname of the replacement driver. Mr. Reed, concerned that the robbers may have hurt him, went to see Ronnie Biggs in Brazil to get his details, although was dismissed to find that Ronnie Biggs did not know his last name and knew and cared very little about him. With the meagre details provided, Mr. Reed used a detective agency to track down the driver at a town 20 miles south of London, and found that the train driver was still alive, although somewhat senile and being cared for by his dear wife. The wife admitted that she had burnt all the clothes that he had worn that night and had nervously waited for either the gang to murder him or the police to arrest him. Mr. Reed promised not to reveal their identities. Unlike the other 3 members of the gang who got away, Peter Fordham does make mention of the replacement driver, but notes that he is said now to be dead. Perhaps the robbers who provided material for the book did not want the police looking for the replacement driver, as at the time of publishing in 1965, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. White and Mr. Edwards were still on the run. Ronnie Biggs, in his 1994 autobiography Odd Man Out, said that Bruce Reynolds offered him a chance to join the gang if Mr. Biggs could find a train driver. Ronnie Biggs offers the train driver a £40,000 share of the profits, tells Mr. Reynolds, and gives his address to John Daly, who then proceeds to check this train driver out. It seems that while he was an older man, the train driver still had to apply for 2 weeks' leave of absence from his job. According to Mr. Biggs, Peter was paid his £40,000 drink, although other accounts claim otherwise. Mr. Biggs states that Mary Manson drove Peter and John Daly home, while Mr. Reynolds drove Mr. Biggs home. John Wheater was released from prison on the 11th of February 1966 and managed his family's laundry business in Harrogate, North Yorkshire. Mr. Wheater later wrote 2 articles in the Sunday Telegraph, which published the first one on the 6th of March 1966. Mr. Wheater later died in July 1985. Lenny Field was released in 1967 and went to live in North London. Lenny Fields disappeared from the public eye. Mary Manson, an associate of Bruce Reynolds and John Daly, was charged with receiving £820 from the robbery. Mary Manson was held for 6 weeks but was later released. Mary Manson took care of the wives and children of some of the robbers while they were on the run or in jail. Jack Mills had constant trauma headaches for the rest of his life before dying of leukemia in 1970. Mr. Mills' assailant, who was one of the 3 members of the gang that were never identified by others in the gang. However, in November 2002, Mr. Hussey made a deathbed confession that it was him, although there were suspicions that this was a repayment of a debt to divert the attention from the real perpetrator. Frank Williams, at the time a detective inspector, claimed at least 3 men who were directly involved are still at liberty and enjoying their full share of the money stolen and the profits from the way they invested it, one of them being the man responsible for the attack on the train driver. Frank Williams said that the train driver's assailant was not some phantom figure lurking in the criminal underworld, and that he traced him, identified him and took him to Scotland Yard, where Tommy Butler, Mr. Williams, went on to question him. The train driver could not be charged because of lack of evidence. There were no fingerprints or identifying marks anywhere. None of those arrested informed on this person, although it was claimed that this person had completely disobeyed instructions and used violence during the robbery when told not to. David Whitby, born on the 24th of January 1937, died on the 6th of January 1972, was also from Crewe. Mr. Whitby was traumatised by his trackside assault and subsequently rough treatment and never ever recovered from his ordeal. David Whitby was 26 years old at the time of the robbery. He was able to resume his job as a second man but died from a heart attack on the 6th of January 1972 at the age of 34 in Crewe, Cheshire. Engineer William Gerald Bill Ball, born the 22nd of October 1913, died on the 26th of June 1970, was an accomplice after the fact of Roger Corddry. Mr. Ball was considered so at the time because he knew Mr. Corddry, and moreover was found in Corddry's car where a large stash of stolen money was hidden. Mr. Ball's family are now trying to have his name cleared, as they believe, based on evidence not used in the original trial, that Mr. Ball was at best an accomplice after the fact, with no knowledge of the robbery, and that it was likely that Mr. Corddry told him nothing about the provenance of the cash. Furthermore, both Ronnie Biggs and Gordon Goody, two surviving gang members at the time, gave sworn advocates asserting that Bill Ball was innocent. Both gang members stated that they believed Mr. Ball was stitched up by the police. The audacity and scale of the robbery was yet another controversy with which the Conservative government of Harold Macmillan had to cope with. After his success in securing Mr. White and Mr. Edwards, Tommy Butler got the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Joseph Simpson, to suspend Mr. Macmillan's retirement on his 55th birthday so he could continue to hunt the robbers. This paid off with the arrest of first Mr. Wilson and then Mr. Reynolds. When asked by a reporter after the sentencing of Mr. Reynolds whether that was the end of it, Mr. Butler replied that it was not over until Mr. Biggs was caught. In 1969, Mr. Macmillan was finally forced to accept compulsory retirement and later died in 1970, aged 57. The same day, Mr. Biggs' memoirs were published in the Sun newspaper. Mr. Butler's deputy, Frank Williams, was passed over to be his replacement as the head of the flying squad because Mr. Frank Williams' deal with Mr. Edwards and his deal with another of the robbers who was never caught. Following this, Mr. Williams left the force to become head of security for the airline Qantas. Mr. Williams wrote his autobiography No Fixed Address, which was published in 1973. Jack Slipper of the Metropolitan Police was promoted to Detective Chief Superintendent. Mr. Slipper became so involved in the case that he continued to hunt many of the escaped robbers after he retired. Mr. Slipper believed that Mr. Biggs should not be released after returning to the United Kingdom in 2001, and after he appeared in the media to comment on any news item connected with the robbery before Mr. Biggs' death on the 24th of August 2005 at the age of 81. Detective Chief Superintendent Easton Malcolm Futrell, head of the Buckinghamshire Crime Investigation Department, was born on the 29th of September 1909 and died on the 28th of November 2005, aged 96. Mr. Slipper retired on the last day of the trial after the verdicts were handed down and then compulsory retirement age of 55. This allowed Mr. Slipper with Ronald Payne of the Sunday Telegraph, who was involved in the paper's coverage of the case, to be the first of the investigators to write a book, The Train Robbers, on the robbery investigation of 1964. In the book, Mr. Slipper expressed some frustration with the flying squad, although he mostly had praise for most of the individual officers. Mr. Slipper's one regret was that he had the search for the hideout carried out radiating outwards from the scene of the robbery, rather than an inward search from a 30-mile perimeter. Mr. Slipper worked as an accommodation officer for Portsmouth Polytechnic before retiring to live by the sea near Swanage. Mr. Slipper continued to express disgust at any film that he felt glamorized the robbers. It has been said that Mr. Slipper bore a striking resemblance to John Thaw, who was the star of Inspector Morse, which, perhaps coincidentally, was a television series about a detective in the Thames Valley Police Force, the modern-day successor to Buckinghamshire Constabulary. Mr. Futrell was assisted and later succeeded in the investigation by John Woolley, who served in the Buckinghamshire Constabulary from 1959 to 1984. George Hatherell, alive from 1898 to 1986, had his service extended by 1 year because of the need to complete the investigation of the Great Train Robbery. Mr. Hatherell visited Canada and the US as a lecturer on police matters. Mr. Hatherell died on the 17th of June 1986 at the age of 87. Gerald MacArthur died aged 70 on the 21st of July 1996. Mr. MacArthur was famous for breaking up the Richardson gang at a time when a significant number of London-based detectives were known to be corrupt. One of the post office carriages that were part of the remaining train but not involved in the actual robbery is preserved at the Nene Valley Railway Station at Peterborough, Cambridgeshire, and is being restored. The actual carriage that was robbed, M30204M, was retained for 7 years following the robbery, and then taken to Norfolk and burned in the presence of police and post office representatives at a scrapyard near Norwich in the 1970s. This was to deter souvenir hunters. Locomotive English Electric Type 4, D326, later known as 40126, was involved in a number of serious operating incidents. The locomotive was scrapped at Doncaster Railway Workshops in 1984. The retrieved Monopoly board used by the robbers at the Leatherslade Farm hideout and a genuine £5 note from the robbery are on display at the Thames Valley Police Museum in Sulhamstead, Berkshire. For some years, Network Railway described the location of the robbery as Train Robbers Bridge in their infrastructure records, and a structure identification plate showing this was attached to the bridge itself. This led to an outcry advocating the restoration of the original name of the Bridgego Bridge. In late 2013, Network Rail bowed to public pressure, but this time naming it Mentmore Bridge. The sign was replaced around 2017. £2.6 million was stolen, although the police report states that it was £2.59 million. The bulk of the haul was in £1 notes, £5 notes, both the older white note and newer blue note, which was half its size. The £5 notes were bundled in batches of £2,500, the £1 notes in batches of £500. There were also 10 shilling notes in batches of £250. A quantity of Irish and Scottish money was also stolen. With the exception of a few drinks for associates, the loot was split into 17 equal shares of around £150,000 each. However, George Hathrell claims that there were 18 shares. With a few notable exceptions, the money was quickly laundered or divided by friends, family and associates of the robbers. Much was laundered through the bookmakers. Mr. Wilson and Mr. Wisby were themselves bookmakers, although, astonishingly, only a few £100 were identifiable by serial numbers, so the robbers could have spent the money without fear of being traced as a result of those serial numbers. There were 1,579 notes, whose serial numbers were known, and the rest of the money was 100% completely untraceable. The £5 notes were two different types because in 1957 the British government had begun to replace the large white notes with smaller blue ones that came in the rotation later on. The final changeover had not been completed by the time of the train robbery. The white notes quickly became far more suspicious to use, making it harder for them to be spent. Although within 6 months of the robbery, 10 of the robbers had been locked up awaiting trial and 3 others were wanted criminals on the run, very little of the money had actually ever been recovered. This has led to speculation that there is a great deal of robbery loot still out there in the market today. In fact, the money was soon seized and spent by predatory gangsters and greedy associates, relatives and lawyers. Thus, the proceeds of the greatest cash robbery in British history were quickly used up, with few of the robbers receiving any real long-term benefit for their efforts. Less than £400,000 was eventually recovered by the police. Over half of this consisted of the shares of Roger Caudry, £141,000, and allegedly Brian Fields, £100,000. A further £36,000 was recovered from Jimmy White's caravan. Roy James was carrying £12,000 when he was captured. The final sum of money recovered was £47,245. That was astonishingly found in the telephone box in Greater Dover Street, Newington, South London. The £47,245 recovered from a telephone box included 57 notes whose serial numbers had been recorded by the bank in Scotland. This money was part of a deal struck with Frank Williams by Danny Pembroke. In The Train Robbers, Piers Paul Reed claimed that the police were feeling the pressure because although they had caught many of the robbers, they had failed to recover much of the money that was stolen. While no evidence had been found against Danny Pembroke, he was believed to have been one of the South Coast raiders. Some of the identifiable banknotes had been traced back to Mr. Pembroke through friends who had been charged with receiving stolen money. Given that the police had insufficient evidence against Mr. Pembroke, either at Leatherslade Farm or definitive connection with either of the two gangs, Mr. Butler was prepared to let Mr. Pembroke go. Mr. Williams convinced Mr. Butler to pull Mr. Pembroke in for questioning, and in return for releasing him and not charging his friends with more serious crimes, £50,000 was to be returned to Mr. Pembroke and his friends. On the 3rd of December 1963, which happened to be the same day that Roy James was taken into custody, the police received an anonymous tip directing them to the money in the phone box. The money was driven up to Asbury and taken into custody by Detective Superintendent Futrell, who wondered how his London colleagues could know how much money there actually was. Mr. Futrell had to bring in bank clerks to count the damp and musty money to determine the final sum. Mr. Williams made no admission to the recovery of the money is the result of a deal with Mr. Pembroke. Despite claiming that his negotiations were responsible for the return of this money, Mr. Williams in his book No Fixed Address in 1973 claimed not to know the identity of the person who had returned the money. Although Mr. Williams did mention several robbers to whom he had offered deals through intermediaries. Mr. Williams noted that it seemed to him that Mr. Butler was sceptical of his efforts, and that at the press conference Mr. Hathrell and Mr. Millen did not reveal the circumstances behind the find, and that Mr. Williams was never asked to talk with them about it. Despite Mr. Pembroke being the man identified as the assailant of the train driver, Jack Mills, by Bruce Reynolds, Mr. Williams only makes mention of the assailant once in his book. In this section, often quoted by other sources, Mr. Pembroke confirms that, with Tommy Butler, he questioned the man they knew to be the assailant, but they had no evidence to convict this man. Strangely, however, Mr. Pembroke makes no further mention of this man. The deal done with Mr. Pembroke caused outrage in the police hierarchy. It is hinted in several books that the deals done by Mr. Williams were responsible for him being overlooked for promotion, and that Mr. Williams was unhappy that his efforts were not recognised by his superior, Mr. Butler, but were instead hidden from Mr. Butler's superiors. For his part, George Hathrell, in his book A Detective's Tale, stated that the motive behind the return of the money was not known for certain. Mr. Hathrell said that the money was returned by one about whom extensive inquiries had been made, and who in fact was interrogated at length. But in spite of our strong suspicions, nothing could be proved against Mr. Pembroke, and so no charge could be brought. My belief is that Mr. Pembroke thought we knew more about him than we did, and thinking things were getting hot, Mr. Pembroke decided to get rid of the money to avoid being found in possession with it. Mr. Hathrell does not mention Mr. Williams at all in his book. Mr. Hathrell retired on the last day of the trial at Aylesbury. The 19 gang members who were arrested shortly after the robbery had to spend a large amount of legal fees, which was approximately £30,000 each, which was a heavy sum of money for those times. The robbers who spent much time on the run overseas, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Edwards, had very little left when finally arrested, having had to spend money avoiding capture and indulging in the lavish lifestyles without finding employment. Much of Jimmy White's money was taken from him. According to Marilyn Wisby, her father's share was hidden by his father, Tommy Wisby Sr., in the panels in the doors of his father's home. Mr. Butler raided them 3 times, but failed to find the train robbery money. The majority of the money was reputedly entrusted to Mr. Wisby's father, and also to his younger brother, Ron, who coincidentally had saved some money of his own that was confiscated by the police, and returned to Ron 3 months later after being verified to be legitimate money. By the time Mr. Wisby was released from jail, all of his shares had either been spent or invested. Mr. Marilyn agrees with Piers Paul Reed's assessment of how her father's share was up. Approximately £150,000 was spent. Although Mr. Wisby's share was one that was not taken by other criminals, Marilyn Wisby is still bitter that her relatives got to spend a fair amount of the loot while the overall sum dwindled away. However, Marilyn Wisby's grandfather used some of the money to buy them a house in Upper Norwood. Up to 6 of the robbers escaped punishment in one way or another: the Ulster Man, 3 robbers who were never caught, John Daly, who had his charges dismissed at the trial, and Ronnie Biggs, who escaped from jail and managed to avoid being taken back to the United Kingdom. Mr. Daly had entrusted his money to another crook. This man had betrayed Mr. Daly to the police and had absconded with the money. Upon the release of the others in the mid-1970s, Bill Jennings got in touch with Buster Edwards, and Frank Monroe got in touch with the South Coast Raiders. Both said that they had no money left. Danny Pembroke went initially to America, and John Daly at the time was said to be living on unemployment benefits in the west of England. Ronnie Biggs quickly spent his share getting a new life. Ronnie Biggs loved his life in Australia, although by the time his family had arrived in 1966, all but £7,000 had been spent. £55,000 had been paid as a package deal to get him out of the UK. The rest had gone on legal fees and expenses to keep him out of jail and living a normal, comfortable life. With all the variations of the proceeds and life of the Great Train Robbery being speculated by many of the train robbers and police, who makes the best case for the truth? Please let us know what you think about the story of the Great Train Robbery of 1963 in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the notorious history of the Chalk Hill Boys. The Chalk Hill estate is located in the Wembley area of northwest London. It is one of the largest council estates in the UK, built in the early 1970s, around the same time of both Stonebridge and South Kilburn's estates. The design was based on the Park Hill of Sheffield, which is why it looked somewhat different as opposed to the other 2 estates recently mentioned. The redevelopment process began in the early 1990s due to heavy drug dealing and crimes being orchestrated by gang members. The high-rise towers were being knocked down, new rise towers and council houses were being constructed. The redevelopment process had been officially finished by 2009, but prior to 1997, the estate was revamped and looked completely different. A lot of Jamaican Yardie gang members took refuge amongst the Chalk Hill estate. This is because the estate was so huge in terms of size and scope, it was easy for drug dealing to be implemented. Police would have a rough time tracking down criminals due to how the estate would be set up. The high-rise towers were connected, so criminals would go from one side of the estate to the other without touching the ground floor. This is what led to the redevelopment of the estate from the earlier stage, as opposed to any other area in northwest London at the time. Due to a mass amount of crack cocaine being distributed through the estate, for many years, Chalk Hill had been given the nickname Crack Hill. Around this time, prominent members of the estate consisted of main figureheads such as Gregory the Black, who was the boss around that time, Suede, Double G, Benji, Forbes, DW, Bigger, Winston, Carlos, and many more. During the time when most places in northwest London consisted of high-rise towers, a few prominent members from Chalk Hill, Stonebridge, and South Kilburn estates would get together and form a commission known as the A-Team. It had nothing to do with anything else other than strictly organised crime. A few Yardies and British-born members had family members from these different estates and would often meet up to distribute drugs amongst themselves. Most Yardie members went to jail and got deported and banned from the area due to internal beef and the knockdown of the high rises, which made it harder for drugs operations to flourish.
Around this point of time, the prominent members of the estate were Gavin, Big French, Kizzy, Murray, Dirty Daps, Rudley, Jay, the twins, and many more. This generation of members would later inherit the crack title and call themselves by two different names, being flip-flopped, such as Chalk Hill Mob and Crack Hill Boys. Chalk Hill was all one, but there were two different sets in the estate around this time. Due to a heavy Somali population, the Malis would often come together as a collective to beef rival area Kingsbury. In 2003, young prominent senior members of the PRC gang were given bans and lifetime ASBOs for their reckless behaviour. For many years, PRC would go into Chalk Hill's estate and harass the public, even going further to commit crimes such as theft, brutal assaults and stabbings for the thrill. In a small run-down corner of northwest London, fear has disappeared seemingly overnight. Vince Cunningham's wife is no longer afraid to step out of her front door after dark, and the old woman in the flat around the corner does not have to be escorted to her front door when the gangs are about. No one drug deals in the car park flats where people used to live in terror. No one mugs the residents or urinates on their doorsteps. This sudden and extraordinary change was the result of a unique experiment in Neasden, which seen 7 local males aged between 15 and 27 which had been terrorising the neighbourhood. Police say the gang regularly carried knives and drugs and had been convicted of more than 100 offences between them. But now the gang have been banned from the streets of Chalk Hill area in a first mass antisocial behaviour order ASBOs in London. The order covers the largest area of any ASBO so far issued in Britain. To make sure the gang members do not dare venture into the streets where until recently they caused such havoc, a leaflet has been delivered to local homes and firms showing their photographs and detailing the areas from which they have been excluded. The results have been dramatic, one local said. They were absolutely terrorising the area. I'm just glad they were removed peacefully. However, serious doubts have been raised about whether such banning orders do any good in the long run. Professor Tin Newburn, a criminologist based at London School of Economics, said, "There may be a respite, but the likelihood is that it is temporary rather than a solution. There seems little doubt though, that the residents whose lives are being made a misery of are much more delighted." One father of 4, an IT consultant who lived in the area for 18 years, said, "If this thing can stop them, then it's the right thing to do." The language and shouting that used to come out of their mouths was terrible. They would throw stones at people, and it was awful. Almost all the residents would only speak if they could remain anonymous. The legacy of fear the gang had made on the residents. One elderly woman, who lived alone, said, "We have suffered, but it is much quieter now. They used to break windows and write graffiti everywhere. They used to spit all over my front step. It was disgusting. I had to clean it up in the morning and it would make me feel sick." Cab driver Vince Cunningham, who was 67, was one of the few people to talk openly about the terror the gang had inflicted. The old lady who lives in the corner, "We used to walk her in because she was frightened," he said. "My wife was too scared to take the rubbish out at night. You notice them trafficking drugs. You are fully aware of the shootings and stabbing which accompany that. But it appears that the climate of fear the gang instilled, rather than criminal activities, caused the biggest problem." Bobby Thomas, the Brent councillor in charge of housing, said, "They would intimidate you, even if you didn't do anything. Their presence and attitude was far worse than if they had committed a crime or gone away." The ASBO was introduced in 1999 is what was hailed the government's zero tolerance policy. Mr Thomas said the move by Brent Council and the police to apply for them in the case of this gang was meant to show the gang their behaviour would no longer be tolerated. Brent police say crime in the exclusion zone has fallen by 25% since the interim orders were served on the gang in April. But the IT consultant said the mothers of the three of the gang went door to door recently, asking residents to sign a petition in their support. The families are considering a legal challenge under the Human Rights Act, claiming their privacy and family life has been infringed. It was pretty intimidating with them standing at the door. You don't really have much choice but to sign. Professor Newburn questioned whether the ASBO addresses the underlying problem. It is quite clearly important to respond to an antisocial behaviour and to seem to respond to it as well. There is no doubt people who are on the receiving end of it wish something to be done about it, but it is somewhat misleading to allow them to believe that a simple punitive response is going to be their salvation. ASBOs are perceived as a punishment, but I'm not sure punishment is the solution. We need to think very carefully about what impels them to behave in these ways, and intervene accordingly. Crucially, it needs to have some fairly intensive educational element to it. In 2009, Press Road member Stunt, real name Sean Stanislas, had shot a prominent CHP member, Gavin Green, in Harrow. A month later, Stunt was seen in Stonebridge Estate by a CHP member. He would be shot at point blank range, dying on the estate. Rumour has it Jason Green, known as Coke, was the alleged goodman, who was Gavin's brother and was done out of retribution. This angered members of Neasden and Kingsbury as they vowed revenge. This led to more tit-for-tat shootings amongst rival areas. Throughout the rest of the year, there were numerous shootings done by prominent members of CHP, SKM and PRC. CHP was involved in a few incidences, but the back and forth was mostly done by the other two areas, SKM and PRC. In 2006, the following year, Coke had been driving his kids to school. He came out of the car and he was approached by PRC members. They shot Coke in front of his two kids in broad daylight amongst bystanders. Members of the PRC fled from the scene. One eyewitness recognised one of the drivers. He was later arrested and charged, despite not pulling the trigger. The Wembley father was shot dead outside his home by a masked gunman in front of his two children, the Old Bailey heard. As screaming youths scattered for cover, Jason Green, who was 30, was gunned down as he sat in his car. His 8-year-old son was sat beside him and his 4-year-old boy was in the back seat. The family were on their way to school when the gunman struck in a busy street at 8:20 AM, the court heard. He then sped off in the car as horrified passers-by, many of them children, looked on. Jurors heard the gang of armed men in two cars lay in wait for Mr. Green outside his home in Bowater Road in Wembley on July the 18th. When another gang member walked past and gave the signal, the gunman got out and opened fire. The mother of 5 told the court she had witnessed the murder and hid behind bins with her children to escape the gunfire. Christopher Tossant Collins, who was 19, is accused at the Old Bailey of being one of the shooting party. It is claimed the victim was gunned down as part of a tit-for-tat gang war. Jurors heard how on February 2005, his brother Gavin Green was shot in Harrow. It is rumoured that 24-year-old Sean Stanislas was responsible for the attack. Sean Stanislas was murdered himself on the Stonebridge estate. Both Gavin and Jason Green were suspected of involvement, but were released without any charge by police due to insufficient evidence. Christopher Tossant Collins of Druin Rise, West London, was sentenced to 25 years for the murder. In 2007, during this time in London, most gangs throughout the city would flag different colours bandanas. The areas consisted of estates such as South Kilburn, Stonebridge and Monk's Park. Brig French was a close friend with TOS member Smalls, which is what led to a current generation of Chalk Hill reconnecting. All areas affiliated with one another and would revive back the A-Team name. This is because around this time, prominent members from different areas started rapping and wanted to take the name in a different path, as opposed to it being only street orientated.
You know my whip game proper, cause I whip came proper. Got sick gay that twist brains, no need to call a doctor, I'm the pharmacist.
This was done roughly around the same time as their ops, forming their own commission known as the SMG. St. Raphael's, Kensal Green and the Mozart State were involved. After all alliances had been formed, more drama had emerged from different parts of Northwest around this time. There were a lot of tit-for-tat stabbings and shootings on a daily basis. In 2008, a couple of members of the Marleys were both arrested and charged during a drug raid on the estate. The police seized thousands of pounds worth of drug money and possessions which were inside the flat. The pair of drug dealers had been sent to prison for a total of 12 years following the raid on the Chalkhill estate. Conroy Roden, of 27 of Bathurst Gardens, Kensal Green, and Farhad Hassan, who was 24 of Lawrence Avenue, Stonebridge, were both found guilty on drug-related offences after a 5-day trial at Harrow Crown Court. The pair pleaded not guilty to possession of cocaine and heroin with intent to supply, but the court heard how on October the 30th, police had raided a house on Windsor Crescent, Chalkhill Estate, and found the men desperately trying to get rid of the large quantity of drugs out of an upstairs window. Officers searched the property and discovered £1,000 in cash strewn over the bedroom floor, electronic scales, and brown and white powder, which, when was tested, found out to be heroin and cocaine, worth a total of £26,000. £12,000 in cash was also found hidden in shopping bags, but Mr. Roden and Mr. Hassan denied having anything to do with the drugs or money. Detective Constable Stuart Outred of Wembley CID said, "The supply of drugs causes misery in communities where dealers openly deal on the estate and in public parks. It also has impact on the victims of crime, whereby users will commit burglary and robbery offences to support their habit. Drug dealing is also seen by many aspiring youths as a way to earn easy money, and brings with it disputes which this borough has witnessed the after effects of when a deal goes wrong on a regular basis. The message needs to be sent out that if you deal drugs, you will face conviction and lengthy jail terms, and you will be brought to the attention of the community so they know who you are." Mr. Roden was found guilty on 2 counts of possession of Class A with intent to supply and was jailed for 8 years. Mr. Hassan was also found guilty on the same 2 charges and handed a 4-year sentence on June the 16th. In 2009, there were heated tensions going back and forth between both Kingsbury and Chalkhill. This caught the eyes of the public and the Brent police. The Marleys would often go on ride-outs in broad daylight with TENS members on pedal bikes to look out for their ops. Some would go as far as to arm themselves with knives and stab innocent people for the thrill of it. In 2010, senior members of the Marleys would later go on to be charged and banned from their estate. Members of the notorious gang who conducted a 12-month reign of terror against the residents have been banned from the Chalkhill estate. Police obtained antisocial behaviour orders for the 5 unruly youngsters who were all members of the Chalkhill Blue Boys. Members were told by officers that over the last 12 months the tearaway teens had been responsible for causing criminal damage and theft at a nearby primary school and had trespassed and behaved antisocially in housing blocks, and they had also threatened and abused police officers. Members of the gang had also committed offences including assault and burglary and had stolen from Asda supermarket in 40 Lane, from which the members are already banned, police had said. Faisal Youssef, who was 17, Hashi Ali, who was 18, Zachary Dowd, who was 17, and Awali Mohammed Hassan, who was 16, Kaiba Efran, who was 17, had all been ordered not to enter the area designated by the police, which covers most of the Chalkhill estate. If they behave in an abusive or aggressive manner to a police officer or a member of public, or if they associate in the company of more than 2 Chalk Hill Blue Boy members at any time in the borough for the next 2 years, they could be arrested and charged. Those members of the gang who live on the estate are allowed to come and go from their homes. However, they have been given a restricted route which they must take to leave the estate. Mr. Hassan, Mr. Daud and Mr. Efan were also barred from Asda and its car park. Sergeant Parag Gore of Barn Hill Safer Neighbourhoods Police Team said, "The youths self-named themselves the Chalk Hill Blue Boys, and they caused significant antisocial behaviour within the Chalk Hill estate. The gang has sought to intimidate the local area and the police officers who patrol the area. They have disrupted the quality of life for the residences and the businesses." Councillor Lincoln Beswick, lead member of the Crime Prevention and Public Safety, said, "I fully support these ASBOs. We should be intolerant with any such behaviour. This is a clear message. Don't behave or you will lose your liberty." That same year, there would be a lot of back and forth goings between the TFL and the Marleys. Also, a prominent member, Murray, will start to make music more consistently. Here are a few of his tracks.
Over you.
Like magic, I make guys disappear and come back as different. Yeah, ain't that tragic, ain't that funny. Dudes get gas, keep thinking that their shit's hard, I make that runny. I'm hotter than the spot where they take crack funny. This is what I plan to do. Have my niggas bang at you. Make the pump, make you jump like you was a kangaroo. Murder him, hit him up in Burger King. Heard you got a little name, but I ain't ever heard of.
There were incidences outside Kingsbury High School involving gang members from both crews, assaulting one another, even going as far as using a range of weapons such as baseball bats. Much life-term bans have been carried out, to the extreme level of violence being carried out as the bystanders looked onwards. The beef between both areas is still ongoing, only this time it is carried out by the younger generations. A handful of CHB members over the years have gone to jail for drug offences and weapon charges. Members of the gang stay operating behind closed doors instead of publicising their antics. The gang, for the most part, had been discreet for a short period. The estate was still a breeding ground, consisting of drug kingpins who would later be arrested due to police raids and intelligence. The police were cracking down on gang activity on a notorious Wembley estate by introducing dispersal zones. From midnight on Thursday, April the 1st, police were given extra powers in the area, stretching from the back of the Chalk Hill Primary School across the Blackbird Hill and Bridge Road up to the Crossways. They can force groups of people loitering in the area to leave and not come back for 24 hours, and anyone refusing to comply can be arrested. The new powers will be in place for 6 months, until October, and the zone may be extended at the end of that period. Sergeant Parag Gore of the Barn Hill Safer Neighbourhood Team, which covers the Chalk Hill estate, said, "We are responding to concerns of residents in the area and are working with the council to resolve these issues. We hope that this dispersal order gives them the means to improve quality of life for the local community and businesses." This is what led to the downfall of the gang, as the most prominent members were banned and locked up. In 2013, Aaron Payne, a CHB member, had gotten himself into an altercation with a rival gang member. The following year, both had crossed paths once again, only this time the rival had a knife with him. He then stabbed Aaron multiple times to death. His accomplice then proceeded to assault him. He was on the ground. He died in hospital days later. Dean Gabe, who was 23, knifed 26-year-old Aaron Payne in the stomach for showing massive disrespect to him and his friends in Chalk Hill Road, Wembley, on September the 4th. Mr. Gabe had already killed a homeless Polish man with a single punch in Neasden 4 years earlier, and served 20 months inside for manslaughter. The Old Bailey heard that Mr. Payne was targeted after his cousin Simon Campbell and Tanshay Roach Johnson clashed the day before. Prosecutor Sally Hose QC said he was punched and kicked repeatedly and sustained a stab wound to the abdomen for which he eventually died. Mr. Payne was taken to hospital for treatment and was discharged from St Mary's Hospital in Paddington on September the 13th. He collapsed and died minutes later as he left with his father, Keith Payne. Judge Nicholas Hilliard QC sentenced Mr. Gabby to a life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years for the murder of Aaron Payne. He said, "You, of all people, were well aware that death can result from violence even when death is not intended. His is the second life you have taken. He had the greater part of his life ahead of him when he had the misfortune to cross your path. You have caused untold pain and sorrow. In 2014, David Headlam was stabbed and killed by CHB members after an argument had broken out between him and a few members. Years later, 3 CHB members would later catch up with him and proceed to chase David through the Halsden area. They had stabbed David to death. All members were later arrested and charged for their part in the murder. The seriously ill father of a murdered teenager has still not been able to be told about his son's death, as it emerged the stabbing may have been linked to a trivial row on a football pitch. The church minister's son, David Headlam, who was 18, was ambushed by 2 men wielding knives in the early hours of Sunday and chased for a quarter of a mile before he was stabbed. His father, Bishop Alonzo Headlam, is the leader of the World Vision Apostolic Church of Jesus Christ. Mr. Headlam has been in hospital for the last 3 months following a stroke, and a family friend said he had not yet been told of the murder. Outside the family home in Willesden, northwest London, the friend said, "That's the really sad part about it. His dad just had a stroke and he's been in hospital for about 3 months. I think he's just about ready to come home. At this moment, he doesn't know about it, because nobody knows how to tell him. At one point, he had lost his own speech. The other day, I saw David walking down the road with his Father's Day card. It's so sad. I spoke to his dad about David the other day. He revealed David was a talented musician who had played the organ at his father's church services, with his brother Junior playing the drums. Friends also said the teenager had been targeted by men who took a dislike to him after a football match 3 years ago. I think they had an argument on the pitch with some guys about 3 years ago, and they have had it in for him ever since. I think they also had a fight on the bus, and it just carried on from there," a friend said. He said, "I thought perhaps they had stabbed him to scare him, but I did not believe the wound would be so fatal." He added, "They probably thought that they were just trying to make him scared. He was stabbed in the leg." Idris Daud of Anton Place, Wembley, and Tashay Ennis, who was 19, who formerly lived in Wembley and now lives in Langley, were subject to an ASBO when they stabbed to death David Headlam. Under the terms of the 5-year order by Harrow Crown Court in October 2013, they were also banned from the Wembley area. During their Old Bailey trial, jurors heard how the pair and Eamon Coshin, who was 18, took a cab from Wembley to Halsden and carried out their murderous act. They blatantly ignored the order by associating with each other and entering Wembley. Mr. Daud was also on tag for a previous offence at that time of the attack and had breached his curfew to carry out the murder. The trio chased and stabbed Mr. Headlam in Drayton Road in the early hours of June the 29th. All 3 were found guilty of the unprovoked attack and were also convicted of grievous bodily harm with intent to relation to Mr. Headlam's friend. At the Old Bailey, Mr. Coshin, who was just 17 at the time of the murder, was sentenced to life with a minimum tariff of 18 years. Mr. Daud and Mr. Ennis were given a life term with a minimum of 20 years. The motive for the killing remains a mystery, although the court did hear that on the day of the murder, Mr. Daud had uploaded a rap video on YouTube which featured him and Mr. Ennis. Part of a video showed Mr. Ennis bragging about stabbing someone. In 2015, Murray, whose real name was Michael Murray, who was the leading figure of the Marleys at one time in the estate, had been arrested and charged for wraps of cocaine found on him. The police also found thousands of pounds of drug money stored in his house during the raid, with fake bank accounts and documentation. The 6-month probe led to him facing further charges of possession with intent to supply crack cocaine and possession of criminal property in relation to the cash. At Harrow Crown Court, he was found guilty of possession with intent to supply crack cocaine and possession of criminal property and jailed for 3.5 years. DC Fiona Davison from Brent Police said, "This is a good result for the community of Brent, and I am pleased that a drug dealer has been taken off the streets. We will continue to target drug dealers and bring them to justice, those intent in breaking the law in Brent." In 2016, Big French made a return to music and began making tracks on a consistent basis. He would do a lot of features with his associates such as K Coke and many more.
Boys in the hill. Hey, they talk to me. This one's a crying. Lord have mercy on my soul. I had to get it on my own. There's numbers in my phone book that I barely use, cause we all came up from the block but we have varying views. I thank my mother cause she taught me how to tell the truth, but my father was a part of me I barely knew.
He would also go on to drop his mixtape within the following year, 2017, titled Game of Thrones. This mixtape gained recognition within his area and other areas associated with him. A new generation of gang members changed the name of CHB to A9, despite other members within the gang coming from different estates. Prominent members are Little Crafty, Mums, Go Get It, Little Shaq and many more. The estates still had their ongoing beef with both Neasden and Kingsbury areas, who are now known as OKB with the Press Road. In 2019, Big French had almost met his demise as he was inside his car sitting down the estate. A gunman saw him from afar and came running and was caught on CCTV. The shooting was done in retaliation for what had happened to Church Road rapper Nines. That same day, TOS and MP affiliate Smalls was killed by the same gunman due to the circumstances. The following couple of days led to multiple tit-for-tat shootings, with bystanders being unfortunately shot down in the head in a park as he bled to death. The men were charged more than a year after Craig Small, who was 32, was shot outside a shop in Harrow Road in Monks Park, Wembley, on the evening of 5th of July 2019. Mr. Smalls had been taken to hospital in North London but died shortly after. Mr. Small's mother previously shared a tribute to her son in July, stating that Craig meant everything to us. He was a loving son, a father, an uncle, and he was a peacemaker. He was the soul of the family. He lit up the room, and now his light has gone. Craig had a past, but he had changed his life for the better. He was moving in the right direction. His life had been taken senselessly. He did not do anything to deserve this. In 2020, the group A9 still consistently put out music on YouTube, with many different members taking the centre stage. Here's a few tracks of what they have done over the years.
I fly birds every day cause I can't get enough for this cash, get enough for this pay. Pissed they got my dogs in the cage, had the judge for their whole life away. One day things will be okay. I've just had enough for the struggle, but the struggles made me who I am today. I've just had enough for the struggle, but the struggles made me who I am today. Used to have books in the rucksack, now I got bricks in the rucksack. Man, I hit my first shot when I was 14. I was lost till the niggas started seeing peas. I realised niggas stuck to envy, so I separated myself from plenty. Me being a hating ass nigga, man, that's dead like the cemetery. Chap so hard, I'm seeing hella
miss. Brought down bricks, turned that to Liz. And I swear that the hotline blings like drizz. Coming like my chain and wrist. To the up, so please don't slip. Piss, chin man, down few trips. And I moved that white so quick, but now I got dark like my wife and kids. A9K, what, where? How much streets have I ching round there? And the school was never been fair, so I judgment's top and it's nice one clear. A9K, what, where? How much streets have I ching round there? And the school was never been fair, so I judgment's top and it's nice one clear. Jump out gang like rabbit, rapid. Jump at the ride and slap it. If it's me then.
They would indirectly diss the ops, OKB, because of YouTube's guidelines on music. Lil Shaq is currently the most consistent rapper of this generation on the estate. Draquan Patterson was seen in the Wembley area walking until he was attacked by a few OKB members. He was stabbed multiple times, which was seen on CCTV. 3 OKB members made their way back inside the car they came out of and drove from the scene. One of the members who had been allegedly involved in the brutal attack, Boniface Rexon. He goes by the street name BR. He has been arrested in connection to murder, but was released pending further investigation. Draquan Patterson was chased down the road by the gang, with the teen desperately trying to get away from the trio in Wembley. But in the disturbing CCTV, the teen boy is then seen falling to the ground and set upon by the gang on Preston Road. The group can then be seen running to a black Ford Mondeo, leaving Draquan for dead on the night of February the 18th. Young Draquan was seen waving his arm and shouting for help as cars drove past before paramedics were called to the scene. He was rushed to hospital minutes later, but tragically died around 9 AM the following day. Police launched a murder probe into the horror knifing, but no arrests have been made so far. Scotland Yard revealed that the getaway Mondeo was found later by officers, discovered burnt out in a close near to the scene in Preston Road, Wembley. DCI Leonard said, "We have been working intensively since Draquan's killing to establish what happened on that Thursday night and find the people responsible. Our investigation has included detailed forensic analysis and an intensive search for and of relevant CCTV material. These and other lines of inquiry are continuing, and I can assure Draquan's family and the local community of our total commitment to bringing those responsible to justice. I need to hear from any witnesses or anyone with information about this tragic murder. If you know anything that may be significant, please get in touch. I believe this car was used in an initial attempt to injure Draquan in a collision on Preston Road. After the Mondeo had been driven at him, Draquan ran away and was chased by 4 suspects who had got out of the car before being caught and fatally stabbed. We have yet to establish who was using this Mondeo in the days leading up to the murder, and I am appealing for anyone who may have seen it to get in touch. This is a fairly large vehicle and quite old, so it would have been noticed. It is possible that the car appeared suspicious and wasn't familiar to local residents in the area where it was parked, or maybe people using the car have seen it behaving suspiciously. This car was clearly the key line of inquiry, and I'm asking anyone, in particular the people of Northwest London, to think carefully about whether they have seen this Ford Mondeo or who have been using it. Gideon Nkwendima went by the street name Tonks. He had affiliated with the A9 members. One day he was seen shopping in the Brent Cross shopping centre. He was then approached by OKB members. A fight had took place, which quickly escalated into Tonks being stabbed in front of innocent bystanders as they looked on in horror. The whole shopping centre was closed down and barricaded with armed police. Days later, OKB member BR had been arrested in connection to the murder of Tonks. Boniface Rexon, who was 19, eventually pleaded guilty to the manslaughter of the 21-year-old Gideon Nkwendima at Brent Cross Shopping Centre in North London. In Crown Court, the committed gang member, who appeared in 4 music videos, was jailed at the Old Bailey for 14 years with a further 4 years on an extended licence. Mr. Rexon had previous convictions for robbery and having a lock knife and Rambo-style blade, the court was told. At the time of the killing, he was also on police bail of suspicion of another murder, the court was told. Following his arrest, he dropped the 6cm long lock knife down a drain at the police station, from where it was later recovered. Judge Leonard said Mr. Rexon was a committed and active member of the Thugs for Life gang, and he had operated the gang's Instagram account, which featured people with guns, YouTube music videos with violent lyrics. The judge also referred to statements from Mr. Nguendima's family describing him as having a heart of gold. Mr. Rexon of Kingsbury, northwest London, had been due to go on trial at the Old Bailey for murder before pleading guilty to a lesser charge of manslaughter. The judge sentenced Mr. Rexon to 10 months in jail for possession of a blade to run concurrently with manslaughter sentence. He ordered the charge of murder to lie on court file after the lesser plea was accepted by the Crown. Detective Chief Inspector Linda Bradley of Scotland Yard said, "There are clearly no winners in this case. The tragedy of Gideon's death remain with me throughout this investigation, and again today I wish to express the team's heartfelt sympathies to his family." Mr. Rexon has also paid a significant price for what he has admitted was a loss of control. There is no doubt in my mind that his gang lifestyle was the reason for his appalling actions that evening. I also want to pay tribute to the security staff and management of Brent Cross Shopping Centre for their initial response to the incident and subsequent support through the investigation. We are very grateful for them. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinion on the history of the Chalk Pill Boys? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of triads in the United Kingdom. Triads in the United Kingdom first appeared during the post-World War era, with the 14K triad emerging in Chinese communities in London, Birmingham, Liverpool and Manchester, in England and Glasgow, Edinburgh and Dundee in Scotland as early as 1952. A later migration followed as members of Chung Mon's organisation fled Amsterdam following the triad leader's death in 1975, as well as those from Hong Kong during the 1980s. Although illegal gambling dens, brothels, opium dens and mahjong schools developed in the 19th century in Chinese communities, it is uncertain when the triads and the tongs first came over to the UK. The first police were underpaid, under-resourced and overstretched, hence they could not afford to focus on understanding and detecting organised crime. It is unclear which triad was responsible for first importing heroin into the UK. However, authorities believe it was originally transported from Hong Kong via Amsterdam by the NG Sick Ho and received by either the 14K or recently arrived Wo Xing Wo. Although warned by officials from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs Bureau, later known as the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations through the US Embassy in London, British officials were unprepared to deal with the growing narcotics problem. With the United States becoming aware of the large amounts of heroin being smuggled via the UK, British officials were assisted by a resident officer attached to the US Embassy who was assigned to gather intelligence on drug drug traffickers and identify couriers before eventually infiltrating their organisation. The resident officer ran into difficulties whilst working with British officials regarding his methods, which contrasted sharply to the British policy. This included the use of a slush fund paid to informants to purchase drugs, whereas British criminals informants are not paid except for expenses. With the corruption within the Hong Kong police force curtailed by the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, many of the city's triads turned to the UK, where our narcotics task force was non-existent and their existence was largely unknown by the British official. During the 1980s, the power of the Chinese underworld was constantly shifting from one triad to another in an attempt to control Britain's drug trafficking trade. Triads soon began expanding into other criminal activities, including VAT fraud, using innocent loan sharks and extortion victims to provide a front business. The triads also began to turn away from heroin, instead turning to less serious drugs such as cannabis and designer drugs, which were smuggled by triad couriers from the Netherlands and Germany as they competed with rival European competitors. Following the signing of the Sino-British Joint Declaration between the UK and China in 1984, the news of Hong Kong's return to China caused many triads to flee to Britain, specifically the Wo On Lok and the Sun Yi On. These newer triads were far more organised and professional, and as many of its members were respected and prominent Hong Kong businessmen, they were easily able to use their legitimate businesses as fronts for tax evasion and money laundering. The Wo On Lok soon established themselves in Wales, London and Southampton in England, and maintaining links to similarly exiled groups in Ireland, France and the Netherlands and Germany, they engaged in similar crimes such as illegal gambling, counterfeiting and selling illegally copied videos, although they continued extortion activities on Chinese residents. British authorities finally began to crack down on triad activity during the early 1990s, and although law enforcement had been battling the triads for some time, their first insight onto the triad structure and their influence on British society came during the 1993 trial of George Chung Wei Hen, an assassin for the Wo On Lok turned government informant who testified at the Old Bailey against 6 Chinese immigrants who were charged with possession of a firearm with intent to cause grievous bodily harm to the rival triad member Lam Ying Kit after an attempt failed on his life on the 7th of September 1991. According to the testimony by Mr. Chung, he also described his induction ceremony into the Wo On Lok, which followed traditional triad initiation taking place around 2 AM in the basement of the Princess Garden Chinese restaurant in Greyhound Road, Fulham. During the ceremony, he claimed to have paid his sponsor and Day Lo, actor Tang Wei Ming, an initiation fee of £36.50 to operate in the UK. As a result of his testimony, Mr. Chung was given a reduced sentence of 5 years imprisonment. The Wo Shing Wo is considered by authorities to be the largest triad group operating in Britain. Although largely based in Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow and London, it has also affiliated groups in Bristol, Newcastle, Stoke-on-Trent and Cardiff. In the 90s, Wong Kyung Seng, the chairman, and Kenny Ng Si Hong, the deputy, and Andrew Lam Nagai Khan, the captain, were believed to lead hundreds of Wo Sing Wo members in the London area. Although members are recruited in a traditional manner, they also include prominent businessmen who either rally with organisation for their protection or as a full associate participant in their criminal activity. Although they abide by territorial urban districts of other triad organisations, often centred around a Chinese cultural club or martial arts associations, they have been involved in extortion activities over areas as far as afield as Truro and Great Yarmouth. Despite its declining power since its first appearance in the early 1950s, the 14K triads led by Ponytail, remains the oldest and well established in the underworld as the second largest triad organisation operating in the UK. Based primarily in London and Liverpool, the 14K continues its traditional activities of loan sharking and extortion of Chinese businesses, although they have also had a history of targeting other immigrant groups such as Indian and Pakistani, running corner shops and small factories. However, West Indians have been more likely to report incidents of harassment and intimidation than their Asian counterparts. Much of the triad's membership is made up of teenagers or illegal Chinese immigrants, and there are now confirmed reports of non-Chinese and female members as well. The Sun Yi On, led by the chairman, Uncle Po, is an influential triad organisation which, like its Hong Kong affiliates, is a highly organised criminal syndicate involved in white-collar crime, as well as owning legitimate businesses. Specifically, in the entertainment industry, a key Red Pole, Teflon, Dill, Serpent, and Viobra are all presumed to be British. Incense Master Descartes is also presumed to reside in the UK area of Sun Yi On. Branch of the Sun Yi On is run by a man known only as Gideon. Based primarily in London and Liverpool, the Sun Yi On are a major Hong Kong triad organisation operating worldwide. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions in the triads operating in the UK? Do you believe that the police has cracked down on triad groups? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the story of William O'Driscoll. This is the story of how William O'Driscoll, who was a legendary Irish bare-knuckle boxing fighter, became Bill the Winner. The year was 1907, and at the age of 18, Bill was recruited as a freedom fighter for the IRA. They had used people like Bill, along with his horse and a barrel-top wagon, to sneak weapons through the British roadblocks, hiding them under horses and in the old gypsy wagons. The British Army used to look down on gypsies and travellers, so when Bill was coming up an army roadblock, the soldiers used to say, "Oh look, it's the dirty gypsies again, let them through." Little did they know that Bill's horse and old gypsy barrel-top wagon was loaded with IRA weaponry. Bill and a few of his friends were basically trying to help the IRA get the British Army out of Ireland. The IRA in those days had a strict code, which was military targets only. This changed in the IRA in the later years. The main leaders of the field unit said to Bill and his lads one time, "No one will thank you for what you're doing for your country, but I will remember it, lads." Eventually, Bill, like many others, ended up getting caught by the British Army for what they were doing, and he became a prisoner in the notorious Spike Island. Spike Island was Ireland's version of Alcatraz, and today is a museum and research site for a team of American archaeologists. It will be interesting to see what they find out. Maybe they'll find out more about what the O'Driscolls got up to in their time at Spike Island. The island was run by the British Army, and they were brutal to the Irish people. Bill was trained up to be a killer, so he was fighting fit and standing at 6'5" and 18 stone. Bill was easily capable of doing what he had been trained for, but he knew that he couldn't kill a man, so he planned his escape from Spike Island. If he didn't escape when he did, the British Army were eventually going to shoot him. Rumour has it that Bill's brother was shot and is buried in an unmarked grave on the island, and so Bill committed himself to intense training for his dangerous swim across Cobb Cork. He waited until night time and for the tides to be right, so he could escape, and he swam in the freezing cold water. It was a hard 1800 metre swim, and Bill would have been in the water for around 50 minutes. He attempted the escape at night because he knew the army wouldn't count their prisoners until the morning. Bill would have had a 9-hour head start. Luckily, he made it across safely, escaping from Spike Island. But the island was just the beginning, as Bill was now on the run from not only the British Army, but from also the Blacks and the Tans. The Blacks and Tans were absolutely ruthless. They were mostly ex-prisoners who were let out and sent over to Ireland to be soldiers for the British Army. It is alleged that they were ordered to commit ruthless crimes, and their orders were that if they were ever caught up with Bill O'Driscoll, they were to shoot him on sight. Bill was to be taught a lesson and punished for his escape from Spike Island, which caused a huge embarrassment to the British. While Bill was evading all those who wanted his blood, he came across a travelling circus called Tom Duffy's Circus. Bill joined the circus, and while he was there, one of the house fighters was sending out challenges to the crowd. There was £1 at stake, so Bill, being starving with hunger, threw his hands up and said, "I'll fight him." This well-skilled bare-knuckle fighter was Mr. Duffy's best fighter at the time. Bill threw off his jacket and started fighting. He knocked the man out stone cold within 10 minutes. All the crowd was shouting out, "The winner, the winner, it's Bill the winner." And so Bill won his £1. He brought some food, and because he beat Mr. Duffy's best, Bill then became Mr. Duffy's best fighter. It was then Bill's role to send out challenges to the crowd. In all his time as Mr. Duffy's house fighter, he was never beaten. Because of the reputation Bill had gained at Mr. Duffy's circus, many were considering him to be one of Ireland's best young and up-and-coming bare-knuckle fighters. Meanwhile, the Blacks and the Tans had put up posters all around Ireland. It was like something out of a Western movie, and someone blew the whistle on him and told the Blacks and Tans that the man they were looking for might be the bare-knuckle fighter at Mr. Duffy's circus called Bill the Winner. Bill realised they were on his tail and left in a hurry, staying one step ahead of the men who were looking for him. Bill was on the run until the 1920s, and the men who were looking for him had caught up with him a good few times. There was a time he was gripped out of a pub, but because Bill was such a well-liked man, and the Blacks and Tans had a gun against his head, the barman shouted, "He's not Bill O'Driscoll, lads. That fella's Tom Sullivan. He's not the man you're after." On another occasion, Bill was travelling with his wife Nora and family in the horse and wagon, when he was pulled over and ripped from his seat by the Black and Tans. Because Bill's children were crying hysterically in the back of the barrel-top wagon and worried about their dad, the Blacks and Tans weren't 100% sure it was their man. One of the Blacks and Tans took pity on Bill and his family and told the other members to leave the family alone and let them on their way. In 1915, they finally caught up with the man they'd been after since 1907, taking him straight to Portalois jail in Cork City, where they intended to stand Bill against the wall and shoot him dead. Being the natural survivor that he was, Bill broke free from the prison once more, and the Blacks and Tans were quickly on his trail. They gave chase and Bill ran for as long as he could. In fear of his life, Bill had to take desperate measures and outwitted his pursuers by jumping in the River Lee. The Lee is not far from Portalois jail and runs right through Cork City. Just like he did at Spike, Bill was faced with a dark swim to safety. The darkness meant that his would-be captors lost sight of Bill very quickly, and maybe had thought that he had drowned. During his time on the run, he was also known to camp out in the woods for months on end, and it didn't take much to imagine what he had to do to survive. Fortunately, Bill, being the travelling man that he was, it was second nature to him. Being such a rough and ready man helped him a great deal, and he always found ways to make money. He carried on bare-knuckle fighting, and because of the name he had made for himself in the circus, a lot of Irish bare-knuckle fighters used to challenge him. Think of an Irish fighting surname and Bill had fought their best men. He accepted challenges of the likes of Waterford Connors and others, and had travelled from Cork down to Waterford, beating everyone that he faced. He also used to travel around Ireland on his barrel-top wagon with his mule, making and selling buckets with his beloved wife Nora. Nora used to make flowers out of coloured paper and sell them as they travelled all over Ireland selling their buckets and flowers to farmers. Bill was also known to have run-ins with farmers and naturally beat them all. Bill and Nora made a good team and went on to have a good few kids together, and lost count of the number of grandchildren they had. A good few of Bill's heirs went on to be good fighting men, adopting and living up to their father and grandfather's name, the Winner O'Driscoll. One of Bill's sons, Mikey the Winner, was just as tall and just as big as his father, and some people say he was just as good a fighter. No one could beat him, but the Cowley family, who were feuding with him at the time, attacked him. Unable to beat Mikey with their fists, one of them hit him in the temple with a bowling ball. After that attack, Mikey had brain damage and was never the same man again, barely recognising his own children. As for Bill and Nora, they loved each other dearly, but Bill was far from reliable when it came to being faithful to his wife, and there are rumours that Bill had about 3 families. He was like a celebrity in Ireland, and every woman was after the Winner. Some people say that Bill was nothing more but a whoremaster, but he never left Nora, his first love, and their family. Nora loved Bill dearly and forgave him every time. She was an original Romany gypsy woman. Her maiden name was Sheridan, and they were a respectable family back then and are still a respectable family now. It wasn't her fault that she had fell in love with the roughest, toughest Irishman in Ireland. Nora today is buried with her 2 sons and nephew, plus more family, in Tullamore, having passed away before her husband, Bill. She died young and in her 40s. So why was Bill the Winner crowned Bill the King? It was the early 1920s when King Ward sent out a challenge to the best man in Cork, and if Bill the Winner didn't accept this challenge, he would have been known as a coward. There were rumours that Ward and Bill met halfway in a car park somewhere. The pair had fought 3 times in all, and the legendary bare knuckle fights went down in Irish folklore. But the main story that travellers still talk about to this day is this. Bill, being the fighting man that he was, embarked on a 2-month journey from Cork to Dublin, where the 2 men had their first encounter at the city's horse fair. King Ward was supposed to have been the best bare knuckle fighter Ireland had to offer at the time. And to be the king, you've got to beat the king. Bill the Winner fought King Ward for about 2 hours. They were supposed to have been at it like 2 machines, and seemed to be made for each other, both style-wise and in experience. There were hundreds and hundreds of people watching, including travellers, country people, and even the Garda. Everyone was watching and placing bets. It was supposed to have been a very good fight to watch, but Bill the Winner ended up winning the fight. Though King Ward gave his best, and some people say that the fight was the best bare knuckle fight in history. After that day, Bill the Winner was known as Bill the King. Bill the King liked spending time at Dublin's horse fairs, and he was also known to have run-ins with the Joyces, another fighting family. He fought a good few of them, and the main one who he fought was called Tony Teddy Joyce. A lot of people might know his son, Big Joe Joyce, aka the Hulk. Paddy Ward couldn't handle the fact that Bill the King had beaten him, and after hearing about the reputation Bill the King had got for himself as an unbeaten fighter, he wanted another fight. The 2 men would cross paths again at a horse fair held in Ballinasloe, which is still held today. Bill was in the pub having a few beers, and Paddy Ward went in looking for him. It was a known fact that Bill and Paddy hated each other's guts. Bill never went looking for fights, but the fact that he was unbeaten made it that other fighters always wanted a pop at him. Bill was known to never turn down a fight, and if word got out that he was coming to their country a lot of fighting men would go off travelling or go into hiding because they did not want to let their family name down by losing, even to a bare knuckle legend like Bill the King. And so, in walks Paddy Ward, while Bill was still drinking a pint, and he challenged Bill for a second time. Bill went outside with Paddy, and they had a toe-to-toe again in the middle of the road. Once again, hundreds of travellers were watching and placing bets. The fight lasted for 60 minutes. It wasn't as good as their first fight, but Bill beat him again, knocking Ward to the ground and causing the former champion to say, "I don't want no more, Bill, I've had enough." And so Bill kept his title, the King. This would have been in the early 1930s, and Bill would have been around 32 at the time. This story was immortalised in a song by Lee Lynch called The Fair of Ballinasloe. One of Paddy Ward's great-grandsons, Paddy Jaws Ward, is a good fighting man still to this day, up there with the very best of them. So it shows that some of the names that have been mentioned, that Bill the King was facing good fighting breeds. There is an old lady in her 90s who owns a shop not far from where the second fight took place in Ballinasloe. One of Bill's grandsons was passing through and popped into the shop and got chatting to her and asked her a question. He said, "Excuse me, love, have you heard of a man called Bill the Winner? He was my grandfather, and he fought a man called Paddy Ward just up the pub there." "God, I do," she said. "I watched that fight myself. I was only about 6 years old, but I don't know him as Bill the Winner. I know him as Bill the King, and I remember the men fighting for over an hour." In between Bill the King's time travelling up and down horse fairs all over Ireland, you'd also catch him down the Coal Quay in Cork, accepting endless challenges of fighting men on the cobbles. This would have been around the late 1930s onwards. Of all the fighting breeds that Bill had fought and had beat on the cobbles down the Coal Quay, there was only one man who nearly beat Bill. His name was Jack the Terror, and he was related to Bill through marriage. Bill fought this man twice in one day. Jack also had a fierce reputation as a fighting man, and everyone thought he had just as good a chance as beating Bill. Jack was also an IRA soldier, and a lot more involved in the armed struggle than Bill ever was, running with the famous Michael Collins, whose story was told in the film that bears his name, and also The Wind That Shakes the Barley. These were brave men, and Jack wasn't named the Terror for nothing. He has his own story to be told one day. Bill the King accepted the challenge. There were hundreds of people watching and placing bets on Bill, including the Garda again. It was known for a fact that the Garda used to arrange fights for Bill and his kind so they could make money to line their own pockets. Bill and Jack battled it out on the cobbles. The two men fought until the end. Jack gave it his best and was very close. Both men shook hands and went for a good few points of Dano's stout. Bill admitted to Jack, "Out of all the men I fought, you gave me the best box I've ever had, but I still beat you. I'm the king and will never get beat." Jack wasn't happy with these words and challenged Bill for a second time, just like Paddy Ward had before him. Having beaten Jack fair and square, Bill didn't have to fight him again. But being the proud man that he was, he wouldn't back down to a challenge, and the two men went outside with a good drink inside them both. Both men went at it for a second time on the cobbles, down on the Coal Quay. Word got out that Bill the King and Jack the Terror were going at it for a second time, and before you knew it, a ring was formed and people were placing bets yet again. This time, Bill went to work on Jack and didn't let him get close, and that was that. Bill remained the king of the cobbles down the Coal Quay. There's another story about Bill on the cobbles that the old folk tell. There is a funny fella who challenged Bill on the cobbles. This guy was dressed up like Mr. Motivator. Headbands, wristbands, you name it, he had it on. He had stood out because in those days, If you look at Bill the Winner's old photo, you'll see how he dressed. A lot of those men in those days used to dress like that. The only difference is Bill used to wear his trademark hat. That was his crown. This fella was doing stretches and exercises with a crowd around him. Bill was looking at him, didn't know whether to fight the man or laugh at him. Bill didn't even take his jacket off. He walked up to the funny looking man and knocked him out. It was an easy few beers for that day. As for Jack the Terror, his fighting life came to an end after getting beaten by Bill the King. It didn't faze Jack one bit. He went on fighting any man who got put in front of him. For a short, stocky man, he had made a fierce reputation for himself. However, one fighting family wasn't up for a fair fight. A gang of them held Jack down and ended up pulling out a sword and slicing him up so bad that his guts fell out. It wasn't on the Cold Quay that Jack got attacked by the Shields. It was down Blarney Street, where another horse fair used to take place in those days. Because of this, it wasn't the wounds from the attack that killed Jack. A lovely old lady who was at the horse fair gave Jack her blanket to wrap round his wounds, but ink from the blanket got into his blood and fatally poisoned him. Fighting families are well known for doing anything to end the legacy of rival fighting families. But people like Bill and Jack live on forever as bare knuckle fighting legends. How did Bill the King get the nickname the Man Mountain? In the late 1930s and all through the 1940s, Bill used to travel from Cork up to County Kerry for the Puck Fair. This used to take place in August for 3 days and continues to this day. Bill entered the Puck and was the king of the Puck a good few times. Some people say it was around 6 times in all. He was the king of the Puck, and the reason he got the nickname the Man Mountain was because while he was at the Puck Fair, he always used to stand on the bridge with his hands across the entrance to the fair and challenge any man who came along. He also used to wait for his beloved family, the O'Driscolls, to arrive so he could tell them where he was camped and all the O'Driscolls could be together. Apparently there were around 300 camped there at one time supporting the Man Mountain. There is also a song called Portaloy's Jail, sung by Pekka Dunn, about Bill the Man Mountain and his time being crowned the king of Puck Fair. Today, the people of Killigan have told Bill's family members that what's been written isn't half of what Bill got up to in his fighting life. He was a true legend. There's a film based on Bill the Winner and his time being the king of the Puck, and the film is called Strength and Honour. Philly Jones played the part of Bill the Winner, but in the movie they call him the Smasher. The film came out in 2007 and was directed by Mark Mahon. Considering that there's no video footage or many photos of Bill the Winner, Mark was going off stories that he had heard about Ireland's bare knuckle fighting legend. Bill had a famous catchphrase if anyone talked to him about his fighting life. He'd just say, "Too much, too much." Bill probably wouldn't have stood for the fuss of a movie, but at the same time, he wouldn't have wanted his achievements to be forgotten. Although he wasn't one to show off, we're quite sure that he would have loved the female attention. Mark Mahon wrote Strength and Honour whilst in hospital recovering from a bad accident. But when he was discharged, he travelled all over doing research on Bill the Winner and his bare knuckle fighting life. Mark was born in Cork in 1973, so as a child, he would have heard the stories about Bill the Winner. So what happened in Bill the Winner's so-called retired fighting life? Bill the Winner retired in the 1950s. He was cracking on in age, and had started chilling out as an unbeaten man, as far as bare knuckle fighting was concerned. A fair go as they call it. But there have been lots of stories that when Bill was a man in his 60s, he still accepted challenges. He wouldn't walk away from a fight, and he wouldn't have anyone taking his name as the winner and the king. In his retirement days, he accepted a challenge from a man called Simon Quilligan. Simon was a good man to fight, but he didn't go round like Bill the Winner used to. Simon was father-in-law to one of Bill the Winner's sons, so it was a bit of a family feud, and if they were on the road together, fireworks would appear between the two families. Some say the fight was nothing but a drunken brawl, but for a man who didn't go around like Bill did, Simon did not go down easy. He put up a good fight, but Bill beat him in the end. Most of Bill's fights during retirement were in pubs, and where people used to recognise him or find out who he was. Some of these drunken men would fancy a pop at Bill. It was reported that even a drunken old priest once had a pop at Bill in a pub in his hometown of Mallow in Ireland. While Bill was enjoying a pint, the priest decided he wanted Bill's jacket off him and said, "I've heard you're one of the finest men to ever throw your jacket off. I could take you on and beat you." Despite his drunken challenge, Bill had some respect for the old man's religion, so he laughed it off, saying, "You're too much, father." But the priest kept on and on at him all night, and eventually Bill got fed up and knocked the poor priest out cold with one punch. Feeling guilty, Bill finished his drink, got on his mule and left, taking his prized jacket with him. There's an old story about when Bill was getting on and motor vehicles had started appearing on Ireland's roads. But Bill, being stuck in the old times, was still happy rolling around with his mule and cart. One day, Bill was rolling with his granddaughter, Noreen, when a car bumped into his wagon and broke his wheel. Bill was very upset about his wheel and cart being broken up by this man, and was worried who was going to pay for the damages. When the man saw who he'd run into, he was very apologetic, and got out of his car with all his apologies. He was a young fella, but Bill was concerned about his granddaughter on the cart, and started moaning about the damage that he could have done. Because Bill was an old man, the driver started getting chopsy, and Bill wasn't feeling fresh as he used to be, and was concerned for his granddaughter and his care. Rather than use his fist, he pulled out an old tool from the car and beat the man down to a pulp, breaking the car to match the damage of his car. Even as an old man, Bill took no messing about, and still lived up to his name as the winner. His granddaughter Noreen was laughing all the way home, and still talks about the winner to this day. "I'm a fucking winner," she says to her husband Paddins. He's sick about hearing about the winners, and so are her children. Even though they're Bill's great grandkids, they've changed their family name to Paddon. Bill was already famous in Ireland for being an unbeaten fighter man, but one time he had got really famous, and it had got him on the front pages of the Irish papers. It was the late 1950s, and Bill was at a horse fair in Tralee, where he entered and won a donkey race. Not surprisingly, the retired bare knuckle fighter winning a donkey race was a dream story for the papers. Bill would have been in his 60s at the time, but retired still a winner. Bill used to travel around with his family, spending time with his grandchildren. He often used to take his grandson Danny around the country with him. Danny was good with the old people and used to look after them, fetching water, looking after the horses and much more. Bill used to be camped with his tent and hay for bedding, and his Danny would occasionally go to the family's wagon and get Bill some bread. One day, his mother Bridget caught him and demanded to know what he was doing. "I'm going to feed Grampy with it," he replied, and his mum said, "No you're not, tell him to go and get his own bread. I can't afford to feed that big man out there." His son Jimmy the winner had a big family. Dan, who would have been around 7 years old at the time, used to camp with the old man, and Bill would smoke his old pipe in the tent and tell the boys stories from his life. As young as he was, Dan was still clever enough to say, "Grampy, should you be smoking that pipe? We'll have a fire because of the hay." And Bill would say, "You're right." But he was so drunk, he didn't even know what he was doing and kept smoking inside, happy to be spending time peacefully amongst his family. As a man of the road, Bill liked to keep moving. If one of his sons stayed in one place too long, Bill would travel on with other crowds. He had plenty of family to stay with. But no one can go on forever, and Bill's travelling days were well and truly over in 1965, when he retired to Naz's old people's home in his hometown of Mallow, bringing his life full circle. Bill never wanted to leave Ireland and never did. He loved his old country and was proud to be a true Irishman. There was a rumour that Bill was a prisoner on Spike Island in 1907. The authorities were going to ship him off to Wales to serve his time in an army prison. Bill wasn't having any of it and set off on his legendary big swim. One of Bill's great-grandsons recently spoke to a member of a Welsh travelling family called the Bucklands, who said, "Bill the winner swam a sea, and the O'Driscolls go way back with the fighting and stuff. And the Bucklands are doing well for themselves." One said Gary Buckland had won the Lonsdale belt. Because Bill was retired and in a home, his family camped up the road so they could be near him, and so that his grandkids could visit him all the time. Or else Bill would find any excuse so the nurses would let him visit them. The family camped right by the pub, so it was more of an excuse for Bill to go and see them, because Bill wasn't allowed to go out of the home due to his age. He used to tell the nurses he was going for a walk, and promptly walked straight up the road into the pub. If his grandchildren knew he was in the pub, they'd play outside and get crisps and squash from him. They were hard times for travelling communities in those days, so Bill used to help his family out in any way he could, sometimes throwing stolen bacon and sausages from the pub to help his son Jimmy feed his children. By the time Bill got back home, hours later, as he's only supposed to be out for 5 minutes, the nurses used to say, "Where have you been, William O'Driscoll?" And with his breath stinking of booze, he'd just say, "I've been out for a walk." The nurses just laughed it off. They were well used to the old man's tricks. It was 1970 when the king, Bill O'Driscoll, passed away at the grand old age of 82. People have said in the past, that's a good age considering the life that Bill had led. Bare knuckle boxing and a life on the side of the road. When he was in hospital, the last person he asked for was his grandson Dan. Being young at the time, Dan didn't know what was going on, but went into the room, climbed into the bed, and gave his grampy a big hug. Bill the winner's last words were, "Dan, I'm going home." Bill the winner is laid to rest in Shanballymore and buried with his family. It's in the middle of nowhere, and people have asked why Bill was buried there, but it was his choice and he had his own reasons. As for Bill's son, Jimmy the winner, he was a legend in his own right, a good fighting man who beat some of the best men in Cork, and like his father, challenged a few people at the Puck Fair, ripping his shirt off and inviting any man to test himself against the winner. Just like Bill in his day trade, he was making buckets. Jimmy the winner used to make gypsy barrel top wagons and had made about 4 in his lifetime. Like his father before him, Jimmy asked to see Dan when he was dying, and when he passed away, Cork came to a standstill for the funeral. Everyone liked Jimmy the winner. He was a character and a true travelling man. The O'Driscolls are related to a famous Welsh champion, peerless Jim Driscoll. He was a legend of a man who had travelled all over America. Peerless Jim was a house fighter himself and had over 70 fights on his record. William O'Driscoll, or Bill O'Driscoll, Bill the winner, Bill the king, and the Man Mountain will never be forgotten in the bare knuckle fighting underworld. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on William O'Driscoll or Bill the winner? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a closer look into one of the most dangerous gang wars to take place in Scotland. The Daniels and Lyons feud. The original source of the animosity between the two crime families dates back to 2001, when a large stash of Daniels cocaine was stolen from a house in the Milton housing scheme and sold on to the Lyons. Milton was Lyons' territory, and they felt the Daniels from nearby Possil were making moves on their turf. For almost 2 decades now, the bitter feud between the two gangs has seen fatal and non-fatal shootings, knifings, vehicle hit and runs, firebomb attacks, police corruption, witness intimidation and drugs, shed loads of drugs. For the most part, the Daniels have been at the top. The Lyons, headed up by Stephen Lyons, thought to be in Dubai after a targeted gun ambush in 2006, fled Scotland to Spain. His cousin, Michael, died in the attack. Hitman Raymond Anderson and James MacDonald were convicted of Michael's murder and jailed for life. The Lyons are alleged to have forged links with the Dublin crime family, the Kinahans. The Lyons have enjoyed immunity and establishment approval since 1992, as Eddie Sr., already well known to the police, was given disused Churnside School in Milton as a community project. He was given 1.4 million in public funding, all whilst using the place as a headquarters of his crime empire. Other known associates of the Lyons from Paisley were Stuart Specky Boyd, Robert Piggy Pickett and George Goofy Doherty. All three are some of the most violent and dangerous villains to ever pick up a blade. They targeted Mark Rennie in 1995 for a £40 drug debt that spiralled out of control. For the first attempt on Rennie's life, Piggy got 12 years and Goofy got 7. Also from Paisley and part of the Lyons gang are Stuart Gillespie and William Basil Burns. Stuart, in a separate incident, shot and killed Rennie and was given a 25-year sentence. The Daniels family has been run by Bonzo Daniels since the death of Jamie Daniels in 2016 from cancer. It's also been said that the matriarch Annette Daniels, Bonzo's mum, and was once married to Ian Blink MacDonald, is in charge. She recently called Daniels' syndicate members to a meeting in Dubai. Before Jamie Daniels' death, he was moving between safe houses and was flanked by ex-military armed guards. His death left a vacuum that saw attacks increase. Known associates of the Daniels are Edinburgh Kingpin, Mark Richardson and Barry and James Gillespie from Rutherglen. Tensions boiled over in 2003 when Eddie Lyons Sr., 8-year-old son Gary's, who died from leukemia, had his headstone vandalised. Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was blamed, and in November that year he was left fighting for his life after being shot. Attacking a family member made it personal for the Daniels. Kevin Carroll was the long-term partner of Jamie Daniels' daughter Kelly Green and best friends with his sons Robert and Francis Fraggle since school. In early December came the most bloody attack by the Daniels at the Apple Row MOT Centre, owned by Eddie Sr.'s brother David. 2 masked gunmen walked into the garage and shot Eddie Sr.'s son Stephen, David's son Michael and their best friend Robert Piggy Pickett. 10 days after the shooting, David Lyons received a ransom note which said, "The boys owe me 25,000 and I want what is owed to me. They all know what it's about and the money doesn't matter to me as it's got to be paid by the piper. I don't want the police, the boys, not even your wife knowing about it. If you keep them out of this, all your lives can go back to normal, as we are all losing money through this. If you have any tricks for my pickup man, then all deals are off. Remember to keep your mouth shut. No cameras, no surveillance, as the pickup man doesn't know anything, so he's no use to you. Drop off 4 PM Saturday. I'll draw you a map, X will mark the spot." Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was suspected of giving the order for the hit and police questioned him, but no charges were brought. In 2008, James MacDonald and Robert Anderson were found guilty and ordered to serve a minimum of 35 years in prison, the longest sentences ever handed down by Scottish courts. This was, however, reduced upon appeal. As Mr. Carroll grew up, he became a top lieutenant in the Daniels gang and ran a group of men who staged alien abductions on rival dealers, mainly dealers who worked for the Lions. They were called alien abductions because so-called victims were usually found wandering in a state of undress and would claim not to remember anything afterwards. Mr. Carroll was by most accounts a maniac and incorrigible, not a great combination. One story suggests that the alien abduction crew robbed a rival dealer of 4 kilos of cocaine, and Mr. Carroll told him, "You're taxed, you bum." In July 2007, Mr. Carroll was sent to prison for 18 months for possession of high-velocity ammunition. Mr. Carroll met his demise on the 13th of January 2010 as he sat in the back seat of a black Audi outside Asda Superstore in Robertson. There is little doubt he was set up, and a police officer was jailed for leaking information to the alleged hitman. Mr. Carroll was approached by 3 gunmen as he sat in the Audi. The child locks had conveniently been on, leaving him no way to get out, and shot him 5 times through the window as the men in the front seats fled. One of these men phoned Francis Fraggle Green, Mr. Carroll's longtime friend, his partner Kelly's brother, who arrived before the police and searched Carroll's body, removing his mobile phone. In the year before his death, it's alleged that Mr. Carroll had made $1.5 million from taxing drugs, cash and jewellery. William Patterson, part of the Lions gang, was convicted of Mr. Carroll's murder, even though he lodged a defence that more than 6 others could have carried out the murder. He was caged for 22 years in 2015. The Hanlon twins, James and Brian, who were good friends with gangland enforcer Kevin the Gerbil Carroll, both were attacked in separate attacks. Brian was driving along Maryhill Road, Glasgow at 11:30 PM on a Sunday evening when he was run off the road by a silver BMW 5 Series and a dark coloured 4x4. His Audi S4 estate hit a wall and he was hauled out and attacked by up to 7 thugs armed with chisels and hammers. Brian's penis was chopped off in the attack, as well as his injuries to his back passage, multiple fractures and a severe head injury. Just weeks before, his own twin brother James had holes bored in his head with a power drill. James was pursued while driving his silver Vauxhall Vectra for 4 miles by unknown assailants in a black Audi. They proceeded to ram his car, and another vehicle that had been waiting in a lane rammed James's vehicle again. 6 men armed with power tools, hammers and chisels had piled out the 2 vehicles and chased James, who tried to run. They pinned him down and proceeded to drill holes into his head. This brazen attack happened in broad daylight and James only survived as passing motorists rang 999. September 2015. Ross Sherlock, an associate of Kevin the Gerbil Carroll, was outside St Helens Primary School as he went to pick up his daughter whilst wearing a bulletproof vest, where 3 shots were fired and 2 hit him in the arm. William Burns and Alexander Porter stood trial for the shooting. Mr. Sherlock was accused of stealing £2.2 million from a house in Castlemilk. He had previously been stabbed in the face with a car key in the Prince's shopping mall by Mr. Sherlock. Mr. Sherlock was accused of stealing £2.2 million from a house in Castlemilk. He had previously been stabbed in the face with a car key in the Prince's shopping mall. Mr. Sherlock had 6 attempts on his life in total due to the war with the Lion Syndicate. In one of those attempts, he was shot at close range back in 2006 alongside Kevin Carroll. In March 2017, Christopher Dixon attacked Ross Sherlock, who was on remand for failing to give evidence against the 2 men on trial for shooting him. But there are conflicting reports, as another article names a Mark Quigley as carrying out the assault and it mentions just a scuffle. Mr. Dixon attacked Mr. Sherlock in Low Moss Prison, slashing his neck after an argument as they left the church service. This seems to have stemmed from an internal Daniels clan dispute. Xander Sutherland, son of the late Jamie Daniel, was said to control long-term Clyde Hall and knows the Dixon brothers. The prison report fails to mention a weapon, and Mr. Sherlock went on to the protection wing. James and Robert McCann, who were jailed in 2019 for kidnapping and assaulting a man, and both serving 7 and 8 year sentences, were hired as jail hitman by the Daniels. Robert ended up in solitary after attacking inmates related to the Lyons family. James McCann, who was suspected of the murder of James Goofy Doherty, who was knifed in the street and run over 3 times in 2006, was slashed in HMP schools for making threats. SPS struggled to keep a lid on the feud between Daniels and Lyons after the police ran Operation Crackdown, which saw a large number of foot soldiers sent to jail. EncroChat from 2020 has 40 members from both clans being told that there is a threat to their life after experts decoded texts. Francis Fraggle Green, Jamie Daniels' son, he is also friends with Towie star Mark Wright, was sentenced to 3.5 years in 2012 for ordering a gang to beat up a gran. Robert Daniel got 3 years for his part in the attack on Suzanne Simpson. In 2015, Stephen Bonzo Daniels was carjacked in his cab, and in 2017 he was tailed in his car at 100 miles an hour before being caught up and carved up by bladed thugs. Stephen's mum, Annette Daniels, crime queen, ran an organised shoplifting ring and was jailed in March 2020 for her part at an Aberdeen Sheriff's Court. Author and journalist Russell Findlay, who wrote the book Lyons/Daniels Feud, was attacked on his doorstep a few Christmases ago and had acid thrown in his face. He managed to overpower the man and, luckily, had no lasting damage done. William Basil Burns was charged for this incident. In February 2021, 6 men linked to the Lyons were found guilty of conspiracy to murder and sentenced to 104 years in total. These men are appealing conviction as a miscarriage of justice. James McGregor, who is linked to the Daniels and Lyons family feud, was gunned down in the street a short while after a close associate of Kevin Carroll, who is said to be part of the alien abduction crew, had rammed a car with a van. The shooting happened in broad daylight in front of people and 3 kids. The shooter walked up to James McGregor and blasted him in the chest at close range. The gun jammed on the first shot. Saturday, the 11th of September 2021, Robert Daniel, nephew of late James Daniel, was held down by 4 men at the Dawes Home Recycling Centre at Anniesland, where he works, and they hacked at his head, back, legs and arms with machetes. It is thought to be a revenge attack for James McGregor's fatal shooting the week before. What are your thoughts on the Lyons and Daniels feud? Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then subscribe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. For more exciting content, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at one of the most dangerous criminal families to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A family that held the Manchester criminal underworld with such a tight grip that the effects are still felt to this day. Consisting of 3 brothers, Desmond, the enforcer and hitman, Dominic, the charismatic but predatory entrepreneur, and Damien, who it was said was the level-headed but very powerful leader of the family. The siblings had set out to build their criminal empire through the brutal violence, and this would include stabbings, shootings and even sexual assaults. In this video we will detail the beginnings of the siblings and their early life, and how they grew up to live a life of crime, one that would result in them becoming the rulers of Manchester's criminal underworld. Growing up in the Noonan family was a big one, with 14 children within the family altogether, and each child had a name that began with the letter D. This was a reference to Dublin and the Irish roots of their parents. It's believed that the brothers' ability to commit terrifying and brutal crimes were a product of being brought up in the decaying city of Manchester within the 1970s and 80s. The trio, Damien, Desi and Dominic, started out working as security at the Hacienda nightclub, where they would become known and respected as the top hardmen of the city and began selling drugs to the local partygoers. The Hacienda quickly became known as a cult spot in the city, hosting big names like Madonna to play at the venue, and being such a busy nightclub, it was a good place for any criminal gang looking to make a lot of money from drug dealing. This allowed the brothers to sell their own drugs and take cuts from other gangs who were looking to sell inside to pocket up to 50 grand a night, and market themselves as one of Manchester's most established criminal families, a title and privilege they would and did kill to protect. Bob Dunbar, who worked for Greater Manchester Police at the time, said the Noonan brothers were involved with gang culture, drugs and beatings. It became almost a local legend that if you went to a club in Manchester, the brothers in some way would be on or involved in the security at the door. Another former member of the Greater Manchester Police, Martin Harding, claimed the Noonans were synonymous with violence. They displayed very little fear of anyone. They most certainly had no fear of the authorities, and most definitely no fear of going to prison. They were not scared to use violence at any time or any place. Hopefully the brothers had built themselves a brutal reputation, one that would control the streets of Manchester for a very long time. In their spare time, the brothers would also target security vans that were picking up money from local businesses in and around Manchester, where they would disguise themselves with tights pulled over their heads and would proceed to violently push the drivers to the floor before ransacking the van for cash. Journalist Donald McIntyre speculates that the brothers and their associates made an estimated £5 to £6 million from these cash-in-transit robberies. However, a key event in the brothers' criminal organisation was a murder that nearly brought the foundations for their kingdom they had built crumbling down. This was the murder of the flamboyant White Tony Johnson. Mr. Johnson was a leader of the Cheetham Hill gang and drove a white Ford Sierra Cosworth. His shooting was in the car park of the Penny Black pub in February 1991, and it was big news, and after a police investigation, Desmond Noonan went on trial for his murder. But the first trial that was held collapsed amid rumours of jury tampering. However, at the second trial, after all the evidence was heard, Desi Noonan was acquitted. It had been alleged that Mr. Johnson was killed after a fallout between rival gangs about how £350,000, which was the proceeds from a robbery that had been committed by both, were divided up and split amongst its members. Despite the death of their rival leader bringing an end to any opposing organised crime families in Manchester, the Noonans ultimately benefited as their position was strengthened and they expanded their operations to other cities, despite increased police surveillance of their activities. It is said that the brothers had acquired business interests in nightclubs in Liverpool, London and Newcastle. Desmond Noonan also tried whenever he was free to do deals in other cities with other gangland figures, and was soon becoming involved with several crime bosses, including the Liverpool drugs baron Mr. Curtis Warren, and the head of one of Newcastle's biggest criminal organisations, Mr. Paddy Conroy. And due to the strength and power of the Noonan family, Desmond was able to be a prime peacemaker in the Manchester gang truces, which for a short period of time brought the war in Moss Side to an end. Another event that took place was very important in this story of the gang, and includes an attempt to overtake the doors at the Hacienda nightclub by another rival gang from South Manchester. This attempt was brutally suppressed by the Noonan brothers, and in retaliation Dominic called at the rival gang's local pub and used a machete to decapitate one of their dogs that were outside. He then walked into the pub and placed the head on the pool table, making it clear that anyone who was thinking about it should think twice before having any ideas that they were trying to take over anything that belonged to the Noonans. Despite their vicious nature, the brothers had always made sure they played an active role within their community. In Moss Side, they offered help to the local community by setting up their own makeshift police station in a disused building. They did not require payment in most cases, but acted as vigilantes who required nothing more than a cooked breakfast to sort out any bother. There's also footage of Dominic sitting with families and their children, who served them a feast of bacon and eggs as thanks, many oblivious at this point to his vile, predatory character. Each member of the trio was known for their notorious reputation, with the last remaining brother of the trio, Dominic, facing the consequences of his actions to this day. Desmond Noonan was, after the death of Damien, the notorious head of the Noonan criminal firm, was known as Desi to the family and friends. When asked on camera by reporter Donald McIntyre how many murders police suspected he was responsible for, saying he heard it was around 24, Desi Noonan broke into a broad smile before signalling with hand gestures at a real total of 27. He was a lifelong Irish Republican and anti-fascist, shown by his activities he did within the Anti-National Front, squads of the early 1980s, and then with Anti-Fascist Action, which was formed in 1985. His last known anti-fascist work was canvassing the BNP British National Party when they stood in Newton Heath in 2002. He shows a significant danger to Manchester's criminal underworld, being the gangland enforcer for his criminal career and openly admitting to his involvement alongside his brothers in the murder of 22-year-old gangster White Tony Johnson in February 1991. The shooting of White Tony was thought to be part of a battle for control of the hard drugs market in Manchester. and although Desmond was able to walk free from the murder case, he was unable to do so 2 years later when he was one of the group that left twin brothers battered and bleeding outside a nightclub. A witness of the event described the then 36-year-old as acting like a complete psycho. Desi Noonan, however, pleaded guilty this time and was sentenced to 2 years and 9 months in jail for violent disorder and causing grievous bodily harm. And by May 1988 was convicted again of perverting the course of justice and wounding. One charge involved making threats of violence and death towards prosecution witnesses and relatives in an attempt to stop evidence being given at court, where the witnesses were police officers. He lived the last few years of his life as the father of 2 with an addiction to crack cocaine and booze, despite the best efforts of his brothers and wife Sandra to make him kick the habit. Dominic Noonan was one of the most notorious UK criminal underworld figures of the last 30 years, especially in Manchester, but it was also revealed later that he was also a sex offender. Dominic Noonan worked with his brothers to head their criminal firm and more than 40 convictions for a wide range of offences. These include armed robbery, police assault, possession of firearms, prison escape, and fraud, as well as recent charges of indecent assault and attempted rape. Despite having revelled in a gangster reputation, his notoriety has been enough to influence some young men and manipulate others. This can be seen from the many victims who have come forward to describe some of his heinous actions. His first victim was aged just 10 when Mr. Noonan, who was 6 years older, took him from a care home and indecently assaulted him twice, ordering the boy not to tell anyone. Dominic Noonan also had a second victim who claimed to be 16 or 17 when he first met Mr. Noonan outside a pizzeria. He detailed how Mr. Noonan threatened him, accusing him of having called him gay before he was beaten by a gang of teens with hockey sticks, and then indecently assaulted by Mr. Noonan on a few occasions, once in a disused shop. In his early teens in the 2000s, when he met Mr. Noonan, a third victim stated how he had been molested on 20 or more occasions and described how he would spend time driving around with Mr. Noonan and other young lads and would attend parties where there was drink and drugs. Mr. Noonan would ply them with drink, but not to get drunk himself, and his victim described being brainwashed into thinking the abuse was normal. A fourth victim also said that he was under the spell of Mr. Noonan, aged in his mid-teens when he met him in the 2000s, agreeing to renovate a pub for him. In 2010, a rape charge was dropped, and shortly after Dominic Noonan was released from a long prison sentence on a licence. He was accused of raping a woman in a hotel room after celebrating his birthday, but prosecutors dropped the case. Mr. Noonan was cleared of child rape charges in 2013 after the court heard his accuser, a boy of 15 who claimed to have been molested in a flat in Bloom Street in Manchester city centre, had a history of making false complaints. In 2016, Noonan was found not guilty of engaging in a sex act in front of a minor, although he was convicted of perverting the course of justice by offering £5,000 to the boy's family to get the charge dropped. The prosecution alleged that the boy was made to cover his face with a poster as a vulnerable adult man was intimidated into performing a sex act on Mr. Noonan in a bedroom. Mr. Noonan was also convicted of arson and blackmail connected to a row over an ice cream van and jailed for 11 years. However, despite his predatory nature, he was not your usual crime boss. Although he was certainly a cunning intellectual individual, he has trumpeted that he is an anti-racist and has made much of being able to speak Urdu, although he only knows a few phrases. He is also a homosexual. Over the years, Greater Manchester Police have found little difficulty in obtaining evidence to lock him up for everything from possessing a gun to arson and blackmail, and in fact he has spent most of his adult life behind bars. Even though this has been the case, Dominic Noonan was recalled to prison again in 2011, suspected of being a ringleader during that summer's riots in Manchester, due to a video depicting him talking to a looter who was carrying a large flat-screen TV on Oldham Street in the height of the riot. Mr. Noonan enjoyed playing cat and mouse with the law, as prison authorities struggled to cope with him, and some prison governors just did not want to have to deal with him as they saw it as a big problem for whoever's custody he was in. There was even a stage where he was housed in the Special Intervention Unit for troublesome prisoners at Strangeways. He was there together with Kieran Psycho Stapleton, a member of the wider Noonan family, who murdered student Anuj Bidvi in Salford, and Clifton Jetter, who committed a gruesome knife murder in Brighton before attacking 2 guards at the Manchester prison. In the summer of 2014, Mr. Noonan brought Manchester city centre to a standstill while out of prison on licence by climbing the city's big wheel in protest at the latest efforts to recall him, gathering more than 1,000 spectators at the time. This drama meant that roads were closed, buses were diverted and businesses had to shut, losing an estimated £10,000 in trade. Furthermore, the council and police leaders were infuriated, and Mr. Noonan was charged with causing a public nuisance for his 6-hour disruption 100 feet above the ground, which was later thrown out by the judge, who said that the wrong charge had been laid and that he had suspected the charge had only been made because this offence carried a stiffer sentence than the alternative aggravated trespass. Around this time, one of Mr. Noonan's friends, who grew up in the same street in Whalley Range, was his right-hand man for many years. They saw what others had seen for a long time, that Mr. Noonan may be a predatory sex offender. He witnessed Mr. Noonan surround himself with an entourage of teens who turned up in force for court appearances, and this man began to feel uncomfortable with what he is seeing. Even telling a news reporter as much as on one occasion being asked how he felt. Being a father himself, he fell out with Dominic after a confrontation with Mr. Noonan. Some of his descriptions include stating, "I remember this lad, he was 13, Mr. Noonan was waiting for him to come home from school. This lad sat on his knee and was told to call him Uncle Dom. He gave this lad a £5. He gave 50p pieces to some other lads. He bought them ice cream." The man also recalls how another lad was 14 and Dom said to call him Dad and he would be kissing him. "I told him he shouldn't be doing that, and he was just out of prison and I told him he shouldn't be doing it. It just wasn't right." Claims from the man state how he believed that Mr. Noonan was taking the piss and said that he felt uncomfortable about the situation. He even said he told his children never to be on their own with Mr. Noonan. Furthermore, the man said Dom never had a best mate. I wouldn't have put him down as a best mate either, and that when things started falling into place, I thought this isn't just persecution. I just felt very uncomfortable. Him kissing lads who were 13 and 14, it was very, very uncomfortable. It was staring me in the face. Overall, Dominic's actions ultimately meant that his brothers even saw him as an embarrassment, to the point where he even changed his name to Dominic Latley Footfoy by deed poll, where his adopted surname is an acronym for "Look after those that look after you, F off those that F off you," and that he now faces the punishment for his diabolical crimes, to which his longtime ex-friend says he deserves everything he gets. Lastly, Damien Noonan. There is a lack of information on Damien. However, it is known and accepted by many that he was a key factor in the success and reputation of the Noonan criminal empire. Damien Noonan was known for being the main part of the trio and everyone respected him. He had no trouble organising or taking part in the crimes the brothers and their criminal gang committed within the criminal underworld, and he was known to be very good at cash-in-transit robberies. Although there is a lack of information about what crimes he committed or took part in during his lifetime, Damien Noonan's death played a significant part in the end of the rule of the Noonan brothers over Manchester, which leads us to the end of their empire. During a space of 8 months, the Noonan criminal empire slowly began to crumble, with Damien's death happening in 2004. The respect and trust that the other gangsters had in regards to Damien and his brothers started to deteriorate. Damien Noonan died in a motorcycle accident while on holiday in the Dominican Republic, and on his colossal black and gold headstone, the family inscribed, "Our family chain is broken / nothing seems to be the same." A friend of Damien's, Paddy Doherty, who was also a bare knuckle boxer and TV personality, says the minute Damien died, they weren't half as powerful as they thought they were. He was the gangster of gangsters in Greater Manchester. The influence, fear and respect the family enjoyed on the streets at that time was signalled by the size of Damien's send-off, which had posters that went up in town advertising the arrangements. Hundreds gathered on the streets of Salford where he lived, to watch his coffin being carried on a horse and carriage led by an 18-piece bagpipe band, followed by a wagon full of floral tributes, and a mass was broadcast on PA to those who could not get into the All Souls RC Church in Weast for the service, before burial at St. Joseph's Cemetery in Moston. Then, in March 2005, Desi Noonan also lost his life after being stabbed to death by a crack dealer at the time, Desi had been consumed by an out-of-control alcohol and crack cocaine addiction. His killer was Yardy Derek McDoofus, a part-time DJ who was born in Manchester but raised in Jamaica. It was known that the arguments and threats had gone back and forth between the pair, with there being one occasion where Derek told Desi, "Fuck off, I'll kill you." Many drug dealers had been told by his brothers to not sell drugs to Desi, so Desi tried to circumvent this ban by sending his friends to buy the drugs. On the night of March 18th, Desi drunkenly shambled to get his drugs himself after not finding anyone to go purchase them for him. Mr. McDoofus, who determined to show he was not scared of the bigger man with a dangerous reputation, went out with a kitchen knife and confronted him. A fight broke out with Mr. McDoofus ultimately pushing a knife into Desi before leaving him in the streets to die. Before his death, Desi Noonan managed to call his wife and tell her he had been stabbed, hence how he was found bleeding on the pavement from a stomach wound. Following a trial at Preston Crown Court, Mr. McDoofus, then 41, was found guilty of murder and jailed for life with a minimum of 15 years to serve before parole. It was reported that he was battered so badly upon arrival to the station that he was hospitalised for weeks before he could go to prison. It was also thought he might have been permanently segregated from other prisoners. On the other hand, Desi Noonan was given a big send-off with a 25-piece pipe band, drummers and a horse-drawn carriage, topped with white flowers bearing the coffin. At St Aidan's, Northenden, and then Southern Cemetery, Chorlton in the family tradition. Also in the cortege, 15 black Daimlers filled with red and white floral tributes and wreaths which said, "The Boss," "Uncle," "Our Kid," and "Des." And 2 local schools, St Thomas Aquinas and Chorlton High, closed for the day following police advice about the scale of the event. Dominic commented on this by saying the police totally overreacted, and that Desi wouldn't have wanted the schools to close, there was just no need. There was a turnout of more than 5,000 mourners. Senior Detective Sean Donnellan, who led the investigation into Desmond Noonan's death, certainly thought there was a cautionary tale in it, saying that Desmond Noonan lived a violent and often illegal life. He had a detrimental effect on many people around him, either directly or by association. He considered himself to be a powerful person within the criminal underworld, declaring himself untouchable to television cameras. Yet he died addicted to drugs, lying on the pavement, having had an argument with a drug dealer. Therefore, there is a sense of irony in the death of this once powerful and dominant gangster. Having experienced the loss of his 2 brothers, Dominic was hit badly by the deaths, and according to the journalist Donald McIntyre, was now a man at sea. His dark secrets of paedophilia had always been suspected by many others, and now Dominic was weaker, having lost the 2 most powerful forces in his life. However, despite his losses, he still managed to exert influence and command loyalty in inner city areas, and become a street provocateur. Due to his reputation, he became confident that his rumours that he abused boys would never come to anything. However, he became so feeble that he was incapable of handling the backlash, or had the power he once had to cover up the allegations, and in 2015 he was jailed for 11 years for arson, blackmail and perverting the course of justice. He now also faces the aftermath of being a paedophile and faces time for his sex offences, which he had denied. Having been convicted of all of them, another 11 years was added to his sentence. Therefore, being the last remaining brother of the trio, he is likely to face the rest of his adulthood behind bars, meaning the Noonan empire has been fully toppled. Overall, the Noonan empire has left its mark on the city of Manchester, due to the notoriety of the brothers. It can be seen how they started in the economic depression of Manchester and fought against the odds to rise, finding a niche in crime, particularly drug dealing, to increase their reputation. From there, they could expand their empire by putting up with rival gangs and even forming relations with the gangsters of other busy cities. Ultimately, their formidable, brutal standing became well known, only for it to all go to pieces after the death of Damien and then Desi. Dominic, being the only one remaining, was unable to cope with his losses and as a result had to face the punishment of imprisonment for his crimes and paedophilic behaviour. Since there are no longer any Noonan brothers available to rebirth and regrow the empire they once had, it can be said that they were the 3 brothers who had their peak, ruled much of Manchester and set up a destructive dynasty, the likes of which we are unlikely to ever see again. Their status has even resulted in documentaries such as the one by Donald McIntyre called A Very British Gangster, which even included Desi Noonan boasting of being behind 27 killings and Dominic saying he was gay. Another programme called At Home with the Noonans features Stephen Warburton, or Bugsy Noonan, alongside his father Dominic. Mr. Warburton had been taped boasting of an Audi A6 he had stolen in a call to a friend serving time, which resulted in his arrest and a jail time of 38 months for being part of a £250,000 car ring conspiracy. Concludingly, it can be seen how although the brothers all came to their demise and their rule of terror diminished, Dominic, Damien and Desi will forever hold a piece of history in Manchester, the town they made their own. The crimes committed by the Noonan brothers will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look into the Northern Bank robbery from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and how the members of the robbery have forever left their mark on the UK criminal underworld. The Northern Bank robbery, where cash was stolen from the headquarters of the Northern Bank on Donegall Square West in Belfast, Northern Ireland, on the 20th of December 2004, have been taken members of two families of bank officials hostage. To ensure their cooperation, an armed gang seized a total of £26.5 million, which was mostly in unused pound sterling banknotes. This was later recognised as one of the largest bank robberies in the history of the United Kingdom. The Police Service of Northern Ireland, otherwise known as the PSNI, the Independent Monitoring Commission, the British government, and the Taoiseach and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland all claimed the Provisional Irish Republican Army was responsible for the bank robbery. This was denied by the IRA and by Sinn Féin. But what or who is Sinn Féin, and what do they stand for? Sinn Féin is an Irish Republican and Democratic Socialist Party, active in both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. The original Sinn Féin organisation was founded in 1905 by Arthur Griffith, but has split substantially on a number of occasions since then, notably giving rise in the aftermath of the Irish Civil War to the two traditionally dominant parties of the Southern Irish politics, Fianna Fáil and Cumann na nGaedheal, which is now Fine Gael. The contemporary Sinn Féin party took its form in 1970, after another split with the other faction eventually becoming the Workers' Party of Ireland was historically associated with the Provisional Irish Republican Army. Mary Lou McDonald became party president in February 2018. Sinn Féin is one of the two largest parties in Northern Ireland Assembly, winning one seat less than the Democratic Unionist Party DUP at the 2017 Northern Ireland Assembly election. In that assembly, it is the largest Irish nationalist party, and it holds 4 ministerial posts in the power-sharing Northern Ireland executive as of 2020. In the UK House of Commons, Sinn Féin holds the 7 of the Northern Ireland's 18 seats, making it the second largest bloc after the DUP. There, it follows a policy of abstentionism, refusing to sit in Parliament or vote on bills. In the Oireachtas, the lower house and upper house of the Republic of Ireland, it is the third largest party. However, in Dáil Éireann, Sinn Féin currently sits as the main opposition and the second largest party, having won the largest share of the first preference votes at the 2020 Irish general election. In 2005, the police forces in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland made arrests and carried out house searches. A sum of £2.3 million in 2014 was impounded at the house of a financial advisor, Ted Cunningham, in County Cork, and Phil Flynn was forced to resign as chairman of the Bank of Scotland and Ireland because Mr. Flynn was a director of one of Cunningham's companies. Mr. Cunningham was convicted in 2009 of money laundering and had his conviction quashed in 2012, and was later convicted again at a retrial in 2014 for those same charges of money laundering. Chris Ward, one of the bank officials threatened by the gang, was himself arrested in November 2005 and charged with robbery. The prosecution then offered no evidence at trials and Chris Ward was later released. The robbery adversely affected the Northern Ireland peace process going on at the time, and as a result it caused a hardening of relationships between the Taoiseach Bertie Ahern and the Sinn Féin representatives Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness. Although Mr. Cunningham and several others were eventually convicted of crimes uncovered during the investigation, nobody has ever been held directly responsible for the Northern Bank robbery.
The police investigation is still open and the case remains unsolved today. Northern Bank, now called Danske Bank, was the largest retail bank in Northern Ireland, with 95 branches. It was then later purchased by National Australia Bank and its headquarters were at Donegale Square, west in Belfast. It was one of 4 banks in Northern Ireland permitted to print its own banknotes, in denominations of £5, £10, £20, £50 and £100 banknotes. On the night of Sunday the 19th of December 2004, groups of armed men arrived at the homes of 2 employees of the Northern Bank, one in Downpatrick, County Down, and the other in Polglass, West Belfast. Chris Ward was taken from his house in County Down and driven to Polglass, where Kevin McCullen, his supervisor at the Northern Bank, had been tied up by men masquerading as officers from the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the PSNI. The gunman remained at Mr. Ward's home, threatening his family. Mr. McCullen's wife was taken from her home and held, and it is still unknown location. The masked men instructed the officials to report for work as normal at the bank's headquarters and left on Monday morning. The criminals kept in touch with Mr. McCullen and Mr. Ward using their personal mobile phones. On Monday, the 20th of December 2004, Mr. Ward was first told to take a bag containing £1 million in cash notes to a bus stop in the nearby Queen Street, where Mr. Ward gave it to one of the bank robbers. This was regarded as being a test run for the main theft later in the evening. Mr. McMullen and Mr. Ward remained at work after the close of their business and loaded crates of banknotes onto trolleys which were taken to a white van outside. The 2 employees were compelled to open up the bank vaults by the threat that their loved ones would be killed if they did not comply with the robbers' demands. The white vans made 2 runs back and forth from the bank's establishment to take away the loot that was stolen that day. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Miss McMullen was driven to Drumkeyrag Forest near Ballynickninch and abandoned in a mix of surrounding forest terrain. Miss McMullen found her way to a house to raise the alarm, where Miss McMullen was treated for hypothermia. The criminals took a total of £26.5 million, £10 million in uncirculated Northern Bank pound sterling notes, and £5.5 million in used Northern Bank sterling notes. £4.5 million in used notes supplied by other banks and smaller cash amounts in other currencies, including euros and US dollars. The police quickly set up an investigation with 50 detectives to assist the process of investigating and arresting the criminals behind the Northern Bank robbery. Hugh Ord, Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland at the time, accused the Provisional Irish Republican Army, or the IRA, of organising the robbery. Sinn Féin lead negotiator Martin McGuinness denied the IRA was behind the robbery. Although the Police Service of Northern Ireland initially refused to be drawn in as to who may be involved, a number of commenters, including journalist Kevin Myers, writing in the Daily Telegraph, quickly blamed the IRA for their alleged involvement in the bank robbery. One senior police officer quoted in the Guardian newspaper was saying, "This operation required great expertise and coordination, probably more than the loyalist gangs possess." On the 23rd of December 2004, the Irish Times ran a front-page story on the Provisional IRA's denial of involvement in the bank robbery, and on the same day refused to print a column by Kevin Myers which said the Provisional IRA was responsible for the robbery. Mr. Myers was reported to be shocked by the spiking of his news columns stating the involvement of the IRA. Some 2 weeks later, the Irish Times newspaper printed a report that there may be, after all, a nationalist connection in the bank robbery. On the 7th of January 2005, the Chief Constable of the PSNI, Hugh Ord, issued an interim report in which Mr. Ord blamed the Provisional IRA for the bank robbery as well. The British government concurred with Mr. Ord's assessment, as did the Independent Monitoring Commission, who is the body appointed by the British and Irish governments to oversee the Northern Ireland ceasefires. Sinn Féin, however, denied the Chief Constable's claim, saying IRA had not conducted the raid and that Sinn Féin officials had not known or sanctioned the bank robbery. Martin McGuinness is a leading Sinn Féin negotiator and said that Mr. Ord's accusation represented nothing more than politically biased allegations. This is more to do with halting the process of change in which Sinn Féin has been driving forward, despite anything that has happened at the Northern Bank. But on the other hand, Bertie Ahern, the Irish Taoiseach, said that an operation of this magnitude had obviously been planned at a stage when I was in negotiations with those that would know the leadership of the provisional movement. The Independent Monitoring Commission recommended that Sinn Féin was fined for authorising the heist and remarked in the report that the leadership and rank and file of Sinn Féin need to make the choice between continued association and support for the PIRA criminality and the path of an exclusively democratic political party. The Provisional IRA issued a two-line statement on the 18th of January 2005, which denied any involvement in the robbery. The IRA has been accused of involvement in the recent Northern Bank robbery, and we were not involved. Despite this denial from the Provisional IRA, it was widely believed in Northern Ireland, especially in unionist circles, that the IRA was responsible. Commenters in the UK newspapers speculated that the heist had been intended either to secure a pension fund for IRA active service members or to support Sinn Féin's electoral campaign. In February 2005, the Irish Minister for Justice, Michael McDowell, accused Gerry Adams, who was the Sinn Féin MP for Belfast West, Martin McGuinness and Martin Ferris, who were also part of Sinn Féin MP for Kerry North, of not only being IRA members, but leading it from their positions on the IRA Army Council. On the 10th of February 2005, the day the Independent Monitoring Commission report was released, houses near Barra County, Tyrone, belonging to two brothers were searched in connection with the robbery, but nothing came from the searches. In the Republic of Ireland, the Garda Síochána announced on the 17th of February 2005 that it had arrested 7 people and recovered over £2 million, including £60,000 in Northern banknotes, during raids in the Cork and Dublin areas, as part of investigations into money laundering. The Garda Commissioner, Noel Conroy, did not officially confirm that the raids were related to the Northern Bank robbery, but said the IRA was behind the laundering as far as he was concerned. The arrests were made under the Offences Against the State Act. The arrested individuals included several men from Derry and a former Sinn Féin candidate. 3 men were arrested at Euston Station in Dublin, and Don Bowman was alleged to have been carrying €94,000 that are hidden in a box of Daz washing powder. Mr. Bowman was later convicted of membership of the IRA in 2007, receiving a 4-year jail sentence. The judge said his conviction gave no indication as to his guilt regarding other matters such as the Northern robbery. At a house owned by financial advisor Ted Cunningham in Ferran, County Cork, £2.3 million was impounded after being discovered hidden in compost. Mr. Cunningham and his wife were taken in for further questioning. Phil Flynn, who was the chairman of the Bank of Scotland at the time, a former Sinn Féin vice president and an advisor to the Taoiseach, told the police that he was a non-executive director of Chesterton Finance, a company owned by Mr. Cunningham and not owned by Phil Flynn. In consequence, Mr. Cunningham's home and offices were raided, and Mr. Cunningham went to resign his positions pending the results of the inquiries. The next day, on the 18th of February, the police arrested a man who had been reported to be burning sterling banknotes in his back garden. The man was released without charge, but eventually convicted again in 2009 for possession of 200 rounds of ammunition for a Kalashnikov rifle found in his loft when the house was raided. Another man in Cork handed in £175,000, saying that Mr. Cunningham had given it to him to look after. In a separate incident on Saturday the 19th of February 2005, the PSNI confirmed that it had recovered 50 grand in unused Northern banknotes from the toilet at the New Forge Country Club, a sports and social club in Belfast for serving and retired police officers. The PSNI stated it was a stunt that attempted to divert attention from the Northern Bank robbery. But the robbery investigation was still going very thoroughly by the police. It was later confirmed that the cash sum of £50,000 found at the club had indeed been taken during the Northern Bank robbery. On the 12th of October 2005, Garda Commissioner Noel Conroy told a law enforcement conference in Dublin that Mr. Conroy was satisfied that the money recovered in Cork in February earlier in the year came from the Northern Bank robbery. In November 2005, the PSNI arrested 5 men, 2 in Kilcoo, County Down, and 1 each in Belfast, Dungannon and Collis Island. In protest, crowds started to take to the streets and block the road between Castlewellan and Newry near Kilcoo, with violence and the burning out of local vehicles. Hugh Orr defended the police action as proportionate, while Sinn Féin MP Michael Gildnew claimed the raids were part of a political stunt. A man from Kilcoo was charged with robbery, hostage taking, and possession of a firearm or an imitation firearm. The individual arrested in Dungannon was named Brian Arthurs, a member of Sinn Féin and a brother of Declan Arthurs, an IRA volunteer killed back in 1987. The man from Collis Island was charged with making false statements to police in relation to a white Ford Transit van allegedly used in a Northern bank robbery. By the end of 2005, the police's investigations had resulted in a total of 13 arrests and 22 searches. All charges against the men from Kilcoo and Collis Island were dropped by the Public Prosecution Service in January 2007. Hugh Ord described the developments as a setback. Chris Ward, one of the two bank officials threatened by the gang during the bank robbery, was arrested with regard to the robbery on the 29th of November 2005, and the PSNI had searched Mr. Ward's home. Another of the bank employees, a 22-year-old woman who was not named, was also arrested on the same day. On the 2nd of December, the police went in 25 Land Rovers to raid Casement Park, the Gaelic Athletic Association Stadium and Social Club in West Belfast, because Mr. Ward had worked there part-time. The GAA reported the matter to the Irish government, stating that it had not been warned about the raid on the 2nd of December. On the 7th of December at Belfast Magistrates Court, Mr. Ward was prosecuted for robbery and using a firearm. The prosecution's case was based on Mr. Ward's actions in the days preceding and during the raid, a suspicious work rota and discrepancies in Mr. Ward's original statements to the police. Mr. Ward denied the charge and claimed that the police were harassing him and his family in an attempt to frame him as the inside man on the bank robbery job. Mr. Ward complained that the police had held him longer than the gang held his family hostage. Mr. Ward was remanded on bail and a date set of September 2008 for the trial in Diplock Court. At the trial for robbery and false imprisonment, the prosecution offered no evidence. Mr. Ward was acquitted of all charges and was discharged by the judge. The prosecution accepted that the work rota change which underpinned their case had been the result of a chance decision by management. Mr. Ward's defence lawyer claimed he had been the victim of a Kafkaesque farce from the treatment from the police and his family. Ted Cunningham and his conviction start in March 2009. The financial advisor Ted Cunningham from Cork was found guilty at Cork Circuit Court on 10 charges of laundering over £3 million, which came from the Northern Bank robbery. In March 2009, financial advisor Ted Cunningham from Cork was found guilty at Cork Circuit Court on the 10 charges of laundering over £3 million, which came from the Northern Bank robbery. Ted Cunningham was remanded into custody and later received a sentence of 10 years imprisonment. Mr. Cunningham's son was also convicted on 1 count of money laundering. When Mr. Cunningham Sr. appealed his conviction, it was quashed by the Court of Criminal Appeals in May 2012. The Court of Criminal Appeal viewed the warrant used to search Mr. Cunningham's house as invalid because it had been issued by the senior Garda officer in charge of the investigation, as permitted by Section 29 of the Offences Against the State Act, a state of affairs which the Supreme Court had recently found to be repugnant to the Constitution of Ireland. The court went on to order a retrial on 9 of the 10 original counts of money laundering against Mr. Cunningham. It directed that the 10th, relating to a sum of money allegedly found in Mr. Cunningham's home, was not to be retried. Mr. Cunningham was remanded into custody with the possibility of bail. At the retrial in February 2014, Ted Cunningham pleaded guilty and received a 5-year suspended sentence on 2 counts of laundering about £275,000. Mr. Cunningham avoided imprisonment on account of his bad health and promised to resign from the Chesterton Finance. The sum of £2.985 million and €45,000 that had been impounded during police raids were forfeited to the state. Ted Cunningham sued Northern Bank in 2020 regarding the impounded money, alleging that the Guardian had seized it improperly. The old Northern Bank's £20 note, which was taken out of circulation in March 2005, as a direct result of the robbery at the Northern Bank. The Northern Bank announced soon after the robbery that it would replace its £10, £20, £50 and £100 notes. The new banknotes would have different colours, new logos and altered serial numbers upon being printed. By March 2005, it had done so, meaning that the uncirculated banknotes which had been stolen would be hard to spend, if not impossible. This still left the £4.5 million in notes from other banks and £5.5 million in old used Northern banknotes, which were untraceable. After the Good Friday Agreement of 1998 had provided a tentative ending to the Troubles, the political situation in Belfast remained tense. By the end of 2004, the different parties in Northern Ireland peace process were reaching an agreement, but at a meeting on the 8th of December at which Bertie Ahern, Tony Blair and Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness were present, the Sinn Féin representative refused to promise that the Provisional IRA would stop its criminal activity going forward. Less than 2 weeks later, the Northern Bank robbery again inflamed tension since. Despite the denials of Sinn Féin, the IRA was blamed by Mr Ahern and Mr Blair for the robbery. In 2005, the UK Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Paul Murphy, remarked that I cannot hide my own judgment that the impact of this is deeply damaging. Mark Durkan, leader of the Irish Nationalist, Social Democratic and Labour Party, condemned the IRA as a criminal enterprise. The IRA rejected, and condemnations from Gerry Adams stating that the IRA statement is obviously a direct consequence of the retrograde stance of the two governments. It is evidence of a deepening crisis, and I regret that very much. Leaked US communications revealed that Bertie Ahern suspected Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness had known about the Northern Bank robbery, and this made Mr Ahern's attitude towards them become more strained and untrusting. The Garda surveillance had recorded Mr Adams meeting with Ted Cunningham before the Northern Bank robbery had taken place. Alongside the murder of Robert McCartney, the robbery caused the US government to block fundraising for Sinn Féin in the United States in March 2005. The ban was later dropped in November 2005, just 8 months later. The Belfast Telegraph reported that in 2015, 2 murderers were linked to the Northern Bank robbery as part of an international IRA row over the proceeds. Gerard Davison was shot dead in May, and Kevin McGuigan was subsequently killed in August. When Gerry Adams denied that the IRA was involved in any way, shape or form, the Ulster Unionist Party, the UUP, announced that it could not share power with Sinn Féin any longer and withdrew from the coalition governing Northern Ireland. Bobby Storey was arrested and released without charge regarding the murder of Mr McGuigan. Mr Storey had been accused under parliamentary privilege in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom by Ulster Unionist Party Member of Parliament David Burnside of being the planner of the Northern Bank robbery. In 2014, the former head of the Assets Recovery Agency commented that he believed the IRA was still struggling to launder some of the £26 million taken in the robbery, owing to the size of the haul. Former IRA bank robber Ricky O'Rourke published a work of fiction in 2018 entitled Northern Heist, about a Belfast bank robbery which bore strong resemblances to the Northern Bank robbery as we know it now. As of 2018, the Northern Bank robbery remained one of the largest in the history of both the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, and no person or organisation has ever been held directly responsible. Who and what do you believe to be the primary source behind the Northern Bank robbery? Let us know what you think about the Northern Bank robbery, and if you believe the IRA did in fact commit this now infamous bank robbery or not.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.